All right, guys, we're back for real this time. Welcome, everyone. I don't know if the thumbnail got fixed, but there was a couple other issues going on I had to take care of real quick. We actually had some folks, we had like crazy rain here in Southern California, and it like actually flooded like a portion of our complex here. So we had some gentlemen come to look at that and potentially do some work. So they were like banging on the front door and the dogs were going crazy. It was anarchy. So we're back, guys. And the format of today's tournament is going to be quite a bit of fun. Like I said before, in the pre-stream where we tried to get things going, you guys are going to be voting on the races for every single round. So you don't need to do any hashtag or exclamation point this or that. I'll be taking care of all of that. I'm going to initiate the poll here in just a moment. And from there, you guys can vote. So as far as the matchups for today goes, we're going to be having Sotek versus Iron Giant, so the lore master of Sotek himself, and Professor Pone facing off against ODM Rame in the second round. So it's going to be two best of threes with a best of five finals, of course, pretty standard Flash tournament stuff. And yeah, guys, there's a lot of fun stuff coming up on the horizon. We're actually going to be having the finals of the Eternal Challenger League pretty soon. I'm going to be putting out a trailer with all the details for that, and it is going to be very fun. Yeah, I know the thumbnail looks blank. It's just it's treason, but it's okay. Blank is better than like magic, because then at least people might like click to see like what's going on. Because if it's magic, they might just be like, oh, not interested, right? So here we go. So we're going to go ahead and get the first poll. Everyone in chat is like, many rats will die this day, you know? Oh my God, that's so funny. So the first one is going to be, and let's go ahead and go to here. And first we're going to be voting on the Lore Master of Sotek. So you guys are going to be choosing his race. We'll let it roll for about, 30 seconds or so, and then we're going to move on to the next poll. So hopefully you guys are ready. It is me. It is your boy. It is going to be a lot of fun. I'm really excited for this format. All right, so here comes the first poll. It should initiate it in just a second, so just stand by. It's going to open up a straw poll. It's just going to be main factions, but yeah. So there you go. So Nightbot just linked it. It's a straw poll, and I'm going to let that run for about 30, 45 seconds, and from there we're going to give Sotek his choice. So you guys pick it, the straw poll. No, you don't vote. Well, maybe you can vote that way. This is my first time using this technology, but I know you can just go to the straw poll itself and do that. Maybe if you do the hashtag vote, it works. I'm not sure. I know it does on Twitch and whatnot, but here I would just recommend going to the straw poll and clicking that. So, I mean, you could vote him Lizardmen, give him his strongest race if you guys really want. That's kind of the fun thing, is that you guys can influence like the outcome by giving one player just like. But that's also cool because it makes the other player fight back from adversity, and it's a good equalizer tool. If you feel one player is very dominant, you can just give them a race that you guys think is weak. You know, it'd be cool. I know Skaven are going to win every poll. Yeah. Yeah. It's going to take some getting used to, but yeah, use the link above if you guys want. And all right, I think that's good. All right, so we are going to go ahead and do the results. Let's see what we get. So Sotek, it should pop up here in just a second. I have to type like poll results or something. Let me go ahead and double check this. I'm reptile deprived. No, don't feel deprived. Okay, and then when I want results, I just type. Oh, I have to do poll results. Okay, I'm a noob. Hold on, poll results. Aha, technology, baby. All right, so as far as we have 18 for Wood Elves, 11 for Beastmen, 4 for High Elves, 21 for Lizardmen, 26 for Skaven. Looks like we're gonna get Skaven. How come it cuts off on the other ones? Does it have some sort of a limit? Like it didn't show me all of those. Maybe I can like expand it or something. Because it's weird. I didn't see the choice for the last one. Anyways, okay, so let me let Sotek know you're playing Skaven. Okay. Yeah, for some reason, let me go ahead. I think I can actually look at the polls here on the back end of things. Let me see here. Skavens win this day. Oh my god. Yeah, maybe there's a character limit to the bot. I'm gonna go ahead and take a look here. I just set this up for the first time, so bear with me, guys. And it's fine. We're gonna get people joining in anyways and buying a little bit more time. So messages, commands, timeouts. Okay. No mirror matches. Yeah, it's interesting. Hold on. We could just change it to something else, actually. One sec. YouTube chat has a 200 character limit, huh? Okay, so if that's the case, there is a solution to that. So we're gonna vote one more time on Sotek. I'm just gonna like shorten the characters for the poll so it fits a little bit easier. I'm just abbreviating everything. So just bear with me, guys. A little bit of technical difficulties, but next time we do this, it should be a little bit more fluid. YouTube just causing problems. Okay, guys, so we're gonna allow one more vote on Sotek, just to kind of keep the character limit to make sure we can get everything. So, all right, so this is gonna be for Sotek one more time. We're just hammering out the kinks, and you guys, if you want, you could just vote on Skaven again. So here we go. So here we go. We're going to. Oh, I can actually see the results, can't I? If I just do the. Okay, so we don't even need to abbreviate it per se. Okay, that's fine. So yeah, I'm pretty sure Skaven won. So now we're gonna vote for Iron Giant. So stay tuned, guys, and here we go. And you guys get this, and treat yourselves. Here's player 2. And it can't be mirror matches, so I'm just gonna take whatever the second highest one is. That should work. Now, how come it's not popping up this time? Is there like a space in there that I'm missing? There we go. Okay. So the poll's in chat. Nightbot has posted it. You guys can go ahead and click that. Make sure to go to the poll itself. I don't know if the exclamation point voting works, but we're not going to have mirror matches. So Tech's so sad. He's like, ¿Por qué? I don't know if the exclamation thing might work, but next time I'm going to be using the Streamlabs one, which is a little bit better. So we're going to let it go for a little bit longer here. And now we're going to do poll. All right, so hopefully you guys all got your votes in. We're going to do the poll results, see what he got. And it doesn't give me a link, though, is the thing for the results. Wood Elves, Beastmen. So 16 for Wood Elves, 13 for Beastmen, 2 for High Elves. Lizardmen got 15. Dark Elves. Skaven got 9. Coast got 8. Tomb Kings got 5. And Empire got 6. So it looks like it's going to be Wood Elves. Oh, is it Dwarfs? I can't see the Dwarf one. For you, some reason you guys can see it, but I can't. It cuts me off. Okay, Dwarves won, but it didn't show up. Okay. All right, guys, so it's going to be Dwarves versus Skaven. Dwarves for Mimbly. Go ahead and pick armies. All right. Oh my god. This is such anarchy. Oh my god. And guys, by the way, a couple of you guys donated before the last stream crashed. Like, we had to restart. So I just wanted to thank you guys so much for that. I restarted the stream to try and fix the thumbnail, but for some godforsaken reason, it didn't work. Now it's just blank. But blank is better than magic. Having a magic stream there. So so we got Skaven versus Dwarves in game 1, which is going to be interesting. I'm not sure how that's going to go. I think it's a matchup that favors the Dwarves a little bit. So clearly, you guys have it out for the SOTEC today. Yeah, it kind of like does the straw poll through Nightbot though. So it's a little bit different. Yeah, it doesn't show me. It's weird. It shows you guys the links, but it wasn't showing me. I have no reason why, but we'll hammer it out. And while the players are picking, you can't hear any sound. You should be able to hear me. Shouldn't be any problems with that. Dwarves versus the Skaven. So traditionally, Dwarves have a pretty good matchup here. They have great answers for Rat Ogres. Their infantry are extremely resilient, and a lot of the Skaven AP units. I mean, Death Runners can be very effective here. They have stock. They can get into the back line. They can sunder armor. You can use the Withering and Plague Monks. Queek actually isn't a bad duelist versus Dwarves with Dwarf Gouger and whatnot. So yeah, there's a lot of choices. The game sound should normalize. I'll double check it once the game starts and see what's going on. But I'm really interested to see how SOTEC deals with this. I personally think it's an extremely tough matchup for the Skaven, but I don't know if I've seen Iron Giant play. So Embly is actually Iron Giant, so you can see in the scorecards up on the top. Yeah, I'm working on the mustache. I'm working on it. It's growing. I got like a little bit of a beard, but the problem is I grow like a blondish beard, so it's not as like pronounced as like just a. There's actually like a lot of blonde hair mixed in here like that. If it was the same color as the undercoat, it would look a little bit more heavy duty. So yeah, guys, thank you so much for joining. Porquique. Oh man, this is gonna be. I can tell this is gonna be a fun stream today. Yeah. Okay, so let's see here. And thank you, Misha, for the heads up. I just need to click the link myself, and then I should be able to see for future references. So we can just use this this Nightbot format for today. Yeah, I know it's a little bit late. Well, so guys, here's my school of thought. So hear me out on this one. So as you guys know, Amazon has bought the rights to do a Lord of the Rings TV show. Okay, so there's going to be something going on the next couple years. I don't know when. There's going to be a Lord of the Rings TV show. And by the time they start casting extras for that, I want to have a powerful, just long Rohirrim hair with like a beard. So it's kind of like a long game, but it's been one of my lifelong dreams to be like in some sort of a Lord of the Rings production. So I'm just like, because when it came out, I was too young, right? But this is it. I could be like a Dunedain or something. So I'm going to be going for that and trying to grow the hair out. Yeah, not Gimli. I don't have the looks for Italian Spartacus could be a dwarf. Like if you just like CGI'd him down and like he's very broad and has like a powerful beard. So, yeah. So Sotek is like, if you guys see this, Sotek's like, what the heck, chat? Look at him. Look up here, guys. Look at Sotek's message. Oh my god, this is so great. I would love to be in Lord of the Rings. You know, I have some actor blood in me, so I don't know. Maybe it could work out. So the player's just picking. The stream might be a little bit long today, as there's going to be some selection. But once we get rolling, and now that we've kind of ironed out the kinks, we should be good to go. Yeah, I'll like start a petition to get casted in that. I don't care. You know, I will be an orc. I will be a goblin. I don't care. I just want to be in it. But the beard and long hair gives me a better chance of being cast as like just a generic human in the background. You know? Yeah. Oh yeah, it'd be awesome to be an extra. I don't even care. I just want that on my rap sheet, you know? When I croak, I want that to be like, he was in a Lord of the Rings. You know, because as time and hundreds of years pass and, you know, the ancestors look back, they'll be like, he was in Lord of the Rings. I don't know in what capacity, but he was. Start whenever. I wouldn't be an elf, though. That's the one thing I wouldn't be. I would just be like, no, sorry. Not happening. So, it looks like the dwarves are ready. The Skaven... Sotek has switched his army, like, multiple times. He's clearly got some secret tactics in store for the dwarves. Wookiee could have a part too, Zach. Absolutely. So we're on the first game of the day. It's going to be Lore Master of Sotek taking on the Iron Giant in a best of 3, where you guys pick the races. So the people have spoken, and the first matchup is going to be Skaven versus Dwarfs. So we are also going to set a policy in place in that you can't make Sotek play Skaven again. You can switch the tables and make the Iron Giant play him, but you can't just make him play Skaven 3 games in a row. Yeah. So, I mean, absolutely no, and perhaps that would be a big moral dilemma. If I got to be like, okay, Lord of the Rings elves aren't as bad. Like, if I got to be like an Elrond, like who's a half elf, Elrond's not even a full elf. Like, I might be okay with like an Elrond type figure, but it's kind of rough. I mean, yeah. But then if I'm growing this beard and long, like, Rohirrim hair, what's the whole point of like being cast as an elf? They're just gonna make me shave the beard I worked on. If Volkmar doesn't see a Luminarch in this stream, he will exile you. Looks like Sotek's almost ready. Dwarves versus Skaven here in game 1. Very controversial stuff. Very controversial. But alas, if the Lore Master of Sotek is able to pull out this grand victory, it is going to be quite an achievement here. Yes, yes. There was an extra in Gettysburg who got promoted to a speaking role. Ah. You guys have to admit, Elrond is pretty cool. As far as, like, all the elves go. Let's see here. It's a nice little Saturday afternoon. I know it's a little bit late for you guys in Europe, but hey, it's Saturday night. I figure you guys can, you guys can hang with me for a while, and it's gonna be a good time. Yeah, I don't know why the thumbnails are being terrible. Sometimes YouTube is just such a troll. Oh man. Have you seen Johan? I've had long hair, dude. You can ask some of the OGs here in the channel. Like, I had long Jesus hair, like not that long ago. I played Battle for Middle Earth for sure. I played those. Greetings from some German barracks. Want to sleep but saw the stream? Well, you're in the right place. So game 1, Skaven versus Dwarves, as voted on by the people. So Iron Giant is going to be leading the forces of the Jawe, and it looks like he's going to be going with the competitive kit. You can always tell someone's trying to win when they get a Rune Lord. That's like, we're coming for that bread. So for the Skaven armies and Lore Master of Sotek, we have 2 groups of the Death Runners. Death Runners, a very solid choice. They have stock. Therefore, they're not going to take a ton of missile damage until they get close. They have good armor-piercing damage, but they also have the Weeping Blades, which for anyone who doesn't know, the Weeping Blades do lower the target's armor by 50%. So you could be attacking, a armored dwarf unit that has 120 armor, 100. It's going to lower it pretty hard and allow your other like crappy units to actually do some damage. Skaven slaves across the front line going to be taking blasting charges, arrows, all that kind of good stuff for the Under Empire. So very, very cool stuff there. Top of that, we got Rat Ogres. So Rat Ogres, also a good choice, but the Rat Ogres can get punished really quick by Jawi missile lines. Personally, I'm a huge fan of Bugman's Rangers in this matchup, and they're a perfect counter against Rat Ogres. On top of that, Sotek does have some Storm Vermin, so not a bad choice. Yes, their AP is low, but they give you sustainability. At least they're not going to just get karate chopped instantly. They're going to hold and allow you to kind of do damage with your other troops. We got Queek Headtaker with his Dwarf Gouger. You can see he's actually got a dwarf head on the back here, so these dwarves are going to be pissed seeing this guy. We got an Assassin as well with Trophy Heads. Trophy Heads is going to be great. If Queek and the Assassin are able to get on the Rune Lord, he's pretty much done for. We got a Plague Priest with pretty much not all of the abilities, but he does have the Summons and the Withering, and we also have a Plague Claw Catapult. Another good choice. The Dawi don't bring a cannon, but oh, look at this. Very, very good play here from the Dwarves. It looks like the Iron Giant has brought a Bolt Thrower, so the Bolt Thrower is going to be a very, very good counter against that artillery piece. For the Dwarf Army, it looks like in the front line, we have Dwarf Warriors, which you don't really need much more than that, honestly. Dwarf Warriors do really good. He's getting extra crazy. He does also have Norgrimling's Ironbreakers, and on the far side, he has the Grumbling Guard. So the Grumbling Guard, for anyone who doesn't know, Regiment of Renown of Longbeards, they have a Vigor aura, so it does give 9% Vigor to all nearby troops, which can be pretty, important as the game grinds on. And typically, the Dwarves do fight the long game, right? Althar's Raiders here. In the back, we got 2 groups of Quarrelers, a lot of Slayers, Dragonback Slayers, who are going to be flanked by Miners, and that is a pretty sweet little Dwarf army. Not going to lie. Start when ready. I'm coming back. I'm growing the power mullet. There's going to be a mullet along the way, so you guys should be excited for that. That'll happen someday. I don't know when, but whenever it gets to the point where I can actually do it. Everyone already wronged us. Oh man. Yeah, Norgrimlings are going to be hard to kill. I mean, Death Runners and Rat Ogres. I mean, Queek has good armor piercing too, so I mean, Queek can eventually grind through them, but it's going to take forever. So here we go. Battle's underway. Skaven forces are going to be advancing on the Proud Dwarves. The Bolt Thrower has a little bit of a shorter range than the Plague Claw Catapult, so I believe it's 340, and the Catapult is like 400s, yeah, so it's a pretty substantial advantage. Now, if this Plague Claw Catapult can get some good damage on these Ironbreakers early, that could be huge. I mean, and those guys, they're pretty slow, but man, they took that shot like an absolute champ. They didn't even lose any models. Like these Norgrimling's Ironbreakers took that artillery shot directly to the face, and they didn't lose a single model, which is pretty incredible. So those guys moving forward, yeah, if I were Sotek, I would do the same thing. I would just unleash all of my ammunition into the Norgrimling's Ironbreakers here and try and get my money's worth. So here it comes, just dropping the fire here on these guys, and still haven't lost a single model. Rat Ogres are going to be coming around the wide flank, so Sotek looking to get a bit of envelopment. Perhaps he's going to use the Death Runners to kind of muck up the Slayers and then follow up with the Rat Ogres in the back, which could be pretty strong, but the Skaven front line definitely going to be faltering here. Blasting charges are going to be launched here from these Miners probably in a moment. Looks like he's going after the Storm Vermin. Personally, I might use those on the Slaves just to kind of break them really quick, but I mean, it doesn't do much against armor, but I guess that's probably worth it. Yeah, that's probably worth it. Dwarf Warriors are going to be engaging in the front line with the Chaff, and the Plague Monks are also going to be running in or out. Those are actually Death Runners in the front line against the Warriors of Dragonfire Pass. So their armor is now 24. So these dwarves are essentially naked from those Weeping Blades. Plague Claw Catapult coming in, and you can also see that the Skaven Furnace is coming in. So he's going to be summoning some rats in the back line, which is going to be good. If he can just get some juicy summons. Ooh, this is not good for the Iron Giant. The Rune Lord here is actually caught up by Queek Headtaker. And Queek, both in lore, oh my god, you see him, he was like doing karate stuff with his blades here, but Queek is very, very powerful in terms of dueling Dwarf Lords, especially the Rune Lord, because the Rune Lord can't really fight back. So the Rune Lord's just getting spanked. He has the Withering on him, so Sotek using those like fat armor debuffs. He does respond with the Master Rune of Oath and Steel to counterbalance that, but nonetheless, things are getting pretty crunk here for the Dawi here in the front line. In the meantime, on the flanks, Skaven Slaves have kind of mucked up this whole formation, and the Death Runners are coming in. Ooh, they could get some heavy damage here if they're able to get in and maybe get on top of that Bolt Thrower. That would be really nice because it would save that Plague Claw Catapult. In the back, though, Quarrelers are a little bit undefended, and Rat Ogres have gotten up and around the flank, and the Dwarves do not have ample protection here in the back. The Rat Ogres are going to be rushing in, just clubbing some of these Quarrelers, doing huge damage. So Sotek's definitely getting really aggressive here. His Plague Furnace doing a very good job. The Ironbreakers also getting run over by the Plague Priest here. And yeah, Sotek and Queek seem to be in a pretty good position so far as Skaven go. In the back, you can see the Dragonback Slayers were kind of defending the flank, but the Death Runners should be able to kind of clean up these Miners and then maybe from there get into the back line of these Raiders and Quarrelers, but we'll find out in just a moment. On the far side, Skaven Slaves just still mucking things about, and you can see that the Rune Lord is being attacked by an Assassin and Rat Ogre, so yeah, I mean, this is going to be tough. If the Rune Lord goes down to the Skaven assassination, I mean, what should happen with this Rune Lord, he really needs to be stacked on top of Slayers. If he was just sitting on top of Dragonback Slayers, I mean, he would be pretty safe, but in this situation, he's being trophy heads, just all these perpetual debuffs, it's very, very strong. The Warriors of Dragonfire Pass are holding pretty proudly. The Grumbling Guard, of course, in suit here, and it looks like Queek Headtaker actually has taken a bit of damage from the Dwarf Infantry. That Mortis Engine effect, though, is going to be kind of adding up. Even though they do have magic resist, they're still going to be taking 75% of that damage, which is quite a bit. Over here, Death Runners are still working on the Miners, doing a nice little grind here, and you can see the Althar's Raiders getting some decent fire, but I don't know why they're shooting into the Clan Rats. They should be switched onto the Plague Priest here. If the Altar's Raiders and the Quarrelers just use the Mark of Altar, focus down the Plague Priest here, and you could be in pretty good shape. But yeah, maybe he just has it on manual fire. But he does break the Clan Rats. Maybe he's just trying to free up the Bolt Thrower. But this is a very dangerous situation. The Death Runners are going to mulch through these miners, and they're easily going to get in and butter the bread of these dwarves here. The Rune Lord has gotten away, so he's stable, and the dwarves are starting to kind of stabilize in a multitude of different areas in the battlefield. You can see the Skaven front line, as it usually is going to be faltering pretty bad. And Queek is going to be fighting Slayers and the Grumbling Guard. He doesn't really have any supporting elements, as most of his troops in the center have buckled off, which is very Skaven. But on the flanks, it's pretty disastrous for the dwarves. The Death Runners in the back are cleaning up the miners. They're going to be pretty much having free range here. And more importantly, the Plague Claw Catapult is still online and still has ample ammunition. Still has 11 shots left, so it's going to be able to shoot in there and just kind of work on a lot of these dwarf infantry. Even if the battle becomes like a bit of a skirmish and devolves into some kiting. Look at Queek just doing somersaults, getting all crazy. But ooh, this is not good for Queek, guys. He's being chased down by the Dragonback Slayers. Those guys are a terror in the night. In the meantime, the Skaven Assassin is going to be going after the Rune Lord, something that you've seen many times in the history of the Warhammer universe. The Assassin is going to have trouble getting through that heavy armor, even with trophy heads, but he's still getting in there. I mean, if he can get him, that's going to be really, really powerful. Rat Ogres in the back actually being focused down pretty substantially by these Quarrelers, so they're starting to take some damage finally. So what do we have left for the Skaven? We've got Skaven Slays, we got some Storm Vermin here. We have pretty much a full health group of Death Runners for Sotek. And over here, let's see what we have. We have some Storm Vermin who are winning against Dwarf Warriors, and it looks like we have some Rat Ogres coming back as well. But again, I think this artillery piece... Oh, it looks like the Bolt Thrower was able to get a lot of damage on that. So Bolt Throwers are very, very good at sniping those out. There still is this Plague Furnace, though, which is going to have Mortis Engine. So if you can kind of get rid of the Dwarven missile units, like the Altar's Raiders and the Quarrelers, and just kind of use this Mortis Engine with summons to kind of support it, you could be in pretty good shape. Oh, Queek Headtaker's coming in. He's going after the Dwarf Lord. You can see Queek just sprinting after this guy. Oh, man, look at him. Skaven are pretty big, actually. I mean, I guess, yeah, they're like almost human size, I guess, when they stand up straight. But Verminous Valor, Dwarf Gouger has been popped, and he gets a nice Prison Shank on the Rune Lord. The Rune Lord is getting very low, guys, and it looks like the Lore Master of Sotek is in a pretty advantageous situation here. The Dragonback Slayers doing their thing, but the Clan Rat Summons are going to be good. Slayers have really poor defensive stats, and yeah, I don't know. This is really, really solid stuff, and also the Plague Furnace is still somewhat healthy, I think. Let's look around. We got Rat Ogres here. The Plague Furnace, it's getting a little bit beat up. But the Skaven Slay Pebbles, that also adds up and does quite a bit of damage against these. Ooh, look at this. The Rune Lord is actually broken. Trophy Heads kind of in conjunction with some of these Death Runners chasing him is enough. And it looks like the Rune Lord might be rode down by the Plague Furnace. You can see the bell, well, not the bell, but the Plague Sensor is going to be just booming up there, and he's getting chased down. And it looks like the Death Runners should be able to finish this guy off. He probably has, how much HP left? Probably like 300 or something like that. Queek Headtaker, in the meantime, he's standing his ground against a horde of angry dwarfs. We have Dwarf Warriors, we have the Dragonback Slayers. There is an Assassin over here who's a little bit mucked up as well, but Queek does not want to be fighting here. The Pebbles are coming in, kind of saturating those dwarves, but the Bounce of Power is going a little bit... Oh man, this is an intense game for sure, guys. The Plague Furnace here is going to be kind of routing off some of these guys, but yeah, the Bounce of Power is shifting heavily. And the dwarves get smacked with army losses. The only units that are going to be fighting are Dragonback Slayers. And it looks like Sotek's Death Runners with Queek Headtakers, just perpetual pursuits of those powerful Dwarf Lords, are able to pull out the victory. So you guys thought the meme was here. You guys thought that the Skaven were going to ensure his doom, but Sotek comes back with the steel chair and takes game one. The Dragonback Slayers, of course, will fight to the bitter end, but there's just too many Skaven left. There's going to be Slingers, there's Rat Ogres, they're going to be meeting their glorious doom here. Although, wouldn't it be funny if they just like won the game somehow? No, there's a group of 109 Storm Vermin over there that could easily defeat these guys. So, man, Queek Headtaker. Yeah, he's scurrying away. Queek was just a beast that game, hunting down those Dwarf Lords. Man, Sotek coming in with the chair. That was a wild one. So, Lore Master of Sotek, let's go ahead and update the scorecard, is going to be coming in with a 1-0. So it's best of 3, and then we'll be moving on to the next series here. So let's go ahead now and stand by new races. All right. So let's go ahead and get that that sweet poll going. And I'm going to copy it from the desktop here, and we're going to go ahead and... So, first and foremost, we're going to be voting on Sotek's races, so here you go. It's time. Voting is up in just a moment. Stay tuned. And there it is. Poll is up. Make sure to click it, guys. Go over there and vote. I'm voting right now. I'm voting. I voted so hard. Oh, I see the votes coming in. What's it gonna be? No, there's certain factions like that nobody votes for. It's so funny. We got 23 votes, 25. We're gonna let it go for another minute here. Make sure to scroll back up in chat if you guys missed it. And Misha, please also feel free to grab the link, the straw poll link, and just keep relinking it if you could. Just keep dropping it and seeing, so, you know, because it kind of gets pushed up a little bit. So just keep dropping it if it's not a problem. Thank you so much. Here we go. And what is the lore master of Sotek gonna get? That is the perpetual question. 100. Oh, the votes are climbing. Oh man. Oh, you guys are treating him well. Oh man. Oh, this is close. We have just a brutal race between Lizardmen and Wood Elves. A brutal race. So Lizardmen are very close to winning. I'm sure Sotek is crossing his fingers right now. Misha is dropping the poll. We'll let it go for a little bit longer because I see a lot of you guys are... I know people are excited. So you vote within the poll. It's not going to do anything in chat if you type it. So, okay, guys. I'm going to give it another 15, 30 seconds, but Wood Elves are up. Lizardmen are chasing. Are the Lizardmen going to catch up? We have 276 votes. Oh, man. You guys want him to play Wood Elves? Oh, you guys are cruel. Okay. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, guys. Lore Master is playing the Wood Elves. Voting is closed, so we're going to go ahead and pop the results. Poll results. All right, Misha, that's good. You're good? It's closed. He's playing Wood Elves. Actually, I guess we could just see what it locks in with here. Oh my god, is it a tie? Wood Elves are up, it looks like. No, hold on. Wow. Wow, guys, we got Wood Elves won by 1 vote! 68 to 67. 68 to 67. Sotek, Wood Elves by 1 vote over Lizards. I'm just gonna let him know. It was 1 vote, guys. 1 vote. He's so mad. Look at him. All right, now we're going to do Iron Giant. You guys ready for Iron Giant? Okay, here we go. And it's showtime. Go. No, Misha, not yet. We gotta do this first. All right, guys. Wood Elves won. They won by 1 when I closed it. Yeah. On my end, it said it was 1. Let me look here. How come the second one didn't go off here? Did it go off here? Aha, there it is. Okay. Well, you guys, regardless, are going to get to vote for another game because when I technically ended the countdown, it just had a little delay, but it was Wood Elf. So here you go, guys. Here is the. This is for Iron Giant. Go ahead and do that. Player 2's army here. I'm gonna go vote for the. Yeah, let's throw a vote to these guys. Okay, so I'm actually gonna open my phone up. The voting is up. We're gonna see what they get. Sotek's so mad about having to play Wood Elves. No, we don't do mirror matches. There's no mirror matches. Sotek must suffer for the lady. Hey, James Sibry, thank you for the donation, man. Really appreciate it. If you guys are enjoying the format, please make sure to drop a like and all that kind of stuff. I'm actually gonna do something on my phone here real quick. And let's see what we got. So, it's getting there. I'm gonna let it go for another second here. I'm actually gonna run a timer on my phone. And we will run a timer, and then I'm just gonna stop the poll, and whatever the system actually gives me, we'll Okay, we got 1 more minute. Well, 30 seconds. We'll do 30 seconds. That should be okay. Oh my god. Mikola, thank you for the donation of the 50 zloty, Polish zloty. Dziękuję bardzo, my friend. Dziękuję bardzo. My Polish wife and I will have a feast in your honor. Thank you. Let's see, guys. It's a very close race between the Beastmen and the Bretonnians. So currently we have 47 for Beastmen. It's literally neck and neck. 20 more seconds. I'm going to close the poll. And here we go. It wasn't 20 seconds quite, but it's been long enough. All right, so I closed it. And we're going to let it just resolve here in a second. Okay, the poll is done. Why are you guys doing this? Why is it 48? 48. Oh, man. Okay, so I'm going to give him a choice. If there's a tie, I'm just going to let the player choose. Or I could just vote and like be the tiebreaker. You guys are such trolls. It's a tie. It's a tie. I'm going to let him choose. I'm going to let him choose. Subtext army is so ridiculous. It's the player's choice now. Beast? Is he going beasts? Oh my god, this is like, this format is so ridiculous. It's a tie. It's up to him. Beastman, on my end, hang on. Oh yeah, the Beastmen actually have 50. Okay, for some reason that you're Beastman. It updated. It updated late. It updated late. Sorry guys. So he's gonna be Beastman. Yeah. Okay, so we have a Beastman versus Wood Elf matchup, which is again a very thematic one. So clearly, you guys, I think I'm getting like the vibe of what races you guys like to see. Beast for the Goat God. No, it actually updated. There was like 2 votes that came in a little bit delayed. So for some reason, I don't know why, but you guys are gonna like Sotek's army quite a bit. It's pretty awesome. And if you guys are, I see we have 808 people in here. If you guys are enjoying this format, please make sure to drop a like. And I'll also add this to the pool of like regular formats if it's popular enough and you guys enjoy it. Yeah, so yeah, it's interesting, Misha, because when I hit the poll results, it does stop the poll, but sometimes like 1 or 2 trickle in after that. Yeah. So I don't know, but it worked out. We got our votes now. It's 50 for the Beastmen, 48 for Bretonnia is what the final poll was. The Lizardmen actually did pretty well, but like nobody votes for the undead factions. Nobody. All right. They're picking their armies. It's time. So if Sotex takes this, that's going to be a 2-0, and he'll be moving on to the grand finals. Be a lot of fun. I have a feeling that Sotek, I don't think he likes playing Wood Elf, so if anything, he's probably going to just go with like a melee army. That would be my guess. Hey Johnny, I'm glad you're liking the format. I think it's really fun. It's like, it's because you get to see races like, and it also forces players out of their comfort zone, which I think makes for really interesting gameplay. My factions have lost every time. I mean, Orion is like, has some goat qualities. Hey, no worries, William. Don't stress it, man. I just appreciate having you here. No need to donate or anything. Let's do this. I'm just having a blast. Well, you know, you guys can strategize as a collective chat. I know it's a little bit tough because there's so much going on, but if someone's up a game, you can throw them a bad faction or someone who's bad and then counterpick them. You can counterpick the players if you guys work together. It's a little bit tough because there's, you know, obviously some disconjointed, but I think it's pretty fun. Imagine doing this for like Everchosen. Oh my god. He's going to use Felcon's army from yesterday. You think so, Zach? Yeah, we'll see. We will see. It looks like Lore Master of Sotek is ready. And we're going to see what the... Oh, wow. I don't know. Sorry, when ready. I'm like speaking in Eldritch Cthulhu language there. We'll add like other variables too. So I think what we'll do for future renditions of this tournament is we'll have you guys vote on the armies and then vote on their lord. So not this week, but maybe next time we do it, like we'll have 2 polls and you guys get to vote on the lord choice as well. So they have to play like, you know, Tretch or like, you know, someone haggard like that. Or, you know, Slost or whatever. I don't know. I'll think of some fun ways to do it. So the first ever chosen was won by the Gobbo King. The second one was won by Talaxalan Soothsayer. And the third one was won by Aerocrastic. We have quite a rap sheet of challengers there. Yeah, Wicked D, I like that idea, man. Yeah, we could do this for a 2v2 tournament. All right, so let's go ahead and get rid of the blocker here. Oh, that's the wrong one. Go. We have a lot more tournaments, so for anyone joining, you're pretty early. This is the first best of 3. So we have 2 best of 3s and a best of 5. So there's going to be a lot of games ahead, especially... Yeah. All right, guys, so here we are in Game 2 between Lore Master of Sotek, who's going to be facing off against the Iron Giant, who's actually going by Embly 20, or 2020 here. But anyways, for the forces of the Wood Elves, it looks like we're going to have Big Daddy Durthu. So obviously Sotek probably likes the more aggressive style regardless, so he's going to be going for the Tree Spank. And honestly, Durthu isn't a bad choice against Beastmen. Beastmen have trouble against these big targets. Because what are you going to do? Run Minotaurs in? Minotaurs are going to get skewered by War Dancers. Raiders are going to have trouble with his 100 armor. Throwing Axes are a very good choice, but you don't really think to bring Throwing Axes against Wood Elves. So some serious mind games going on from Sotek. He's got War Dancers, he's got Big Daddy Durthu with Flock of Doom, that's it. And a Branch Wraith with heals. So solid stuff. Flock of Doom is really good. The Branch Wraith with the Call of the Wilds, giving the 8 melee attack to all the Azrai Spheres is going to be really strong. He's got Eternal Guard mixed in as well. In the back, Wild Riders are very good. They smash Centaurs super hard. They can cycle charge the Beastmen infantry into the Shadow Realm. I'm loving Sotek's army, guys. I'm loving it. And for the armies of the Beastmen, let's see how amply prepared they are. It looks like it's going to be Goreherds with shields. We got Koroks Manrippers, Vestigors, Goreherds, so pretty diverse army, but he did bring some AP. He does have the Koroks Manrippers and a group of standard Vestigors in the front line here. On top of that, we got 3 groups of Raiders, which will be really good against Azrai Spears, actually. Azrai Spears are basically just naked ladies with spears, so they're going to take a ton of damage. He does have the Eye of Moorsleep in the back, so it looks like there's going to be some fat boulders going into the face of Big Daddy Durthu, Morker, and a Wildcaster with Cygor summoning. So this is like going to be a heated game. He's got spears in the back, Ungor Spearman Herds defending, and it looks like that's going to be it. Yo, Felcon's a very, very good player, absolutely. All right, start whenever. And it's showtime, guys. The next edition is going to be a gambling ring. I probably shouldn't even say that. I'm probably going to get demonetized for saying gambling in my video. Like, oh, is that one of those gambling scam videos? Oh, man. What do you guys think? This is a good... I like this Wood Elf build quite a bit. But again, Azrai Spears are going to take a ton of damage from like Goreherds and stuff. So Durthu's going to have to anchor that front line, guys. I mean, I really think the Beastmen, as far as armies go, I think they have a slight... It's really going to come down to Sotek's micro with his Wild Riders. If he can get in there and kill those Raiders and cycle charge the Gores and stuff, he could win this. But if he doesn't, then that's going to be all she wrote, for sure. All right, game's underway. Cygor is going to probably be throwing boulders, I would imagine, at Durthu or either that or the Wild Riders. Those would probably be my targets. But here he comes. Oh, downtown. Is the boulder going to weave through the trees? Oh, it's going to get a nice little shot there right into those Azrai Spears. It crunches about 10 of those guys right out of the gate. So that boulder generating... I mean, 10 models is a lot of stopping power. So being able to kill that much quickly is... And yeah. Yeah, guys, it's a loot box, all right? It's not gambling. Other boulder coming in. So the Eye of Moorsleep destroying Sotek's front line. So those Azrai Spears having a really rough time. And yeah, here comes the Wood Elves. And it looks like the Wild Riders are doing a massive overload. So instead of flanking both sides, he's actually pulling all 4 of his Wild Riders over to this side. Maybe he's going to try and do like a huge blitz and collapse his formation. Now, what I would do if I were Sotek, I would grab the Wild Riders and I would charge into the front line and smash these Gores. They don't have charge defense. Going around the back, you're going to have to deal with Spears and trying to get around them. But yeah, the War Dancers with Azrai Spears are going to get torn up here by the Gores. I mean, it'll be a good fight, but like cost for cost, the Goreherds are going to trade much more efficiently here because these Spears obviously aren't the melee War Dancers. I mean, look at the damage they're taking. They're actually losing, and they cost a lot more than the Goreherds. That's kind of a tough situation. Sotek definitely needs to keep his army a little bit higher and tighter, in my opinion, but here come the Wild Riders. I mean, these guys are going to be the real bread and butter. So one group of Wild Riders coming right down the pipe, which I like. Sotek with the frontal aggression. These guys are going to come in and lance these gore herds, and that's going to be really nice, but it looks like they got a little bit of a limp charger. Maybe they're trying to like squeak through and get onto the archers, I would imagine. Yeah, it looks like Sotek's trying to get through here and get onto the raiders. Now in the middle, Big Daddy Durthu's not having a good time. He does drop a Flock of Doom, which is really good. He does also have some Azrai Spears back here to fall back to, and of course there is healing available. So some Chaos Spawn have been summoned by Morker the Shadowgave. And the Wild Riders coming into the pit fight, which I kind of disagree with, because I feel like they're just going to get kind of taken down by the halberds and some of these spears. But in the back, Sotek getting a really good charge, so maybe it was a bit of a distraction, right? Pull them in and then, ooh, yeah, great play by Sotek. Sotek gets a great charge back here on the Ungor Raiders. Takes two of those guys out, and you can see that the best scores are not having a good time with Big Daddy Durthu and his Earthblood, but pretty much this one group of Wild Riders really just kind of got sandwiched. But he does get rid of the Raiders, and if he can sweep around and get that last group of Raiders and just chase them off the battlefield, that is going to be some serious value for sure. In the back, the Branch Wraith is going to be helping out these Eternal Guard against these Gore Herds, and that fight should be pretty winnable. In the meantime, Durthu's just kind of tanking, standing with his War Dancers with Azrai Spears, but they're fighting Chaos Spawn and Korok's Man Rippers. There's a lot of tough engagements here, and the second Cygor summon, I think, hasn't gone off yet, so it looks like we have the Eye of More Sleep, so perhaps the Beastmen player is going to be holding it in reserve. And don't be fooled by the Bounce of Power. That's really normal against Beastmen. With the Chaos and the Cygor summons, or Chaos Spawn and Cygor summons, it really falsely inflates the Bounce of Power. One group of Wild Riders pretty much offline, 1-2 here, and I think he might have lost like two of those guys. Charging into the middle there was a bit of a risky gambit. Now there is Flock of Doom, some pretty good tools against like the mass hordes of Beastmen. Chaos Spawn here doing their thing. Up on the high ground, the Branch Wraith is fighting with them, but yeah, the two groups of Chaos Spawn really just pretty meaty stuff. And also Chaos Spawn have really good mass, so Durthu can't escape until these guys disappear. They have not that much HP, about 1800 give or take, but they're still just a horde of Beastmen. But the Sword of Daith plus Flock of Doom is going to be really good against this blob if he can somehow stabilize. Wild Riders coming in for a charge, maybe looking to go after the Ungor Raiders or the Eye of More Sleep, so here they come. And yeah, Durthu going down like that is not good, but a very good charge coming in from Sotek. The Beastmen player doing a great job just with the surrounds and just the numbers and just pressure from all angles. The Iron Giant here in the back is getting these Gore Herds and these Chaos Spawn, and it looks like he's going to be focusing down the Branch Wraith, which is a really good choice. It's going to kind of neuter Durthu, right? And you can see another Chaos Spawn or Cygor summon coming in. So it looks like Iron Giant might have waited to use this just to trigger army losses, right? Because when you summon a monster that powerful, it definitely affects the bounce of power. A pretty good play there, and Durthu can't really run now. He's going to be taking Cygor boulders to the face, and though they're not meant to be used as like a Bone Giant or something, they still can do some heavy damage. So I really think that's going to be it. The Beastmen hordes just kind of ran him over there. I mean, Sotek's army was good, but I think the Gore Herds trading into the Azrai Spears was one of the main reasons why things went badly. The Azrai Spears are not going to trade well with Gore Herds. Gore Herds hit like trucks for how cheap they are. They cost like $550 or something for a standard Gore Herd. Durthu dropping some hot fire into the blob there. With the Azrai Spears cost like, what, $800-900, and they're going to be losing that fight. So you're already losing so much money there. And from there, the Wild Riders, I think they needed to be used on a frontal charge to hammer the Gore Herds, which would then let the Azrais win the matchup, pull back, go up and around the back. The way they kind of sandwiched into that middle blob fight where Durthu was, I think kind of was one of the downfalls of the Wood Elves. And that's going to be all she wrote. So guys, we're going to game 3. We're going to game 3. The gods, the chat gods have punished Sotek for his victory in the first game by giving him the Wood Elves. And it looks like that's going to be game 2 for the Iron Giant coming in hard with the Iron Chair. So yeah, that's tough stuff. All part of the great plan? Well, apparently so. So well played to both players. So let's go ahead and put Wookiee up, and it's time for the next poll. All right, so firstly, let's go ahead and we're going to do Sotek's races. So here we go, guys. Starting that in just a second. This is going to be for Sotek's race in the third and final game. Now he can't play the same races as before. So if they win, I'm just going to disqualify. You have to give him something new. Third battle. I mean, you guys want to give Sotek his lizards? It's up to you. You guys are the heralds of his choice here. Yeah. You guys can give him Empire, sure. So it's loading up right now. And there it is. Draw pulls up. It's here. And let's go ahead and get this going. I can spam my own chat. All right, guys. I'm gonna vote for. I'm gonna vote for his. I'm gonna vote for his lizards. I'm gonna vote for his lizards. Oh, you guys, there's some. Oh my God. Oh, the votes. Lizardmen with a dominating victory so far. Oh my God. So let's see what Sotek's saying in chat. Stay tuned. Sotek's next race coming. Wow, okay, you guys really are giving Sotek the goods here. He's getting his lizards. For the great plan. All right, guys. We're going to call that one because that's such a... There's no way anyone else is going to catch up. So that's enough linking for there. Full results. So I'm going to let Sotek know he's getting lizards. Let's take a moment and watch to see how Sotek reacts to this. I know, I don't know what Iron Giant's favorite faction is, though. You guys give Iron Giant whatever you want. You could give him a good faction, like Vampires or Coast or anyone. I mean, anything. But Lizardmen are, you know. Sotek says, what holiday is next? Valentine's. So, Giant. It's a Valentine's Day miracle. So, Iron. What races do you like? Watching me lose anyways. All right, so it's up to you guys here. We're going to start with the next poll here in just a moment. So Sotek's Lizardmen won pretty substantially there. And now we're going to be going on to the Player 2 poll. Player 2 army. Here we go. Poll for the Iron Giant. So apparently Iron Giant likes... He says he likes Skaven. Iron Giant says he likes Skaven. It's up to you guys. It's up to you guys. The poll will launch here in just a moment. He wants Skaven, he says, but again, you guys determine that. You guys are the heralds of the apocalypse here for him. So we got the poll. Polling's open, and go ahead and jump over to the poll. And I will vote for his Skaven. Oh, we got a fight on our hands, though. We got a fight on our hands. It's not necessarily Skaven. It could be Chaos, which hopefully he likes Chaos. Chaos is a top tier faction. Like, they're really good, so don't feel bad if he gets that. Oh my god, Skaven coming in with a steel chair and crushing Chaos over its knee. Oh my goodness. So you can do Skaven, but the same player can't play them twice. So Sotek played Skaven, but Iron Giant has not, so he can play Skaven. All right, we're just going to call it Skaven. Yeah, that Skaven is like, I don't know, that's pretty dominant. 155 to 44 for the next one. All right, so it's going to be Skaven versus Lizardmen. That's a pretty dominant Skaven victory. The steel Vermin chair. You guys like that action-packed straw poll narration? Porquique! You guys are, you know what's going to be fun about this stream is you guys are going to get to see all the memes, like all the factions that, you know, don't get picked as often. The next map is going to be Estalian Tomb. Oh, who are we going to get? We're going to see, guys. The moment of truth is upon us. We're on the Estalian Tomb with the lizards versus the Skaven. So while they pick their armies, I'm going to go get some water. The Warpstone chair just coming there. Sheepman Miley, thank you so much for the 8, man, for the donation. Really appreciate it. Hopefully you're enjoying the format. I know it's a little bit of a late day, but I'm trying to, yeah, the scoreboard, right? We got to update that. Thank you so much. Sorry, I knew I was forgetting something, so I felt a little bit off. So Iron Giant and Sotek here 1-1 in the series. And we're going to see if Sotek can execute the great plan, or if Iron Giant can fulfill the will of the Council of 13 and please the Great Horned Rat. We're going to find out here in this this next episode. Oh, it's happening. I'm not trying to cheat anyone. I got the scoreboard. We're good, brothers. Okay, I'm going to go grab a quick drink of water, and we'll be right back. Back in action, my friends. And it looks like we got a donation as well. Nermy the Nerm. You should combine this format with your Gotrek and Felix format. I probably will. I think that'd be really fun. I think that'd be really fun. We're going to see. It looks like the Skaven forces are ready. And we're going to see what the Lizards bring. Will the great plan be fulfilled? Or will the Council of 13 release their maniacal cackles from the Under Empire? Find out today. Yeah, I'm really surprised. I thought you guys might like troll and not give them what they wanted, but I think in the final game it makes sense when everything's on the line. Like troll them in the first game, or if someone's down, you know, kind of work with it. But I like how you guys think. I like it. There's tons of games left, and again, my apologies for starting late. Had some stuff going on, and the Gotrek and Felix format is Jordan is just a 2v2 tournament. And Gotrek and Felix are like the ultimate pair, like team in Warhammer universe, right? So I mean, you know, you have Teclis and Turin, whatever, all these, but nothing beats Gotrek and Felix. So yeah, that's just what I called it. It's just a 2v2 tournament where each player controls like half of an army, like 6,200 gold worth, which is all right. And here we are in the finals of this first best of 3 between Loremaster of Sotek and the Iron Giant, coming in with the Iron Chair. Oh, look at this. I never use that view. I don't know. I've seen other YouTubers do it, but I don't like it for some reason. How can you even see what's going on? It's tracing that. How could this happen to me? I got the Wood Elves. All right, so let's take a look at the armies for the Lizards. In the front line, it's going to be skink cohorts with javelins. Great choice, honestly. I mean, you don't need elite infantry to beat down the Skaven. Granted, Saurus will really beat the brakes off Skaven infantry, so there is some give and take. But the javelins gives you some ranged potential against bigger targets like rat ogres and hell pit abominations and things like that. He does have 2 groups of the skink skirmishers, so not going with the chameleons. He just has these standard blowpipes out here, and you can see these guys look like they're ready to party. And none other than Jabba the Hutt is going to be out here enforcing the will of the old ones. And he has Apotheosis, Arcane and Forging, Curse of the Midnight Wind, pretty standard stuff. And Temple Guard, so he has Temple Guard, who are going to be protecting Mazdamundi. And Sotek, of course, has that perfect balance of like thematic and competitive. And that he's literally going to be having Temple Guard guarding Mazdamundi, which is very, very cool. Basiladon, the Rev Crystal, Croxagores, which are a very good answer against Storm Vermin, Sora Spears in the back against Rat Ogres and Hell Pits, and 2 groups of Coldland Riders. So I like that army quite a bit. And now for the Council of 13 in the Iron Giant. Yes, it is time. Just time. The front line, it's going to be Storm Vermin with swords and shields. A good choice. They're resilient. They can beat down skanks. They can take those javelins to the face and be happy about it. It's got Poison Wind Globadiers, Lord Skrulk, and an Assassin, a couple groups of Night Runner Slingers. So these ones have superior range. They have 140, so they can put some okay pressure on things, but I don't know what good targets. Maybe they're just there to kind of poke down skink skirmishers and things like that. In the back, Rat Ogres, a couple groups of Clan Rats with spears, and then he does also have a Warp Lightning Cannon. In the far distance, there's going to be just a deep vanguard of the Night Runners, or Death Runners, excuse me. So the Death Runners going to be coming in, doing a little bit of rear flanking action. Now, I don't know, in this matchup, I don't know if I would like Vanguard them, because like, what are you going to ambush, right? Lizardmen don't have any static artillery or missile pieces really, so I'd probably keep them in the front and use them to sunder the armor of like Croxagores and things like that, or maybe the big lords, but we'll see. Maybe it'll work out and it'll really catch Sotek off guard. So we're going to find out here today, boys. Good luck to the Iron Giant and Loremaster of Sotek. Yes, it's going to be fun, guys. Going to be fun. I'm going to make sure everything's good on the stream end. And yeah, it's showtime. Luminarchs are powered by Light Wizards. I believe that is correct. Was there a stream last week? I would love a Balthazar Gelt hand, like a golden hand. Here we go. The classic eternal matchup here between the children of the old ones and the filthy rat people. I don't know, Skaven, oh man, I've been reading the Gotrek and Felix Skaven Slayer book. I actually finished it. And like the Skaven are so funny in that book. Like they're such trolls. Like the way they undo themselves with their own like plans, it's like if they would just work together and not like stab each other in the back, they would like dominate the world, but it's so funny. Anyways, Sotek's going to be pushing forward with the skink skirmishers, but the Night Runner's doing a good job, so it seems to be working out pretty well here for the Iron Giant, getting some pebble fire here on the skinks. He'll definitely be able to outtrade them, but it looks like Sotek's going to be applying some poison to the Storm Vermin, just trying to get those guys down, but Big Jabba and those Croxagores are going to spank these guys once the main fighting starts. Skink cohorts are going to be unleashing their first volley of javelins here, most likely into the Clan Rats, which will probably allow them to win that engagement. I mean, that's a lot of damage there. They have pretty similar stat lines too. Clan Rats are a little bit better, but if they're poisoned and beat up, maybe the Skinks might be able to win that one. Storm Vermin in the front line getting spanked by the Crocodiles here, so the Crocodile's going to be getting their spanking paddles out. It's like that Simpsons guy I always sent it out. Warp Lightning Cannon, in the meantime, is going to be going after Jabba, which is good. Jabba is like, you need to start working on him. If you save him for the late game, you're really going to regret it. But the Rat Ogre is coming in as well, going to be attacking Kroxigors, and Rat Ogres are a good answer here, but the Bastiladon and Jabba also going to be bum rushing in. And Jabba is like the destroyer of Stormvermin. He just runs those guys over. So on the flank, the Clan Rats pretty much have buckled to the pressure from the Sora Spears and the Skink cohorts with Javelins. But the Globadiers here are going to start firing as well. Poison Wing Globadiers do a ton of damage to the big dinos, and they might be able to burn down Jabba, so Sotek needs to be careful. Libra Bubonicus going down, all of these attacks, the Globadiers going down as well. But it's just really, can the Skaven front line hold up long enough for them to burn down Jabba? Because, you know, eventually these Saurus and these dinosaurs are going to get through. Lord Skrulk is looks like he's going to be pushing in towards Jabba as well with the Assassin. So the Assassin and Skrulk going after him. Jabba's on the run. Now Zlok is pretty quick, and he does have some supporting elements nearby. He has some Skinks. He's probably going to be rushing in to kind of protect the Grand Lizard Overlord here. And on top of that, Temple Guard doing a very good job. They're going to be a tough one to kill. In the back line, you can see the Rat Ogres. Ooh, look at this. Sword Spears have actually caught some of these Rat Ogres, but it looks like Iron Giant's going to move those guys pretty quick. Now, where's that Death Runner Vanguard? Where did those guys end up going? I'm just looking around to see if I can find them. Are they still, like, in the forest back there? Oh, it looks like they... So the Cold One Spear Riders ended up fighting the Death Runners. So my apologies for missing that, but the Death Runners actually won that. So that's a really good situation so far. And these Death Runners over here, or these Cold One Spear Riders, looks like they chased off the other group. So... back and forth. Both players basically went 1-for-1 with one another. So very close battle so far. The Skaven actually have a pretty strong little pocket. A lot of Stormvermin are going to be coming back. They have Slingers, they have Globadiers. The Temple Guard getting a little bit beat up here by the Globadier fire. Globadiers, of course, have very good armor piercing, and the shields aren't going to help them if they're being hit in the back. So those pebbles are really starting to wear them down. Now Jabba the Hutt, he's going pretty strong. He does have trophy heads on him, and of course he has Apotheosis and a Rev Crystal. So he has many ways to heal, and he has quite some distance before he gets to his healing cap. But Skrulk has really good armor piercing. He has the Contaminate, so he's going to be lowering the leadership of these guys. And, I mean, yeah, it's pretty scary. Rat Ogre still fighting. Curse of the Midnight Wind going down. Sotek maneuvering his Skink Skirmishers to try and poke down these Rat Ogres while they're buttered up with that debuff there. But a very close fight. I wouldn't say that anyone's in a very dominant position. Maybe the Skaven have a slight advantage, but even so, that Assassin gets ramrodded by Mazdamundi. Mazdamundi comes in with the tusks, or not tusks, but the horns of that Triceratops right there, and is able to do a ton of damage and actually tear out that Skaven Master there. So, Lord Skrulk is going to be the next target. I think if the dinos really want to get back in this game, I mean, that Warp Lightning Cannon needs to be shut down, and you can see the dinos are trying to get back there. You can see the Temple Guard and these other troops are trying to fight their way back to the Warp Lightning Cannon, but they're just not able to get back there. Just the Vermintide holding them in place. Sora Spears doing the same thing, just trying their best to get through the Storm Vermin, and they probably will, but Mazdamundi's taken way too much damage. Shield of the Old One's Apotheosis, trying to keep him up. And if he can kill Skrulk here, though, that could be something that could get him back in the game. If he can just goon or terror out Skrulk and maybe chase him off, that could be something that I think could be huge. But Skrulk actually does get off a Plague Monk summon right before he potentially terror outs or gets beaten down here. You can see some cohorts coming back in. Kroxigor's still fighting pretty hard. But yeah, that Warp Lightning Cannon is really the name of the game. A beautiful banishment coming down from Mazdamundi. Sotek fighting as hard as he can to claw his way back into this game. The Skaven have a little bit of an advantage right now. Mazdamundi's getting very low. He only has 1400 HP, but Skrulk actually gets terror routed there, but not before he gets a Liber Bubonicus. So beautiful play by both players. These guys are just on point right now. But the Warp Lightning and Liber is probably going to kill Mazdamundi. He only has 200 HP left. He's very low. Rev Crystal going down, just barely keeping Mazdamundi alive. 44 HP. Is Mazdamundi going to stabilize it? Oh man, if he does, that would be insane. That Rev Crystal doing some serious work here. But Skrulk Daddy is actually wavering. He's still going. The Warp Lightning Cannon hits Mazdamundi in the back and breaks him. The Skaven Assassin coming in. Is the Assassin going to get the attack? And down goes the Thick Toad, disappearing back to his temple or wherever he feels like going. I'm sure he can just teleport home. The Cold One Spear Riders have returned from their deep quest here. It looks like they're going to be going after the Warp Lightning Cannon. And the Skaven don't really have anything to protect it with. You can see here that the Iron Giant actually attacking with Night Runners, just trying to muck those guys up. But man, if you can get that Warp Lightning down, maybe. But Skrulk is stable. The Assassin is stable. That means there's going to be more summons. This is a scary game. I mean, maybe some terror routing, but the dinos looks like they're in full route for the most part. They're just running everywhere. And yeah, I don't know. This is looking pretty close, but I think that the Skaven might be able to edge this one out. The Warp Lightning Cannon crew is finally broken, but after a long time here, Cold One Spear Rider should be able to deal with these Rat Ogres relatively efficiently. But I think the Vermintide is just going to swarm in here. I just think there's too many Skaven, and the Cold One Spear Riders aren't going to be able to efficiently cut through all these infantry, and that's probably going to be game, but let's see. So there's some Skinks coming back here. There's some Skinks and Saurus coming back, but Skrulk being alive is a big problem. So right now, it looks like he's actually able to terrify those Rat Ogres, and if he can get Skrulk, maybe there could be some mass terror issues, and Sotek could get back in the game. Skrulk is actually wavering. He's at -2 leadership. Is he going to break before he gets that summon off? Ooh, but he does get this game in Slave Summon. And if this Bastiladon can kind of chase and kill Skrulk, maybe, but the Globadiers are still in line. The Cold One Spear Rider's just getting annihilated by all that Slinger Fire and Globadier Fire and all that stuff. And it looks like Skrolk is still alive. He might be able to squeak away. He has 41 HP, which is pretty insane. But Sotek's going to be reorganizing his forces, which is a good choice. Let these summons disappear. Re-rally the Skinks and the Kroxigors. Use that Rev Crystal as kind of an anchor for your army. And wow, what a game this is. This is nuts. Is there any other dinosaurs coming back? Okay, on the far side, there's some Skink skirmishers and a couple other troops. And the Skinks engage, the Saurus Spears engage, and the Bastiladon might be able to actually get a really good terror route situation going in. Those Kroxigors need to... yeah, these Poison Wind Globadiers are going to be nasty. I would probably send in the Rev Crystal first. You need to keep those Kroxigors healthy. They're going to be like your answer against Storm Vermin. Oh, they're getting so low in leadership. But the Assassin actually gets terror routed. And look at this. Sotek is coming back here, guys. The Lizardmen are fighting their way back into the game. The terror and just the persistence of these Saurus and these other troops. Kroxigors getting on the Poison Wind Globadiers. And the Skaven are in mass rout. Up here, the Coldland Spear Riders come back. Oh my god, so intense. Coldland Spear Riders come back, and they actually shut down the Warp Lightning Cannon yet again. 3 leadership. If this Warp Lightning Cannon gets back online, maybe the Skaven will be okay. But look at this Lizardmen force just pushing. The Kroxigors actually break, so that's really unfortunate. Maybe that's going to allow the Skaven to get back, but the Saurus Spears and the Globadiers being shut down, and yes, the Warp Lightning Cannon does get taken offline by those Coldland Spear Riders, the heroes of the Lizardmen Empire. Man, this is by far one of the best games I've seen in quite some time. Bastiladon, with the Terror Route, obviously might be able to break off this Assassin. The Assassin is still doing a ton of damage against these Saurus, though. He has 600 HP. He's being shanked by all those spears. And it looks like the Globadiers do not have much staying power left. But again, guys, there's still a big Skaven tide. It's really just coming down to, can this Bastiladon get rid of this Assassin, right? The Saurus Spears break. Oh, man, this Assassin has to go. If the Bastiladon can kill the Assassin and break him, yes, that's it. So if Sotek just chases this Assassin and rallies whatever troops he can, I think he'll be in good shape. But that Assassin has to fall. If this Assassin lives, I mean, he's going to potentially be in trouble because that gives the Skaven kind of a bastion of leadership. The Globadiers throwing their last couple volleys. It's not going to do much. I don't know if Sotek has the... Oh, look at that. The Kroxigors coming in with their spanking paddles, going after the Assassin, just spanking him over. And they have 46 speed compared to his 61 right now, which is pretty nuts when he has that scurry away mechanic. And the Dino's trying to stabilize. Skink Skirmishers are kiting the Storm Vermin over here. The Warp Lightning Cannon is back online. Oh, but it actually shatters. The crew shatters. And look at that. I think Lore Master of Sotek might... The Great Plan might come through here a bit. Man, Iron Giant's been doing so good, but just the Lizardmen staying power here is really just... This is like such an even good matchup here. So the Kroxigor is coming back in. You can see that the Bastiladon with the Rev Crystals pushing in, the Saurus Spears, and the Lizardmen take it. Oh my goodness. What a game. The Kroxigor spanking paddles in the 4th quarter. I cannot believe that. I really thought Sotek was out of that game. The Steel Bastiladon, hell yeah. Gary, the last dinosaur, doing work. So firstly, let's say very well played to the Iron Giant. That guy was a beast. He put up a great fight. He played the Skaven like an absolute champ, but the old plan just came through in that game, guys. Well played to Sotek. So that's going to be 2-1 here. So let's go ahead and update the scoreboard. And Sotek's going to be moving on to the finals. Damn. Well played. Elves lobby. Wow. Gary with the carry. That was crazy, right? That was crazy. All right, guys. So we're going to be jumping over to the finals lobby here. So let's go ahead and take a look at the brackets as well real quick. And again, my apologies for the other guys who've been waiting here. So we'll just do the Sotek moving on to the finals. Now it's going to be Professor Pone versus ODM Raim. It's going to be a fun one for sure. And let's go ahead and go here. And couple donations as well. Big thanks to Matthew Giannotti. Lore-wise, could I use a Lore of the Deepcaster on Luminarch to pressure wash my house? Just have like the spraying water. I don't know, man. Yeah, Sotek, that's a good question. And Jason Denny with a $20 donation for Gary. Dude, for Gary indeed. Gary was a monster that game, just carrying us into the sunset. So let's go ahead and update the scoreboards here for the new gentleman here. And we're going to be running the polls shortly so you guys can pick their races. And that's the format. For anyone who's joining a little bit late, you guys, through polls, are picking the... and we'll just put Raim so it'll all fit. And let's go ahead and make that a little bit nicer here. And let's get the boy. So Sotek, you guys will see Sotek again in the finals. And yeah, Sotek, that was an amazing game, dude. Oh my goodness. That was giving me anxiety just watching that. All right. Here we go. Races. ODM says hello. So let me get them the maps first and foremost, just in case they forgot them. Give them the maps. And now we're going to start with the next series of polls. So we're going to do Professor Pone first. So let's go ahead and get this going. Yeah, guys, thank you so much for your support, by the way. Hopefully this is a fun format for you guys. All right. So firstly, we're going to begin with the armies of Professor Pone. Here we go. First poll will be launching here in a moment for Professor Pone's armies. You guys get to pick, and we'll see what he gets. Poll is up. Go to the poll to vote. And I'm gonna go vote myself. I'm gonna give him the these guys, see if that works out. Poll's underway. Let's see what the Pone dog gets. It is time. Always give what else? Dark Elves are bust. Ooh, Pone's getting looks like. All right, so we're gonna let this run for another second here. Another 30 seconds of the poll running. Sigma. I love how the Vampire Coast gets like one vote. It gets like nothing. So sad. Are the elector counts being summoned? High Elves are up there. Right now the Empire is pretty dominant though. All right, I'm gonna close the poll now. All right, guys, poll's closing. And we're gonna let it resolve for a second. And it looks like Pone is gonna be the Empire. So the Empire wins with 61 votes. Pone is... And now let's go ahead and set up a new poll. The Empire endures. Does and does. All right. Poll number 2 launching right now. And this is for ODM Reign. Who calls? The nation calls. It's okay. You guys get to vote right now for Reigns faction. It's going to launch in just a second. It just takes a moment to boot up the website and because it like sends a request to like, yeah, whatever. I forget what it's called. You guys get the picture. Where is it? There we go. Okay, polls up. And this is going to be for ODM Reign. What are we getting? What are we getting here? Ooh, Chaos and Greenskins fighting for that first place with, looks like Tomb King's coming in third. This is a close one. Controversial stuff going on here, boys. Controversial. We're going to see what ODM Reign gets. Or the Heldenhammer. Thematic much as their best. We have the power. You guys do have the power. All right, another minute left on this boat. The timer is a-running. It looks like it's going to be Greenskins by the look of things. You always vote for... Well, Felix, we had Wood Elves in the earlier games. It's still going. Another 40 seconds left in the voting here. Looks like Greenskins are pretty dominant. They have 25% of the vote. With the worst vote being the Lizardmen literally have 2 votes. Pretty funny. Grimgore? I don't know if he'll bring Grimgore. Oh, I don't know if I've seen Reign play, so I'm not sure how he plays. Green boys just want to have fun. All right, guys. Greenskins looks to be holding that one, so we're going to go poll results. All right. And the die is cast. We got Wookiee blocking. It's going to be Greenskins versus Empire. And he yells, "Wah! Wah!" Yeah, we're gonna see what he picks. Professor Pone is a Gelt man, so I feel like we might see Gelt, but no promises. I know he loves using Balthazar Gelt. I think this matchup slightly favors the Greenskins. It's pretty hard, but I mean, Empire can do great. The Empire heavy cav can be devastating, but again, it's super micro intensive, so you really gotta do your 2 cents. I know, guys. This is a fun matchup. Oh man. Wah, indeed. I think I missed the donation. Let me check. Did I? No, we didn't. for Gary. It's like the for Frodo from Lord of the Rings. For Gary. That lizard last game was insane. He did great. And like this format could be even more fun if like you knew what like each player's strengths were, so you could like vote for or against it depending on how they're doing. Because I don't know what Rain mains. I know Pone loves high elves, so if you want Pone to be happy, you give him high elves. Just hold on, guys. Just got. Oh man. Well, you guys are not going to be disappointed. You guys are really not going to be disappointed. I don't know if he'll bring double Steam Tank. He might. It'll probably just be one, if anything. Yeah, the Karl Franz trailer is amazing. Amazing. Yeah, so Tech, that game was great. Let's Luminarch that like button. Light it up. Light it up! Light it up, boys. And girls. Oh. This is a good map. It's going to be a tough one. We'll see if Professor Pone's meme train can pull this one out. Saying good luck to the guys. I mean, Steam Tanks are okay against Greenskins. Great tournament. I pray daily to the Chaos Gods so you grow another set of arms. I would love that. Forbidden knowledge. Yeah, I'm wearing shorts today. You guys have to, there has to be a collect, you know how like Greenskins, like in many of the, I don't know if it's like the lore now, but the more Greenskins there are, like the more their psychic power manifests. It has to be you guys summoning the Steam Tank. No, Professor Pone does main High Elves, I'm pretty sure. He plays High Elves and Vampire Counts. So if you guys want to like make Pone happy, you give him probably Vampire Counts. That would be his favorite. So like if Pone loses this game, for example, you could give him Vampire Counts and give Rame someone that they counter. Or you could just give Rame something that is an even fight, or you could give him one that would dominate. Like it's you guys can really dictate in many ways the flow and ebb and flow of the tournament. Stuart, yeah, you guys vote on the matchup. So we're in the second best of 3 today. It's a 0-0 because it's the first game, obviously. Rame is going to be picking his army here, and I do have the army blocker up for the Pone Dog, so you know you can't see what he's. Some hot Steam memes. There's a lot of Steam memes. God, some of these votes today have been pretty wild. You could go with like a full heavy cap build. You guys can vote for dwarves if you want them. There was a dwarf versus Skaven game at the beginning, which was really good. Oh, that's cool, Victus. You're building a Altdorf themed city in Dungeons and Dragons? Damn, awesome. I agree. All right, guys. Here we are. Greenskins versus the Empire. I love that Empire trailer. That's probably one of my favorite things when it like has Karl Franz like narrating the introduction. Like he's talking about how it's like ruled by the corrupt and like destroyed, like, you know, something, and then he's like just like leading them out of their dark ages. God, it's so cool. Karl Franz is such a badass. All right, here we are. I think the screen blocker's up. Yeah, we're good. Okay. So for the Empire, guys, we're going to have some state troops in the front line, so some noble swordsmen of the Empire are going to be getting punished for Sigmar by Greenskins, because that's their fate. 2 great swords in the back, which will give them a little bit more staying power, and if there are black orcs or biggins, I mean, great swords trade okay with most Greenskin infantry, with the exception of maybe skulkers and like black orcs. Yeah, I mean, he's probably just getting them to give himself more sustainability so the steam tank can keep going. He does have the silver bullets here, give him some armor piercing, and the steam tank is going to be, I mean, it's hard. The meme tank is tough, guys. It's tough. Look at this thing. It's got the big eagle on the side and has some cool Empire kind of heraldry here. But it's actually kind of tough to kill for the greenskins because it does cause terror, it's unbreakable, and it's very, very annoying to catch. You really have to kind of surround it. He does have the Royal Outdoor Griffites on the back, which are also a good choice. He has to watch out for them getting effigied and focused down by like Wurzog, but they do cause terror as well, so having a couple terror-causing units on the Empire roster is pretty strong. We got a Witch Hunter on the ground, and Balthazar Gelt up in the skies with the Final Transmutation. So Gelt plus Witch Hunter is really good against greenskins. The Final Transmutation can just be super punishing, so I like that quite a bit. And for ODM Rame, a very serious army it looks like. He does have a Night Goblin Shaman with the missile attack. He has Wurzog with Effigy of the Get, Fist of Gork, and Ere We Go. Pretty much a standard kit. Front line's going to be Gobos, 2 Black Orcs to help deal with greatswords and most of the infantry. And honestly, Goblins will do well against Swordsmen. It'll be a relatively even fight. I think Swordsmen might barely win that one, but again, the poison does play a pretty substantial factor here. Top of that, we have the Rusty Errors. We got Goblin Archers, a massive force of Skirmisher Cav. So we got the Death's Creepers, we got the Morgrubs, we got like the whole kit. And Broken Tusk Mob plus Orc Boarboy Biggins and 2 Force Goblin Spider Rider. So it looks like he's going to be trying to contest the Cav game. And he does have a lot of good tools against his steam tank. I mean, the Broken Tusk Mob are great because if memory serves, I don't think they're immune to psychology, but they do have Encourage. So that's going to be helpful for swarming it. You wrap up the tank with the Force Goblin Spider Riders. You effigy it. I mean, you can use your missile attacks from the Little Goblin if you want. There's tools here for both players, so start anytime. Pone coming in with the memes. Yes. And we Crazy Cake, keep up the good work, Turin. Also, I hope I can see some Dawi. Well, there was Dawi earlier, but we'll see if there's going to be more Dawi. I'm not sure if you want to see them win or lose, but they had a game earlier and it was really good. No Squigs. Squigs aren't particularly good against the Empire. ODM Rame letting loose the resounding wah to try and intimidate the Imperial forces here, but we're going to see if Gelt and his cold, stone cold expression can hold back the green side. So the battle's underway here. Greenskin obviously going to be advancing, and this Empire army is looking a little bit small. I'm a little bit worried for these guys, but we're going to see if they can hold up against this onslaught. I mean, the steam tank, I would probably just get a couple pot shots at Black Works and then send it into the front line and try and get some like mass terror routing going. That would probably be my 2 cents. The Witch Hunter is going to need to get accusations as well on Wurzog, and also we need to see the Final Transmutation overcasted. So the Arcane Conduit has been popped for Gelt. Going to be flying forward. Maybe he's hiding him in the trees a little bit, but yeah, obviously Rame can see that, so it's not like it's actually hiding him, Yeah, it's going to be tough. It's really going to have to be Terror. Terror is what's going to have to win him this game. And if the Greenskins do blob up a lot of valuable troops. Oh, also Professor Pone, I forgot to mention. I did not see these guys. He does have Reichsguard hiding in the trees. So the first shot coming in on the Broken Tusk Mob from the meme tank, it looks like it does take out 4 of those guys. And if Pone wins this, I mean, that's going to be pretty legendary. But ODM Rame, from what I've seen, I think I've seen him in other tournaments. He's really good, so this is going to be a fierce one. So another shot coming in on the Piggy Boys. The Broken Tusk Mob is going to be charging ferociously. The Greenskin Skirmishers going as well. And the Silver Bullets are probably going to be shooting Black Orcs, I would imagine. They could even try and snipe Wurzog. Wurzog is on his mount, so he's a pretty juicy target here. And it looks like Balthazar Gelt's going to be swooping forward to drop the Final Transmutation on Wurzog. A missile attack coming in, smacking Gelt. Doesn't do a lot of damage though, but Gelt's just going rock hard in for that Final Transmutation. And that's going to hit Black Orcs too. That's going to be pretty good. So here it comes. Let's see if it's overcasted. And the Final Transmutation is off, and it is... Oh, sorry guys, just get my microphone. Just so excited. But that does... Yeah, that got a pretty nice little radius. It got the Orcs, it got, got Wurzog down. But look at this. I mean, Balthazar Gelt gets caught in an Effigy of the Get, and he's getting punished by those Greenskin Archers. So Pone getting a little bit zealous here. Gelt needs to fly away. He's now free, so Gelt should be able to turn and run, but Pone needs to get him out of there. Frontline engagement's underway. The Boar Boys have charged into Great Swords, as well as some of these troops, doing some cycle charging into the main engagement. Now, Royal Outdoor Griffites are fighting shoulder to shoulder with Reichsguard against Boar Boys. So this is going to be a messy fight because there's a lot of poison for the Empire. So the Witch Hunter, in the meantime, is going to be rushing forward, and the meme tank... I would probably pull the meme tank over here to try and get some terror routing, but it looks like the Empire Cav Force is winning. The Royal Outdoor Griffites doing a great job just beating down these Cav units here. You can see they're shaken, and there is going to be terror routing. So the first of the Boar Boys do terror route here. The second group terror routes, and the Empire Heavy Cav have won that fight pretty handily. Now the Goblin Archers are going to be turning in here. Balthazar Gelt needs to just go hide in the trees. If he can hide and just get those... but Accusation going down. So the Witch Hunter does get Accusation off on Wurzog. He's getting very low. Both players going after the Lords. Wurzog obviously is very good at hunting enemy Lords with Effigy. But is the meme tank going to switch onto the Baconator? That Accusation doing so much damage. I mean, is it going to kill him? It actually breaks him. I don't think it's going to like shatter him or anything, but man, crazy stuff. So the Empire front line, of course, is faltering. Black Orcs are far superior, but the Meme Tank and the Cav are going to be, what has to try and win this game here. Over on the flank, the Royal Outdwarf Group fight still in pretty good shape, but they're kind of getting dragged about. Fighting Boar Boys and Goblin Force Goblin Spider Riders and getting poisoned. Oh, and look at this. A missile attack coming in from the Goblin. Hits Balthazar Belt. It's Balthazar Gelt right in the face. And the Meme Tank's still online. They're still greatswords fighting. I mean, it's a pretty close fight. I would say the Greenskins maybe have a slight advantage just because the Imperial Infantry got run over pretty hard. But the Witch Hunter still going here. He's got Slippery, so he's going to be fighting in melee. It looks like he was probably trying to get back to that Goblin Shaman. And the Meme Tank's doing its thing. I mean, that's going to be tough to kill. Royal Outdwarf Group fights slowly kind of getting dragged through the mud, but I would definitely fall back here because he's taking so much Overwatch fire from all these missile units, and he needs to kind of devolve the game into a bit of a meme game, right? So Balthazar Gelt is still alive. Oh, he's going after Wurzog. He's going after Wurzog. Balthazar Gelt flying through the skies. He's going after him, but another missile attack is going to be coming in from the Goblin. Can Balthazar Gelt dodge as he takes the shot? -8. Oh, can he stabilize? Is Gelt going to break? He's wavering. He's back to stable. Now, what is Gelt going to do here? He's going to overcast Founder Transmutation and try and hit all of these Goblin Archers and the Black Orcs and the Witch Hunter. It does hit the little Goblin. Now, I wonder if the Goblin... Yeah, he's going to... It wasn't overcasted, so the Goblin's probably going to be able to run out of that. That's the thing if you don't, like, target something, if you target ground instead. So it looks like the Empire's starting to falter. The Greenskin Wa pushing forward. The Meme Tank trying its best to ramrod these guys, but I don't know if it's going to be able to hold. Balthazar Gelt's just too low. Wurzog's almost dead, but he's coming back, and Wurzog should be able to chase off the Witch Hunter. And yeah, I don't know if the Empire's going to be able to salvage this. Oh, and the Goblin coming in with another missile attack, and it hits Balthazar. Is it going to break him? He's at 10 leadership. He's at -33, and Gelt just breaks. He's like, screw this shit, I'm out of here. So the Meme Tank is going to be the last bastion of the Empire here, guys. It's trying. It's ramming these orcs into the Shadow Realm, and should it fall, at least it'll go into the tombs of history of being a hero of the Empire, holding back a tide while Balthazar Gelt retreats, right? The Greatswords are going to be rushing in, trying to help out. There's some silver bullets in the back, but the green side did take some damage, but they still just have too much going on. And, I mean, if this Witch Hunter would actually come back from route and maybe kill Wurzog, maybe there could be something, but I just think there's too many Black Orcs and too many other troops here. Silver bullets are shooting in, but they're about to be rode down by these Force Goblin Spider Riders, so that's probably going to be it. And, yeah, the Meme Tank is trying. I mean, it's going to be tough. It's going to terror out some of these guys. You can see there are, like, a lot of guys that are attacking it are actually just getting terror routed. Man, I mean, maybe if Wurzog had been finished off, but yeah, the Rustiers are still too healthy. I think just going, if you're going to go with the Meme Tank, maybe just going with, like, a lot of heavy cav. Because the Empire Infantry just got buckled by the Greenskins. Like, they can't stand with that. They need the support. But obviously, he was memeing a little bit. So, the Steam Tank here is going to be going down. The Smoke Bomb being applied to put its speed to 5, and it's only a matter of time before the Meme Tank falls. So, well played. The last bastion of hope and courage, forever at the defense. Yes. Well, should have brought 2. Should have brought 2. Well played. I mean, he came, he memed, and it didn't quite work out, but it was a valiant attempt, to say the least. All right, so we got to get this scoreboard updated, guys. Here we go, and we're going to go ahead and switch on over to the next game here. So let's go ahead and get Wookiee back up. And we're going to do the polls. All right, so poll time. Here we go. On the road again. I just can't wait to be on the road again. Here we go, guys. The votes are starting in just a second. So this first poll is going to be for Professor Pone. So you guys do it. Balthazar Belt died. Balthazar Belt came in with the steel belt. Yeah, the Meme Tank needed more turrets. Hey, thanks for the kind words, Destin Sweet. All right, here we go. This is for Pone's army. Let's do it. Let's get this shit going. I'm gonna vote for his vampire counts. And yeah, gonna see. So he's getting. It looks like I know his favorite races are high elves and vampires. So it's up to you guys. Whatever you want to see. Yeah, it is fun, Crispy. It is fun. High elves coming in with 35 votes right now. Pretty rock hard. We're gonna let this go for another minute here to give the vampires a chance to maybe usurp them. I know vampires are a little bit more competitive than high elves, but he does love his dragons. Pone is like the dragon lord. He loves those things. So. Oh yeah, announcing favorites does bring out bias, but you know if you know ODM wants to announce his favorite races, he can too. Not true that, but you know also the player that is at a disadvantage, it's kind of like cool to give them like a chance to come back, right? But again, you guys can screw him if you want. You can give him like wood elves or something. I know I don't know if he plays those guys. And there haven't been High Elves today anyway, so that's going to be... So currently High Elves with 69 votes, that's what she said. And Vampires coming in with 46. Polling open for a couple more seconds, and we're going to go ahead and poll result. All right, so it's closing up here. A close one. Not as close as some of the ties we had earlier, but we do have the High Elves winning with 72 votes against the Vampires 53. Next was Bretonnia with 18, so pretty heavily favored for the High Elves here. So Pwn is High Elves. Pwn is High Elves, and let's see what Rame gets. Let's see what the Master himself gets. Rame is currently up 1-0 in the series. On second here. And player 2 army coming in. Here we go. And the new poll starts in just a second. There it is, guys. This is for round 2, so you guys vote for this. You could give him a War of Vengeance if you want. Give him the Dowie. It's up to you guys. Or, yeah, there's a lot of good choices. All right, vote, vote, vote. Let's do it. I am going to vote for, I don't know. Yeah, let's just throw a vote in here and see what happens. Unexpected error. Try the link again. A little bit of lag. Maybe we're overloading the website, but I'm sure much bigger YouTubers do this, so there we go. We're going to see what he gets. Oh, Dark Elves are winning pretty. Oh, it's a close one. Dark Elves with 31 votes, Chaos with 28. And then in third place, we have the Wood Elves with 21. So Dwarves actually had a pretty decent following of 17, but keep the votes coming, guys. Keep the votes coming. Elven Civil War. Chaos is at 28, Dark Elves at 31. Close, close. A little bit of lag here on this one for some reason. There you go, guys. Drop the poll a couple more times. This one was lagging for me, but still a lot of votes got in, so we should be okay. Or maybe did it close it when I clicked results? No, I shouldn't have. Dark Elves with 31, Chaos with 28. I think we can close that one. All right, guys. So let me close the poll. And let's see what we get. Brush this. Wow, Chaos actually won that. Chaos got 62 against Dark Elves 56. That was a close one. Chaos, so Chaos won with 63 votes. Dark Elves got 56. Wood Elves got 32, and Dwarves got 31. Bretonnia was next after that. The very last was the Vampire got 1 vote. Oh, man. It's okay. There's plenty more games, guys, so there will be a lot for you guys to vote. Chaos got this one. So this is a very open field map, so it could potentially be some good missile play here from the High Elves. Personally, I actually don't mind a couple bolt throwers against Chaos. Like, it can be good against like Shaggots and Dragon Ogres and things like that. I mean, there's a bunch of ways to play, but it's very open field. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting. Chaos is coming. It was a close one. Dark Elves almost clawed their way back into that one. Chat wants to sacrifice Pwn to the gods. If you guys really wanted Pwn to win, you should have given him Vampires. And then given Rain the Chaos, but... We're going to see if the Noble High Elves can do it. A Lithanar, baby. I don't think we're going to see a Lithanar, guys. I don't think we're going to see... Because Pone's down a game. I don't think he's going to meme. He already sacrificed game 1 for you guys. You know? He already sacrificed game 1. So I don't think he's going to do the same thing here. He's probably going to bring a serious build. Or serious by his standards. Like whatever he thinks would be best. Army of Walmart dragons? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it's tricky, because going elite against Chaos can be scary, because if they bring Buna, they can just, like, melt a lot of your stuff. Like your Swordmasters and, you know, Dragon Princes and stuff, but... yeah, that could be true, Matthew. I mean, we could do a tournament format where players pick factions and the chat... I think this format's good, and then, you know, chat would decide the lore is what you're saying, but... Viewer tournament with viewer-voted factions? Yeah, that's what we're doing. Hey, I'm glad you guys are enjoying. Thank you guys so much. What lord would I pick if I were playing High Elves? Probably Alarielle, to be honest. Yeah, because like she really counteracts the burst damage of Chaos. I would just put her up on her Pigeon, and she's pretty safe. Like you don't have to worry about her dying. You just use Star of Avalorn on Dragon Princes and your infantry, and it's pretty good. You can go. Another thing I really like against Chaos is going with Teclis and double Nobles. So then you net down Chaggiths and cycle charge them with the Nobles with the spears. Yeah. So there's a lot of good choices. I mean, we're going to see what Pwn Dog brings. I'm quite eager to see if he can hold up. Chaos is like a top tier faction. So you guys kind of you know, sentence Pwn to a very tough fight here, because they're definitely a little bit stronger than High Elves. 1 second, guys. Grab some water. Country road. Oh, do a tournament with me, build. As Chaos, so if I were playing Chaos against High Elves, I'm a huge fan of Kolek. I know he can get focused down, but by the Sisters of Avalorn, but usually I think you have enough pressure going that you can usually get to the Sisters, or get to them quick. Lord of the Storm's really good. He can fight the dragons. He's very strong. Probably wouldn't pick Archaon, not Sigvald. Maybe you could go with like a Chaos Sorcerer Lord with like Death. That could be pretty good if you want like a cheaper option. So yeah. Yeah, I don't know why the thumbnail thing is just being trippy today. Ugh. So we'll let him know. Start when ready. Rame picking a... Man, Pwn's army is... How is that his entire army? Is that... Look at this thing here. There's also, guys, there's a chance I might play some 40k with Italian Spartacus tomorrow. Might be happening. Yeah, if you guys are enjoying the stream, make sure to drop likes too. We have 437 right now. If we could get up to like 800 or 1,000, I'd be pretty grateful. Let's see here. Yeah, oh, duh. I was totally blanking. Warp Chicken is a great pick here. I don't know why I just forgot about him, but yeah, the Warp Chicken is amazing. Kolek suits my playstyle more, but Sartorial's really good here as well. Wookiee's good. He's taking his medicines. He's feeling better. Yeah. He's doing better. Thanks for asking, guys. This is an interesting army from Professor Pwn. I don't know how this is going to work. Bring chariots? Yeah, I would bring chariots. We'll see. The battle's underway. Oh, man, I don't know. You guys are going to see what I'm saying here when the battle starts. I'm not going to say anything yet. I mean, I trust that Rame wouldn't watch the stream and snipe him, but we're just playing it safe. Yeah. Yeah, the tabletop format that Sotek created is really cool. I love playing in those tournaments. It's really, really fun. All right, let's go here. All right, guys, so let's take a look at the armies here. So firstly, we got to get rid of the screen blocker. So for the armies of the High Elves, a very elite force. And this is kind of what my concern was. I feel like it's a little bit too elite. Like, I don't know, though. I mean, he will win many aspects of the fight, but I feel like Chaos has, like, man, Death is just so good against elite armies, so it's super hard to deal with. But anyways, he has the Fireborn and the Everqueen's Court Guard, so going super elite already. On top of that, he does have a Lore Master of Hoth, which costs about 1,300 gold. It's no joke. He does have Spirit Leech and the Earthblood there to kind of keep those elite forces topped off. In the front line, 2 Sword Masters, 2 White Lines, one of them being the Puremain Company, which is pretty bonkers. Puremain Company is going to be giving the Guardian ability to the Lore Master of Hoth, which is nice. He's got Tyrion. Now, Tyrion is a very good duelist. If, for example, this Chaos Sorcerer with Death lands anywhere, Tyrion can definitely toss him up pretty bad, but I don't know. On top of that, Fireborn, Spears in the back, I just feel like it's too narrow against a Death army, plus breath attacks. 1 or 2 good breath attacks from ODM Rame could absolutely melt those elite infantry. So it's a little bit tricky for sure, but Rame actually has a pretty weak infantry core in comparison. In the front line, he's got Marauders, he has Chaos Warriors with Great Weapons here, so I mean, the High Elf infantry are definitely more powerful. But I mean, he has the Soul of Damnation, which is going to be bombarding those High Elf infantry, like just giving them the business. He does also have an Exalted Hero, a Chaos Sorcerer with Death, or Spirit Leech. No Buna, though. No Buna. That's big. So since there isn't a Buna, that's going to be really, really powerful, meaning that some of the elite infantry can shine a little bit better. 2 groups of Marauder Horsemen and Throwing Axes. A great pick here from Rame. These guys are going to kite those Dragonborn into the Fireborn into the sunset. Chaos Knights with Lances, as well as 1 group of Chaos Poison Warhounds. So not bad. And Rame says, the changer direct me. Oh, man. I don't know. I don't know how this is going to go. I don't know how this High Elf army is going to be able to hand up. The Soul of Damnation plus breath attacks is going to be so nasty against those elite infantry. But, I mean, there's nothing here that can fight the Fireborn. The Fireborn will win every matchup here. I mean, they'll beat the Chaos Knights. Maybe not the Knights and the Hounds. It's hard to say, but yeah, they probably should. I mean, Hone can win this. It's a very elite army, and, Chaos didn't go super wide. They actually spent a lot of money on the Dragon and the Hell Cannon, so maybe the elite High Elves can pull this one out. So, firstly, Boom has been popped. Here comes the Boom. Kevin James up in here, going to be dropping some hot explosions here on these forces. And is he manually shooting that? Let's see. Is he? And the first shot, it clips the Swordmasters. It doesn't kill any of them. So, Pone narrowly dodging a bullet there. The High Elf's going to have to advance. Sunfang, of course, is active. Can be used against some of these Marauders and some of these other troops. And here comes another shot. Ooh, and it misses. So far, Pone's doing pretty well in that department. He's not having to worry too much about that. And I'm curious what Rame is going to be doing with that Dragon and that Exalted Sorcerer over here, if he's going to be... adjust my seat real quick. So he does drop a Spirit Leech on the Fireborn, which isn't a bad choice. Not going to be like as impactful as like Buna, but still not bad. Earthblood is going to be going down to heal up those guys, and it looks like Tyrion charging in like a madman. So what he's going to do is he's going to charge in and probably use Sunfang to top himself off, or that was just... Oh, and he misclicked! Oh, Pone! Oh no, he misclicked so hard. Oh, that burns. Well, I mean, Tyrion's super tanky, and if he just tanks here, I mean, he's going to be able to beat those Hounds. So the Fireborn get caught in a kind of a bad situation. They're going to be pulling back right here. They actually got intercepted by like Marauders and a couple other troops, but here come the High Elves. So the Soul of Damnation shooting in at the Everqueen's Court Guards, not doing the most damage. Fireborn get back. I mean, it's not the end of the world. And Tyrion does have the Heart of Averlorn, so he could potentially regenerate pretty hard here. And look at this. Fireborn should turn around and attack here. If they turn around and fight, this is a really good situation. They have all the Knights like mucked up with infantry. Swordmasters are going to be engaging. Tyrion taking like no damage, like tanking like an absolute madman. But these Sisters, the Everqueen's Court Guards are just getting pounded. So the Sisters getting pounded, as is the usual meme here. Tyrion somehow is doing really good here. Fireborn in the back fighting. And this suddenly turned into a really good engagement. The Chaos Knights took a lot of damage. The Exalted Hero taking a little bit of damage as well, but I think the High Elves are in some serious trouble. I mean, that Soul of Damnation just killing the Everqueen's Court Guards, which costs like an arm and a leg. That is not a good situation, but the Fireborn doing good against Exalted Hero. Marauders are falling. The Swordmasters are pushing forward against those Chaos Knights. And wow, look at this. This Chaos Sorcerer just got spanked by Tyrion and that other caster there. And it looks like the White Lines might be able to push through with Tyrion's help. Swordmasters on this side doing very well against them. So, I mean, the High Elves are salvaging the battle in many respects. They've actually fully sniped out this Exalted Hero here, and he can't really escape. He's being taken down by the Fireborn, so High Elves are getting their way back into the game. The Chaos Knights are beat up. Nice breath attack coming in from Rame right there. In the middle, Tyrion is just kind of leading the charge, and yeah, I don't know. Pone might be able to claw his way back into this. A lot of things are actually going pretty well for the High Elves suddenly. Swordmasters, unfortunately, do get terror routed there. Those guys should be... They're like Jedi, basically. They should be immune to psychology. But the Fireborn get caught with another Spirit Leech. Somehow he accidentally lets that guy get away. I don't know if it was a misclick or something, but the Fireborn in the back, he needs to rally those guys and get them back in action here, or else he's going to be in trouble. Yeah, and he does get the Fireborn. He's probably going to come up and around and try and get on the Soul of Damnation. Tyrion is fighting the Chaos Warriors with the White Lines here. Swordmasters on the far side just getting grinded down by sheer numbers. The Marauder Horsemen push in as well. But the Exalted Hero is pretty beat up. The Everqueen Scorecards are going to be fighting here. The Pure Main Company is going to be surrounding this Chaos Sorcerer and actually doing some okay damage. And the Fireborn pile in, get a really nice charge on these Chaos Knights with Lances, and should be able to defeat them pretty quickly, especially with some High Elf Spearmen here kind of fighting. And the Tyrion bait actually worked out pretty well. If he can get back and shut down that Soul of Damnation, maybe. Soul Blight going down, which is going to be lowering the stats here, but Tyrion really just anchoring this army pretty aggressively. And the Spearmen are pushing forward. I mean, it's actually ended up being a somewhat close fight. The Swordmaster is getting chased off by some of these Chaos Warriors of the Great Opens over here, which is a little bit unfortunate. But wherever Tyrion and his Loremaster go, things aren't going terribly. But yeah, the Pure Main Company just is not like a great unit. They really didn't pay for themselves. But the Chaos Knights got dumpstered. The Fireborn here, if they can get like another Earthblood off on those guys, that could be pretty impactful. Soul of Damnation taking some downtown shots here on the Pure Main Company. But here come the Fireborn. They're probably going to be able to shut this down. But look at the Dragon actually deciding to land here. But Swordmasters are nearby as well. And it looks like Raim is going to be dropping the crew here, but the High Elves are pulling the Bounce of Power back a little bit, actually. You can see here Tyrion and the White Lions and company doing a very good job just grinding down these guys. I mean, wherever Tyrion is, there's problems. Oh, man, if the Fireborn engage and Tyrion comes in and gets a big attack here, that could win the game. And Tyrion comes in with the charge, and he gets an attack there. Oh, looks like Chaos Poison Warhound's coming in. Spirit Leech going down as well. Soul of Damnation is pretty much dead. But look at this. The Chaos Sorcerer getting dumpstered by Tyrion. Tyrion's just such a beast. And, yeah, the Soul of Damnation pretty much offline. Now, the Swordmaster, or Loremaster of Hoth is fighting, Spearmen are fighting, and there's going to be Swordmasters and other troops rallying in the distance. And it kind of looks like the High Elves might be able to do well here. Earthblood going down, which catches the Fireborn. Tyrion is beating the just crap out of this Exalted Hero here, doing a very good job. The Dragon is going to land here, probably get some good terror routing, which is a very good play here from Rain. But the High Elves are pulling ahead in the Bounce of Power. So, you know, the Elite Army working out pretty well. Those Sisters definitely did not pay their dues, but the Fireborn and the other Elite troops have done pretty well for themselves. It's really going to come down to how well Professor Pone can use Tyrion and the remnants of his Fireborn to kind of claw this game back out. So, unfortunately, everything's pretty much broken off here. You do have the Loremaster of Hoth, so he needs to live as well. Some of the throwing axes coming in from the Horsemen, but there are rallying High Elves. I mean, the Pure Main Company is coming back, which is going to give Guardian here, which is going to be great. Fireborn are pulling back as well. Breath Attack coming right in Tyrion's face, but if Tyrion gets a proc from the Heart of Averlorn, that'll pretty much guarantee a win. So, nice charge coming in from the Dragon Princes here, getting into these Marauders and kind of finishing off the reinforcements. The last Soul of Damnation crew member in a little bit of trouble, but the Loremaster of Hoth is no scrub. He's got 60 melee defense. He should be able to fight this dragon for a moment at least. So Tyrion's still fighting pretty hard here in the pits. Very, very close game. Tyrion might be able to carry this. I mean, look how beat up all these Chaos troops are, but he needs to get this Loremaster of Hoth fighting shoulder to shoulder with Tyrion. He can't have him isolated like this. That's really costing him quite a bit of you know, equity here. So Fireborn are chasing down the throwing axes, which is definitely not a good choice. They should be going in here. So Pone making the correct decision, charging in, but Raim is going to be pulling back the Exalted Hero, sensing the charge of the Fireborn is imminent, and he gets away just barely by the hair on his chinny chin there. And Tyrion and the company are coming in to reinforce the Loremaster of Hoth here, so Tyrion is pissed. He's coming in, he's pretty beat up, but remember guys, Heart of Averlorn is a very good item. And Tyrion plus the Loremaster of Hoth are also going to be getting the Guardians of the Chaos Warriors here, getting pounded by these elite High Elf infantry. Just such a crazy game here. Man, this is a really just great games today on this stream. It's definitely been really good. So Exalted Hero and the Chaos Sorcerer are up in the skies, just kind of hanging out, just like, I don't know if I want to go down there. I don't know if I want to mess with that guy. And as far as Chaos Infantry goes, they're about to run out of ammunition, and the Marauder Horsemen with the throwing axes just picking apart the Swordmasters. So good play there. Another Breath Attack coming down. Looks like it was a bit of a swing and a miss, so maybe he canceled the animation at the last second. And the Exalted Hero is going to be diving down on the Fireborn. So the Fireborn are one of those things that, oh, if Tyrion can get this Manticore right now, oh, that's going to be huge. Here he comes, the Manticore. Is it going to get away? Tyrion, maybe he's going to get the charge off. Go, and he got the hit. I think he got the hit there. No, he didn't get the hit. It looks like it just barely didn't connect. So the last of the Fireborn is actually shaken. So the High Elves here, let's see. So yeah, he's going to have to engage. So I'll let ODM Raim know if he doesn't engage with these horsemen that he's going to have to, but he's going to move forward and engage here, so that's fine. Also, the Dragon is going to be landing and fighting those guys. Tyrion going in. Looks like the final fight is here. And man, both players playing extremely well. And definitely, yeah, Odium's going to have to pull back here. But it's good. His Dragon on the far side is getting some good value against these Spears and some of these other troops. But I don't think he can beat Tyrion. So, yeah. So we're going to see. Looks like the Dragon's coming back across. Maybe there's going to be a Spirit Leech effect going down right here. And I will let Raim know. Make sure to engage or use ammo. Yeah, so he's using his ammunition now, but once he runs out of ammo here, he's going to have to engage with everything. Oh, look at that! Tyrion getting the massive Heart of Averlorn, healing up to almost full health. Oh my goodness. I think that sealed the deal. I think that the High Elves just win this one. So he does engage with the Manticore here. Obviously, following the engagement rules, he's going to be getting in here. Horsemasters are going to be engaging. And Tyrion is just giving no shits. I mean, Pone must be spam clicking so aggressively here. Loremaster, it looks like he was getting a heal off, maybe? I don't know. Tyrion is just so tanky. The Guardian of Ulthuan. I know he is. He gets Spirit Leech as well, though. And he's fighting back, but he's fully surrounded. He does get a nice attack here on the Exalted Hero, who's broken up, but Tyrion gives no shit about that Spirit Liege. And I can't believe Professor Pone pulled this one out. If he does... Oh, but the Dragon getting some huge hits here. So the Exalted Hero's broken. If Tyrion turns and fights the Sorcerer now, he has to. He has to make sure to finish that guy off. Just ignore the Exalted Hero. He's going to break anyways. That Dragon needs to fall. Like 100%. 100% here. But having the Pyramid Company here is so solid. Oh, look at this. Sunfang's going to be coming down and tearing through this formation here. So Sunfang is going to just Shrek these guys pretty hard. Although it looks like maybe he should have cast it a little bit further back, but I don't think he could. The big breath attack coming down right here. The Marauders are fighting, so he is engaging. And he's probably going to be coming back in with the Dragon. But there's no way this Sorcerer. He's used all his breath attacks. He has nothing left. The Marauders are all broken off. The Exalted Hero's broken off. And he's going to be going in for the final fight. So Raim following the rules, doing great stuff here. The Sorcerer charges in, gets a little bit of damage on Tyrion, but the Lord Master of Hoeth, so the two High Elf Jedi here, are going to be beating down the Sorcerer. And that's going to be it. Oh my god. The Mastercrafted Elven magic chair. Wow. I cannot believe Professor Pone won that game. I cannot believe it. That was a ludicrously good game. Oh my god. So Tyrion and... Wow, I can't believe he won that. That was nuts. I mean, they both played super well. They both played very well, but I cannot believe Tyrion just single-handedly went nuts that game. God damn, that was crazy. Oh my god, that was a great one. So we're 1-1. We're 1-1 here, guys. All right, so the time is now. So remember, you can't give them the same races. We're going to put the Wookiee blocker up, and we're going to let them know what they get. I knew I should have gotten Everchosen. Raim was thinking about getting Archaon. That would have been a fight. Okay, so here we are. Let's get this. And first, we're going to do Pone's army. All right, guys, poll's going up in a second for the army. And here it comes. I know we got 1,000 viewers here. Make sure to drop a like if you guys are enjoying it. And the poll will start in just a second. All right, poll's up. Vote away, my friends. Drop some links. Spamming it. Now, this is for Professor Pone. So you guys vote for whatever you want. You can give him whatever you think would be bad for him or good. It's up to you guys. Guys, we're gonna see. Oh, this is a pretty dominant vote here, guys. You see, this is some next level mind games by Professor Pone, because he won over the favor of the audience by picking a steam tank and sacrificing his body in game 1. Okay, and then that makes you guys like him. So then you're gonna kind of vote for him to get stronger factions later on. I see this man is a true masterful tactician. It's crazy. I'm asking Raim what he wants right now. All right, so we're gonna end the poll for Don't worry, guys. I'm on it. I'm on it. So Professor Pone is vampires. I'm waiting for Raim to respond. So vampires won with 110 votes against the dwarves, who got 30. Pone does not like playing dwarves. If you guys want to screw him, you can give him the dwarves. Oh my god. Raim says he likes the Empire. So Raim says he would like Empire. But it's up to you guys if you want to give it. It's up to you. All right, so let's get this. And we're going to run the poll for army number 2. And here it goes. Give him whatever you guys want. He said he mains Empire, I believe. So it's up to you guys. If you think he's trying to counterpick, it's up. You guys determine. You can give him the dwarves if you want. You can give him whatever the hell you want. That's the whole appeal. And here comes Rame's poll. Let's see what you guys give him. You can give him Vampire Coast if you want. And the poll's coming in. Oh, Empire's heavily winning. Empire's heavily winning. He might get his wish. It looks like there's a resurgence of the Dwarfs coming in with 22 votes against... Oh, 91 for Empire, guys. People want to see the Empire versus Vampire. Are the Elector counts being summoned? Are they? Pone says, my memes are far too dank to be driven back. And Rame says he wants the mighty Empire to purge this darkness. It's a good matchup, actually. Yeah, it's a really fun one. All right, guys. That's pretty one-sided vote. So he got the Empire. So Rame got his Empire. Can he take down the Vampire counts and purge this darkness from the realm and face the master of the child of the old ones in the finals? I know it's very much like give them their bad choices and then in the last one just give them whatever they want if they go to game 3. Yeah, John, asking the players does have a degree of influence, but on that same note, you guys can still decide not to. Like, it's up to you guys at the end of the day. And in Chaos has an advantage over High Elves. I mean, it worked out well, right? Like both players got like good matchups, and we're gonna see. Helman Gorse versus Balthazar Gelt. We'll see. Colin G, thank you for the $5 donation. This action has your consent. Well, I'm glad it does. I'm glad it has your consent. Thank you for the support, man. Hopefully you guys are enjoying this. I mean, you get to see a lot of factions you don't normally see. I mean, if there's something you guys want to see too, just vote for it. You know, like if you guys want Wood Elves, just vote. This is a good matchup. This is a good one. The next Who Would Win with Sotek's coming out soon. We recorded it and it's currently being edited, so I would imagine it's going to come out in the next week. Oh yeah. Empire won rock hard that one. 151 votes. And you know, to be fair though, if I tell you guys that Pone likes Vampire counts, it's only fair to tell you guys that Rame likes Empire. Because then you get like, you know, it would be unfair if I just told you what Pone liked, so. But it's up to you guys. You guys control him too, right? That's the whole fun of it. Like, if you guys want, like, nah, dog, you're getting Skaven, or you're getting something that you don't like. You're getting the Wood Elves or the Dwarves, you know, like, I know Pone doesn't like Dwarves, for example. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's an experimental format. So, I mean, maybe in future ones I won't say anything regarding what players want, but I think it kind of is fun to see. Like, this is a good matchup. Empire versus Vampires is really fun. Yeah. So Pone's army looks pretty picked. It's a good army. Solid. Really gonna... I'm curious to see what Rame brings, because he asked for Empire versus these guys, and you guys granted him that. We're not doing mirror matches, sorry. Yeah. And remember, we're 2 hours into the stream, and we have a freaking best of 5 after this, with Lore Master of Sotek versus the winner of this game. Oh, man. James Fitton, the Pure Main Company heard you diss them. They did, and they came back and gave that Guardian, James, and they just dominated. God, that was a good game. Well, that's the thing. Like, by you guys picking the races and the matches, it kind of, like, forces people out of their comfort zone, which makes, like, it helps equalize the situation. Whereas if players can just play their preferred races, like, you know, I mean, in this match they obviously are, but for the last two, like, they didn't probably want to play those matchups. All right. Here we go. And it is time for the final game in this best of 3 between Professor Pone and Odium Rame. His moment of truth. Richard Wirtz coming in with the fat, chubby $50 donation. Thank you, man. He says, wonderful tournament idea, hilarious, and a ton of fun. Have a nice evening, my friend. Well, thank you, Richard. Hopefully you're able to enjoy the stream a little bit. And hopefully your votes have swayed these polls here, man. So thank you so much. God damn, Richard, thank you. Is Wookiee's? Yeah, he's back to his den. He'll be back. So Professor Pone, 3 groups of Fellbats, a very, very good choice. You need them to disrupt guns and you can even use them to block cab charges. So if the Empire like charges in and tries to cycle charge, you can fly the bats behind them and pin them in. Fellbats give you a ton of battlefield utility. Aside from that, it's going to be a chaffy front line, Sternsmen and Skeleton Warriors mostly. So it's all Skeleton Warriors plus the Sternsmen. A couple of Skeleton Spears on the far sides of the formation, which is a very good tactic. You move them up the battlefield. It then gives you control. Because if you have spears over here, like you kind of pigeonhole your opponent in, or they have to fight your spears and your cav, which is a very good tactic. 2 groups of Blood Knights, so the Knights of Red keep coming out. The Red Duke himself making an appearance. LC for the Potion of Strength, Winds of Death, Curse of Years, all kinds of, Curse of Years, and Invocation and Raise Dead. 2 Blood Knights, so the main core of his army is going to be Blood Knights, Dire Pack, and of course the Red Duke, a bunch of Fellbats. So yeah, cool army for sure. And for the forces of Sigmar and the Empire, ooh, these greatswords are going to be tough. They're just going to mulch through that front line. So, Raim has a Warrior Priest, the Grand Hammer of Sigmar. He's got 2 great swords. The Silver Bullets, some good gunfire. So the Red Duke is going to be in a little bit of trouble up there with some focus fire, but he does have the bats to kind of screen for him. Handgunners here and more handgunners. So a lot of firepower coming in from this Empire army. On the flanks, he has spears, halberds in the back, the Royal Altdorf Griffites, Lore of Life. So he's going to be healing the Griffites, of course. And the Emperor himself, Odium Raim, trying to win the hearts of the people, coming in with the Emperor himself, Karl Franz, with the Reichel and Runefang, is going to be doing battle with the Red Duke up here in the sky. So what a thematic showdown here in the grand finals, my friends. This is going to be great. Awesome matchup. So happy the stream was on Saturday. Works heaps better for me. Garland Green, thank you for the donation, man. God, this is going to be awesome. I don't know who to pull for. Like, Karl Franz is like top 2, top 3 favorite characters for me in Warhammer Fantasy. But like, I also like love the Blood Knights. They're so cool. But I'm gonna have to. Oh man, I don't know, guys. This is it. I swear this as your emperor. It's like a win-win here, right? This is a win-win. I love this format. So fun. You get like all these off races, you know, that you don't normally see. I mean, Empire you see a fair amount, but we've seen Wood Elves, Skaven, Lizardmen today. It's been a party. I don't know. I mean, the bats are going to be really good against those guns, and the front line of Raim is pretty powerful, but it's going to come down to the Blood Knight charges, the breath attacks, and what does he have back here? Oh, so opponent's hiding a Necromancer in the trees, which is a good choice, so. Look, Pone says, then this shall be our final battle. Both players playing their main armies here by the will of the people. I don't know, vampires are really good at shutting down guns. Like the summons, like if he just attacks them with Fellbats and then drops overcasted skeleton summons on them, those guns aren't going to be doing a whole lot. So the Undead marching forward, the Hounds and the Blood Knights sweeping in. The Blood Knights can even get good charges, but look at the Withering Fire coming in, actually going after the Red Duke a little bit, but the Bats are probably just going to descend immediately on them. And then from there, the Red Duke should just spam summons. With the Potion of Strength plus Elseef, he should have a good matchup here, but he's summoning in the front. No, it looks like he changes his summon, so the bats are swarming Karl Franz for some reason, which is going to mean the Red Duke's going to take a ton of damage. Those bats should come back. Maybe he's just trying to, like, free up the Red Duke to do his thing, but yeah, he's going to be taking a ton of damage. Although the bats do kind of, I wonder if Elseef's going to get popped here. That Red Duke's going to take a lot of unnecessary damage from that gunfire. I would have at least run a bat onto the Silver Bullets, but he's trying to just go after Karl here. So he's going to pop Elseef here. So Elseef has been popped. He's coming in. He does kind of have him isolated a little bit. Invocation from the Hex is going to be going down as well, I would imagine, to heal up the Red Duke. And Karl's a little bit isolated away from the main fight. So the Blood Knights, ooh, the Blood Knights could charge in maybe and do some work. Yeah, but look at the gunfire switch onto those guys. Karl Franz is now pinned. Elseef, Curse of Years, Potion of Strength being popped. Karl taking a little bit of damage, but nothing to write home about. Blood Knights charging into these guys. The Dire Pack charging in as well. The frontline engagement is underway. And the Blood Knights are just swarming in from all angles. Skeleton Spears coming in from the flanks as well. Karl taking no damage. So it seems like the Fellbats, if anything, are kind of interrupting the engagement here. Yeah, it looks like maybe the Red Duke has just missed. A little bit unfortunate. He kind of blew his whole load there, right? But the Royal Turf Griffites took a ton of damage from that initial charge from the Blood Knights. Blood Knights are now pulling back. Skeleton Spears, they need to shut down these guns. You could just see this big Zerg chasing. Yeah, the Fellbats need to land. These guns need to be shut down. Skeleton Spears coming in, Blood Knights coming in, but they're just getting shreked so hard by that gunfire of the Empire. Looks like a summon's coming in. So the handgunners for the first time in the battle are going to be shut down. Skeletons shutting those ones down, zombies shutting those ones down, and it looks like the Sternsmen have pushed through. So all of the guns are now shut down. So this, if there is going to be a time for the Empire to come back, or the Vampires to come back, this is going to be it. Nice countercharge into the Halberds, but the Halberds were braced by Raim, and these Blood Knights coming in as well and getting a nice little charge in the Griffites. Now the Bounce of Power evening out a little bit. Coming back, the Fellbats are just swarming Karl Franz. And the Red Duke, oh man, he comes in with a massive charge and literally like 2 shots at Jade Wizard. So that was a good little distraction. I mean, Karl Franz is busy running from Fellbats. I mean, he should probably turn and fight right now. Professor Pone able to swoop in and go after this Jade Wizard and terrify him. So that's going to mean healing's on. All of the guns for the Empire are pretty heavily inundated. The Silver Bullets are fighting in melee. These handgunners are fighting. Karl Franz is still running. I mean, Raim just now realizes this, and he's going to turn around. But the Red Duke 100% has to finish off this Jade Wizard. Looks like there's going to be another zombie summon going down as well to tar pit these guys. And yeah, the Jade Wizard is probably going to die here, which is going to be huge. In the back, the Royal Turf Griffite's fighting pretty efficiently. These handguns are shut down as well. Now, there's no Blood Knights left, really. I mean, there is one group of Blood Knights here on the far side. Karl Franz is coming back in. A nice invocation of Nehek going off on the Blood Knights. And yeah, the Jade Wizard's pretty much done for. The Red Duke has done a pretty good job there. Maybe he comes in and finishes off the Greatswords, but yeah, he should definitely finish off that Jade Wizard. The healing, Karl Franz doesn't have healing, so being able to finish him off is very, very, powerful there. But I think the Empire is going to be able to endure with the Greatswords and some of these other troops here. The Blood Knights pulling back, Invocation of Nehek healing them quite a bit. And it looks like the Duke was able to finish those guys off, which does normalize the bounce of power a little bit. Fellbats can be used. I would probably detach the Fellbats from Karl Franz and have them chase these handguns off the battlefield. You really need to make sure you finish those. Nice little summon from the Duke, and a big breath attack coming in as well, but the Empire's enduring pretty hard. Nice breath attack, though. That did some substantial damage. That bounce of power just creeping back towards the middle. Karl Franz is going to fight the Fellbats, but these Fellbats are being pretty obnoxious here for sure. But look at this. We got some handgunners back. Skeleton Spears should be able to finish those guys off. Blood Knights coming in with the steel chair on those handgunners there. And yeah, the Red Duke's just finishing off these elite Empire troops. Now, there is no casting available. Now, it might be a better idea for the Duke to go kill this Warrior Priest. That would probably be something that could be pretty powerful. The Blood Knights coming in for a nice rear charge right here, and the Skeleton Spears, yeah, chasing off these. They're going to go after these guns here. Now, the Silver Bullets, are they anywhere to be found? All three guns have rallied. That is not good. Those Fellbats need to go kill those gunners. If they don't, it's probably going to be game blouses. So the Red Duke is going to be summoning some zombies here to pin in these guys, which is going to be great, trapping in the Royal Turf Griffites. But the guns back online is a huge issue. Like, I think that's going to be something that could potentially win the game for the Empire, but it's still a pretty close fight, all things considered. Now, the Greatswords are fighting pretty hard. The Warrior Priest is really going to give them a lot of staying power, but the Bats are just annoying Karl Franz this entire game. Like, they are just trolling him into the Shadow Realm. The Blood Knights should be pulled back. Like, pull them over here, wait till you're able to finish off the guns, but there's so much gunfire coming in. So these Skeleton Spears get intercepted. The Silver Bullets in the distance are doing a very good job, and it looks like there's going to be a Zombo summon right here to potentially pin these guys in. Stern's been fighting pretty hard, finishing off Halberds, but you can see the Spearmen of the Empire are going to rush in to help. So two of the groups are, yeah, this group's online, and these other handgunners are coming back as well. I can't believe these Fellbats are still trolling Karl Franz. It's so funny. But the Red Duke is in a bit of a precarious situation. He's going to be getting an Invocation, which is going to heal all of these guys, and he's going to charge back in. So maybe the Red Duke's going to go in as well and try and finish off the Griffites. That could be a good idea. Reichlin Runefang was popped as well, giving some decent stats. But yeah, you can see the fact that he didn't chase off those guns, I think might have costed him the game. Nice little breath attack going in there on those Greatswords, which is probably going to polish those guys off. In the distance, there, the Necromancer's still hiding, giving that juicy regeneration. And the Royal Turf Griffites are going to get finished off with no problem. Now, the Bats need to go finish off the guns ASAP. That's like his only way of stabilizing this game. The Red Duke is going to have to fight Karl Franz. He's going to have to. It's a crazy one for sure, but I think the Red Duke's running out of steam a little bit. He's getting shot down. I mean, all these guns coming back is just disastrous. But the Fellbats are finally jumping onto the handgunners, which is going to be good. The Blood Knights have taken the Griffites down to 4 models, and it looks like there's 7 of them. So very, very pitched fight. And another zombie summon coming back in. I mean, if he can run in and kill that Warrior Priest, that would be really good. But the Vampire Counts just don't have any troops left. They just basically have the Red Duke and a couple Blood Knights and the Necromancer cackling in the background. So we're finally going to get that Air Force fight. Karl Franz, the Emperor of the Empire, coming in and doing some good damage. The Red Duke looks like he's going to be landing, trying to win the fight here. So charging in on the Royal Turf Griffites, and he does shatter them. So now the Red Duke can turn around with the remnants of his Blood Knights. He only has 5 of them, but that still helps. And maybe fight Karl Franz. Elsif has been popped as well. But the zombie summons and the Sternsmen are just getting buckled under the pressure of that Warrior Priest there, who's very, very beat up. But the handgunners finally getting shut down. Definitely a little bit overdue here, but he's able to get those guys. And Karl Franz is fighting the Red Duke, and he's doing a good job. He's running back. Elsif, of course, has been popped to slow him down and lower his defensive capabilities. Fellbats are able to shut down the guns. They should probably rotate over here and finish off these other guns here. Those Fellbats did some pretty good work disrupting Karl, but now the guns, I think, are going to do too much work. And here he comes. So the Red Duke charges in. He actually is able to goon that Warrior Priest. Oh, and that Warrior Priest just got decapitated, ripped to shreds by that zombie dragon. So beautiful play there. Fellbats are now going to be swamping in on this last group of handgunners, but the Empire is enduring. They just have too many troops left on the ground. The Red Duke charges in, might be able to get some terror routes, but the Greatswords and the Spears, both these armies are super tattered. And a zombie summon coming in. Zombie summon coming in. What a close game. I mean, just a couple minor differences could have made this game so much different here. But ODM Raim coming in with Karl Franz's Galmaraz and is going to be whooping on this Duke. And the Red Duke is going to fall before the might of the Emperor. And the Empire does indeed endure. And Deathclaw, not Grimclaw. He pulls back up in the air. Very victorious there. What a game. by both players. That was a close one. Yeah. Bring me to my men. So guys, let's hear a round of applause for ODM Rame coming in with the Empire, putting up a great fight and winning the game narrowly. Both players just so close. But the handgun focus fire was really good. Yeah, that was a weird game, wasn't it? We actually have someone in chat called Steel Chair now. I love that. That's amazing. All right, guys. That's gonna be 2-1 for Rame. The victor. Professor Pone put up a great fight. Doing a great job. And just narrowly defeated by the forces of the Empire. That was nuts, huh? All right, so let's get this going here. Rame, join Sotek's lobby. Banish back to the dark web I go. All right, so we're going to jump out here real quick. And we're going to take a brief intermission while we set things up. Be right back, guys. All right, guys, and now we're back. ODM Rame going on to the finals to face the Lore Master of Sotek. So it's going to be quite a showdown here. Go ahead and get into the lobby. Got to change. Well, it's actually easy. I only have to change one of them, so that's going to be it's going to be pretty good. So we're going to change that real quick, and we just got to change this to the Lore Master of Sotek, and that's going to be all she wrote. Hope you guys are having a good time. Thank you so much for joining today. This Saturday afternoon or Saturday morning or Sunday morning for some of you guys in Europe. I'm going to put Sotek here, and we just save the scorecards real quick. Man, we've had some games today, guys. It's been just serious battles all day. And yeah, we're just getting Raymond here right now. So we can actually run the poll right now. And then we'll just tell them when they get in here. Oh. Arm, shoulders a little bit sore. Thorgrim, bring the book. The book will be out. They're just adding each other on Steam right now, and from there, because sometimes like it's weird when you're like, you know, one person's in one time zone, it like doesn't like show it. It's kind of stupid. Okay, so it's time. Let us get to the polls. So now we begin. First and foremost, It's good for you Australians, 11 a.m. Sunday, huh? Perfect. Here comes the picks for the Lore Master of Sotek. I'll give you guys the maps. So the poll is up in just a moment. And here comes the poll. Finals is best of 5. Finals is best of 5. So I apparently missed the donation. Let me see. Oh my God. Holy shit. God damn. God damn, Joe Rogan. So we got a $100 donation coming in on PayPal from Nathan. Nathan, thank you so much. God damn. Thank you, man. Holy shit. That is very generous. Well, hopefully you're enjoying the content, the stream and everything, because that is... And as a result of this very generous donation, I'm going to be throwing in a prize pool for these guys now, because that is awesome. So thank you, man. So now there's some ante now, boys. And let's see, who do I want to vote for? This is for Sotek's army. Okay, I like what you guys are working with here. Nathan, man, thank you again. That's very generous. I can eat again. So the poll's still going. It's looks like it's pretty much over. So we're gonna go ahead and do poll results, and it looks like so Sotek is the Tomb Kings, and now I know I should make separate videos. So Mr. Elbow says, please follow through on your comment from the last head-to-head campaign and get Faction Unlocker. I need more memes, Surtha Ek. I will gladly do that. It's more a matter of talking Spartacus into wanting to face a Surtha Ek Faction Unlocker. But thank you so much for the 25, man. Hot damn. All right, guys, here we go. This is the armies for ODM Reign. Doing some great work today. Poll is up. Vote away. So currently Sotek's Tomb Kings. Let's see what he's going to be facing. It's up to you guys. Poll's there. Vote away. Bony boys it is, says Sotek. And this is best of 5. So you guys are in for a lot more gameplay here. And again, my apologies for all you guys in Europe. I know it's super late now. It's like, it's got to be like, in Poland, what is it, like 9-hour difference? Yeah, it's got to be substantial. Let's see. Sorry, I just had to respond to a message there. All right, so, ooh, Norska coming in with the steel mammoth tusks. Norska with 43. Dwarves are creeping up. 31 with the Dawi. We're going to see if there's any late game resurgence here. Last closing seconds to vote. I know, I'm going to watch the UFC tonight. I'm excited for that. There you go, guys. And 46 for Norska, 32 for the Dawi. High Elves have 1 vote. I look like Doctor Strange. I'll take that. I mean, there's worse things to be called. All right. There we have it. Thank you again, Misha, for all your help today. Poll result is up. Their result... Wait, why did that not work? Oh, is it poll results? Norska is pretty substantially ahead, as the votes are going to cease to come in here. So Norska wins. TJ Dillashaw is fighting Henry Cejudo tonight. Yeah, it's going to be a really good fight. Norska versus Tomb Kings, boys. This is it. It's go time. This is going to be a fun matchup. Yeah, Nathan, thank you so much for the donation, man. Again, that fat hundy. Goddamn, man. Hey, see you, Destin Swede. Take care, man. Get some rest. The video will be up tomorrow for anyone who has to leave, so. A Doctor Strange line? I don't sound like him, though. That's the thing. Benedict has a very different voice. Hey, Johan, take care. Yeah, 110 in Poland. Alexander? Yeah. My lovely wife is over there, napping. She's visiting her family right now. Dr. Ethan Hawke's lost, bro. Oh, my God. Oh, man. This is a fun matchup. This is a very fun matchup. Let's fishing some statues. Oh my God. Raim saying he's gonna go fishing for some statues with the Norskins. Dr. Weird. Oh my God. Yeah, Norska versus Tomb Kings. This is an interesting one. I actually like this matchup quite a bit. I'd say it's an even matchup, but it's a good one for Norska. I mean, Fimir are quite strong. Fimir with Great Opens can really pound constructs super hard. Plus, Throg is really good. Granted, Tomb Kings have good missile pressure as well, so there's a lot of threats coming in. You gotta pay your respects. My wrist hurts pretty bad right now, but you know what, guys, we're almost done, so we're just gonna push through and get it going. Matter of fact, I should probably do some stretches. Maybe we'll see a chariot battle. It's possible between Wolfric, but I don't think chariots are particularly great against Tomb Kings because chariots aren't good against constructs, and constructs are, going to be the core of most Tomb Kings armies. So, yeah, chat picked the Tomb Kings. There was no influence in regards to this decision. This is the final, so this is a best of 5 here. So there could potentially be, at the very least, 3 games, but you guys will probably get like 3 or 4 or 5 on it, I would imagine. Dr. Weird. I don't think we're going to see a chariot battle. I think we're going to see some big, heavy constructs. Like, I think you're going to see heavy-duty just metal statues just fighting against, Ymir and things like that. A mammoth? I don't think a mammoth would be great here. I mean, maybe you could put Wolfric on it with Sword of Torgwald and Hunter of Champions and have him go fisticuffs with Cetra, but even still, I don't know. Or Arkin. I mean, you could see Arkin the Black just on horse, just like Spirit Leeching and Fata Buna and things like that. Spirit Leech on the Fimir could do some good damage. Raim carrying on Pone's legacy. Oh yeah, Bone Giants. We could see Bone Giants too. We could. Surtha the Ever Chariot. Chariot spammer, we give these boys some terrible... Yeah, I mean, yeah, you guys can give them bad factions if you want to as punishment if you don't like their picks. That's the whole thing. And before the stream's over, I'll make sure to drop a Discord link as well. Sometimes they can be a little weird and fickle. What about Dr. Warhammer? Yeah, I'll take that. I know. Well, we haven't seen no Vampire Coast today yet. We saw Vampire Counts in a very good game versus the Empire. That was really fun. And yeah, start whenever. No need to wait for me. Yeah, I don't know how good Sotek is at Tomb Kings. I don't know. I've seen him play him a couple times, I think. And Raim, yeah, Raim, I've seen Raim in a couple other tournaments, and he just seems like a well-rounded player. So yeah, like who knows? Now choosing the units, I think it would take too long to pull all the different units. I think just picking their armies is fun. I think it's like a solid. It's not like too convoluted, right? It's to the point enough. Crazy sounds coming from the bridge in there. Sotek's army's looking like it's mostly wrapped up. He's just kind of cutting costs, adding a couple things in, which is good. It's an interesting build for sure. You guys want the Beastmen? I think we saw Beastmen earlier, didn't we? Yeah, we saw Beastmen versus Wood Elves. That was one of the earlier matches of the day. Really good. Well, if you guys want War of Vengeance, you vote for it. You gotta rally the people, Kiro. Vampire Coast versus Dawi. It's a good matchup. Dwarves actually do well against Vampire Coast. Dawi. Makes Sotek play the Dwarves. He likes Dwarves. I don't know if he's like plays them a lot in competitive, but yeah. Wood Elves versus Dawi. Don't do that. That's just cruel. Where chat votes on the lords they use. Yeah, that's something we could do. We could do like the lord polling. War of Vengeance. I'd love to see that. We're on the Tower of Hoth for the first map here. It's a good one. We're going to be on the Chaos. We'll probably do Chaos Waste next. Not sure. I'm getting pretty hungry. I haven't eaten. I ate like a banana and a protein bar today. I need to eat something. Oh man. Okay. Here we go, boys and girls. It's go time. Let me get rid of the screen blocker here. I should just like hotkey that so I don't have to. Such a pleb. All right, guys. So for the armies of the Lore Master of Sotek, we are going to have a Tomb Prince on horseback. A good choice. Anti-large armor piercing, very similar to the High Elf Noble. He also has that really juicy curse as well as Guardian. Top of that, he does have the Sphinx of Usef here, which is very powerful. This guy is an absolute beast against Famir. He's heavily armored. This thing is heavy metal, one of the most powerful kind of monstrous duelists in the game. So it's going to be pretty good. Cetra is going to be on the Camarine War Sphinx, so going pretty heavy metal into the constructs here. This guy's ready to party. He's got the, of course, the Lore of Nehekara, so it looks like he has the most of the Cursed Blades, the protection, as well as the, maybe just those two, yeah, so going pretty narrow on that. The Blessed Legion of Demonetization, Skeleton Archers, one group of Halberds in the back, a Tomb Scorpion, and let's see what else he's got here. So he does have the Carrion here, and as far as the rest of the army goes, take a look. Yeah, just Skeleton Spears in the front line, Ushapti Great Bows, Chosen of the Gods here in the back, and that looks like it's going to be go time. Go time, my friends. Yeah, I gotta go feast after this. So I'm so hungry. I need my vitamins. Yeah. So for the forces of Odium Rain, coming in with the Norskins, he does have Marauders in the front line of Berserkers, so going pretty heavy in the infantry department. With investing in Berserkers, you don't necessarily need that much, but they can do the trick. I mean, this Tomb King's infantry will crumble really quick. The main issue is going to be dealing with the big constructs. So for that, it looks like he does have Famir with great weapons, a couple groups of those, so 2 of those, and he does also have the Maws of Savagery, so the Armored Skin Wolves, anti-large, armor piercing, regeneration, not a bad choice at all. On top of that, he does have the Throg, the Troll King here in the back. Throg, of course, with his Pimp Hammer is going to be quite happy. He's a very good choice against constructs, and he has Lore of Metal as well with the Final Transmutation. So, I mean, he has the resources he needs to do well against his Tomb King army. So, start when ready. Yes. Just time. And it looks like there's going to be some carrion here in the forest for the Lore Master of Sotek, so he's going to kind of sniff this one out pretty quick. But really, there's no need to kind of use forest. I mean, he's kind of hiding from Ushapti Great Bows at first, which is a good choice. A lot of Tomb King's players would bring like 2 or 3 Ushapti Great Bows here against like Famir and stuff, so I like the fact that he's kind of hiding in the trees. Yeah. Yeah. It is time. Yeah, guys, thanks so much for joining. I know it's a little bit late, but this stream obviously takes longer because we have to poll. It's not like they can just pick their armies and go. So there's a little bit of extra time here, but hopefully it's been fun for you guys. So the first carrion is going to be flying over, doing a little bit of scouting work, just kind of poking its nose in here. But there's no range tools from Norska, so they can't stop it from scouting. But what would I use the carrion for when the fighting actually starts? I might just swarm the Shaman Sorcerer with the carrion, just try and get a little bit of free damage on a hero or something. So there's the 2 Famir with great weapons, and then there's Maws of Savagery, and 1 group of regular Skin Wolves as well. So there's actually quite a few of these Skin Wolves. The premier condom brand of the old world Skin Wolves. It'll make you change. So Throg is going to become Sphinx Feet? Well, maybe. We'll see about that. So the Tomb Kings are obviously going to square up to meet the Norskins. They have some bows. They have great bows, so the Norskins are going to have to engage here. They obviously... I guess they could just sit there if they want to. But the Carrion are flying overhead. Norskins are just waiting for their entire force to be aligned, while he's also keeping his constructs and heavily armored value units in the forest to make sure they don't take Ushapti Great Bow fire. But once his army squares up, I'm sure he'll be charging forward to meet the forces of the Lore Master. Cetra, the Imperishable, and company doing their thing, and here they come. The Norskins advancing the Ushapti Great Bows, which are the Chosen of the Gods, which means they're more the spray fire mode. So they're the ones that have kind of the not AoE effect, but they have like the scatter shot. They have like shotguns, basically. Shotgun bows. So they're shooting in at Marauders, looks like maybe going after the Champions, which is not a bad choice. Norskins are pouring out of the forest, so the Shaman Sorcerer doing his thing, Carrion flying overhead just to kind of keep sights on things. Final Transmutation is going to be pretty good. If he can catch Cetra, plus some of the other constructs in one Final Transmutation, that could be pretty game-breaking for sure. But the Tomb King line is going to buckle in a matter of seconds. I mean, this is a nasty Norscan infantry corps. He's got champions and berserkers. I mean, this thing is meaty. So firstly, the Carrion are going to be flying in, attacking the Shaman Sorcerer. A pretty good choice there from Sotek. He does pull back, and, you know, it gets the temporary attention of Throg, right? Which is pretty good. And what did he say in chat here? He says ready. Okay, he said he's ready. Just making sure there was no issues or anything. So the bows in the meantime are shooting in. It looks like the Famir are piling in as well. And yeah, these champs are going to butter the bread of this Tomb King line. It is going to be an absolute massacre. The skeletons, I mean, you should countercharge them, but it's only a charge bonus of like a couple, so it really doesn't matter. But skeletons just getting shreked by these Famir, just taking a massive beating here in the front line. So things are going pretty well in that respect. Famir going through as well, but the Sphinx is going to be piling in. He definitely needs to start beating on some of these Famir here. They need to be put down, because from there, I mean, you know, the constructs will be pretty good against most of the other infantry. Halberds on the flank are going to be intercepting the standard marauders. They have a pretty good matchup there, and it looks like the Tomb Prince is going to be going here to maybe screen out these Skin Wolves. Now, the main fighting is underway. You can see the Sphinx does get the Nero's Incantation of Protection. The Final Transmutation going down. Just focus firing the Sphinx, obviously a very good choice here from ODM Rain. And it looks like Throg Daddy's coming in. The Wrath of Petra is going to be going down on Cetra. And it looks like Throg's going for him. So both players just kind of focusing down the bigger elements of the army. Carrion are attacking the Shaman Sorcerer. And it looks like the Sphinx is just getting wrecked. I mean, there's Famir, there's all kinds of heavy-hitting targets, the Maws of Savagery. And it looks like the Tomb Scorpion might be coming in. Cetra needs to get in there and maybe help out a little bit. But the backline is so compromised. Skinwolves just running in, just rabid beasts. And they're going to be attacking the Chosen of the Gods, which is going to be great. Skinwolves should be able to win that matchup with their regeneration and their bonus versus large. And the construct fight is underway. The Sphinx is taking a lot of damage. I'm surprised we don't see like a Necrotect here. But on the far side, you can see the Shaman Sorcerer Metal is being beaten down by this Tomb Prince. So very, very good engagement here from Sotek. But it looks like Raim has maybe secured the advantage here. I mean, Cetra is kind of surrounded by all these Famir who are getting a little bit beat up. The Sphinx is actually crumbling, so very good job by Raim here, getting that focus fire from the Skin Wolves, the Premier Condom brand, as well as the Famir Warriors with great weapons. So that guy's getting taken out pretty quick, but at the cost of the caster. So the Shaman Sorcerer actually does go down. At this point, Sotek should probably pull back the Tomb Prince and let the Carrion chase it off the battlefield. And Sotek, of course, being a veteran, does exactly that right as I say. So you can see here that the Shaman Sorcerer is going to get chased off by the Carrion, so very good use of that. Cetra is also fighting here, so even with the Cetra, or the Sphinx going down very quickly, Cetra is still alive, the Tomb Prince is alive, Ushapti Summon coming in the distance, and the Ushapti Summon is going to be pretty good here. But the thing that's tough is the Norskins are winning on pretty much every front. The Chosen of the Gods are just being mulched, the infantry are being annihilated by the Berserkers. Tomb Scorpion here is going down pretty quick, and Cetra is holding on with Nero's Incantation. Tomb Prince, of course, doing very good against these Famir Warriors with his bonus versus large. But Throg is a monster of a duelist. He could probably even beat Cetra. I mean, just with that bonus versus large and his perpetual regeneration, he's like made to fight units like this, right? So Tomb Scorpion also just getting pound-towned here by the Famir with great weapons. So that engagement definitely not a good one for the Tomb Kings. But Sotek is doing well in regards to chasing off the caster. But really, I just think that there's too much anti-large here, and his core, he just wasn't able to hold back the Norscan onslaught. I think maybe had Sotek played a little bit more defensively, like using that Sphinx and Cetra together, standing on top of halberds, I think he could have maybe won this engagement and maybe buckled down those guys. But look at this, a beautiful Final Transmutation coming down, I think. No, that's actually a curse. So the curse coming down from Cetra, which is actually quite good. It's going to probably affect the bounce power a little bit. But the Ushapti coming in, the Tomb Prince is even getting beaten. The Famir with great weapons are taking casualties, but they're giving it right back. Over here, the Tomb Kings actually win this engagement. So the Tomb Guards with halberds doing the trick. But I don't think Big Daddy Cetra is able to hold back all these Condom brand werewolves. They're just doing a great job. And Throg coming in with his hammer is going to be doing a good job, and I really think that's going to be all she wrote. So very well played to Raim with the Skin Wolves. Something you don't see terribly often, but that's kind of the thing here, right? You see these unorthodox picks. Yeah, Tomb Kings are not going to come back from here. Cetra the Imperishable is going to be perishing, just straight up going rotten in the fridge, and is going to be tanking here. And that's going to be it for game one. Well played to both players, guys. Norska coming out. Norska doing their thing. Yeah, the Famir were beastly, but so were the Skin Wolves. The Skin Wolves gave him extra mobility, and the Skin Wolves, like normally Famir might have trouble catching the Chosen of the Gods, but the Skin Wolves just straight up ravaged them. Like so many things were just hard countered there, and that's going to be game one for ODM Raim here. So game one here, get Wookiee up, and now it's time for the poll. So let's go ahead and set up the poll here, guys. We're going to go ahead and jump into the poll for Sotek's next army. Here you go, guys. This is Sotek's next pick. So vote away. Vote away. It's going to be going here. And Sotek is currently down 1-0. So it's time, guys. It's time. You guys go ahead and vote. GG to both players. Votes up, votes up. Let's see what you guys got for your boy Sotek here. Skin Wolves do have a bonus for Large, but they have low armor piercing, except the Mazo Savagery, which have pretty good AP values, actually. You guys vote. It's up to the people. I don't know if I've ever seen Sotek play. I've seen Sotek play Dwarves in campaign, but I don't know about. Oh my goodness! Wow, this is a pretty overwhelming vote here, but there is a close second with his Lizardmen. Dwarves are currently in first place with 27 votes. Lizardmen coming in 43 now for the Dwarves, 16 for the Lizardmen. It looks like we're going to have a War of Vengeance. It looks like we're going to have a War of Vengeance. Letting them know the map, which is going to be Pillar Bone. And we're closing it. Sotek with a convincing victory for the Dwarves. 42% of the vote for those bad boys. The Dwarfs for Sotek. Sotek mentioning that Tomb Kings are not one of his strong suits. Fair play. And now it's time for you guys to vote on the choices for Mr. Rame here. The champion of the ODM clan representing today. Doing a great job. Everyone's like, he can have lizards if he loses. All right, guys, here's for ODM Rame. You guys voted up. Let's see what we got. It's showtime. And I'm hungry, so let's get this going. Gotta eat. Man, guys, I wish I didn't have these stupid hand problems. I would stream every goddamn day for you guys. I would stream 5 days a week. It'd be so much fun. Goddamn. Goddamn, Joe Rogan. All right, guys, voting is up. This is for ODM Rame. We have Dwarves for Sotek. Vote away. Vote away, guys. Wow, this is a... There is no clear choice here. This one is straight anarchy. This is so close. Keep voting, guys. We need to come to some sort of a decision. Wow, this is close. So we have Dark Elves, Bretonnia, and High Elves are like tied. The 3 of them. It's going to come down to that. I mean, there is a couple, like the Skaven and the Wood Elves might be able to... No, they probably won't be able to. Hire a cameraman. I know, I'll have Italian Spartacus sitting at my desk. Help me with the cameras. Keep those votes going. The Druchi needed trashing. Well, Dark Elves have a great matchup versus Dwarves, so that would be a hard one for our boy Sotek here. All right, guys, we're closing it here in a couple seconds. And here we go. Poll results. Poll is now closed. In a moment, votes are going to stop coming through. We're going to see what wins. And wow. Why do you guys do this to me, huh? Oh no! Oh, 1 vote for Bretonnia came in at the last second. It's going to be Bretonnia versus Dwarves. 46 for Bretonnia, 45 for Dark Elves. And it's going to be Bretonnia for Rame. The Dwarf to Dawe. Wow. Bretonnia came in at the last second with like 1 or 2 votes and won that one out. So Bretonnia versus Dwarves. Oh, let's do some stretches for the lady. I mean, Dwarves can do well here, for sure. The cannons are pretty powerful, but if I played Bretonnia, I just spam Foot Squires and bring like 3 Questing Knights and that's it. And like a couple Peasant Bowmen to shoot Slayers. That's like solid, but Dwarves can do well here. Yeah. Sotek, I don't think Sotek plays much Dwarves, he says. Let's see what he's saying. So Sotek says, oh Christ, Dwarfs, seriously. Rip me. Oh my god. The plot thickens. The great plan. It'd be interesting to see what happens after this game, like how you guys are gonna vote for the next matches. All right, I need to go get some more water. I'm like pounding this. My throat's getting a little bit raw. It's been almost 3 hours. Goodness. Runes are cast. The runes are cast. Let's see. Sochek's army. Not bad. I think it has the makings of a pretty good build. I'm digging it. Start anytime. Hey, no, it's cool. I just had some chips in the kitchen. I'm good. I'm going to go feast on Chinese food after this. It's so funny. Down the street from my house, we actually have a, or my apartment, whatever you guys want to call it. We have a restaurant called like OK Chinese. It's just called like OK. It's like they didn't even like bother to be like great Chinese or awesome. It's just like okay. We're just okay. We're just OK Chinese. Lady Turin is actually visiting her family right now, so she's not here. I'm just all lonely and stuff. I'm like, I become such a creature when she's not around. I just like, oh man, I just like, I miss her, guys. I miss her. All right. When Lady Turin gets back from Poland in a couple weeks, we're going to take her somewhere nice for sure. Sotek says he doesn't play Dwarves much in multiplayer, but his build's good. I think his build has the makings of like something, yeah. Oh man, he mixed it up at the last second with a very cool pick. Dude, Chinese food is so good. Chinese is so good. You know, if any of you guys are okay, it's good. They're being honest, says Luis. It's true. Yeah. Get Italian Spartacus over to solve my loneliness. Well, Spartacus and I might play. What's it called tomorrow? We might play 40k. My Death Guard versus. He's been painting his army actually and building them, so his army's like ready, like getting ready. Yeah. So Spartacus and I might play 40k tomorrow. I might drive down to where he lives in Thousand Oaks, which is about 40 minutes away, and we'll do glorious battle. Thank you, Wookie, for your help. All right, and everything's good on the end of the stream, and here we go. All right, so for the forces of the proud Dawi, no bias at all here, but I mean, Bretonnia is like, Dwarves are my favorite faction in Warhammer Fantasy, but Empire and Bretonnia are like next, right? Like in terms, like I love the good guys in Warhammer Fantasy. In 40k, I prefer the bad guys, but for some reason in Fantasy, I love the good guys. I quote good, my favorite. So, Rune Lord and Rune Smith, very competitive here. Runes of Wrath and Ruin, one of the few tools that the Dwarves have to deal with heavy cav. Plus, it's pretty good against foot squires and infantry, so it's a very solid, well-rounded choice here for Sotek in that respect. For his main line, he's got Longbeards with great weapons. Another very good choice. They're good against both of the main aspects of Bretonnia. The infantry, You know, of course, foot squires, things like that. And on top of that, they have charge defense against large, against cav. So they're a very, very good choice. In the front line, he has a couple miners with blast and charges, which are very good against men-at-arms and things like that. So I like that quite a bit. And yeah, so he's got miners. He has Dragonback Slayers who do have that slowing ability. So that's going to be quite useful against the cav of Bretonnia if there are any. Giant Slayers as well. But the Bretonians can counter Slayer play by bringing a ton of Peasant Bowmen, which is something I love doing. Just not bringing cav. It really can throw off the Dwarves. He's got a couple groups of Thunders in the back to provide some withering fire. A cannon up on the high ground. That's pretty much it. And now, guys, it is time for the Green Knight. ODM Rame coming in with the Green Knight, hiding in the trees. This bad boy is going to be hunting down those Rune Lords and maybe doing good here, actually. I mean, he does do magic damage, but still 75% of, or 25 reduction on 400. I mean, it's still pretty good overall. On top of that, he does have Field Trebuchets, so he's going with a Trebuchet build. He's got 3 of them. On top of that, he does have Men-at-Arms across the entire front line, Foot Squires in the secondary core, Bay Enchantress with a Paladin and a Grail. Yeah, the Grail Relique, or Reliquary, whatever it's called. And Peasant Bowman in the back to kill Slayer. So Rame's army is very unorthodox, but very good as well. I think he's going to have a very good time versus the Dwarves. He's going to force the Dwarves to advance here, which are going to be pretty great for sure. Yeah. This is going to be great. March says, it's 1:35 a.m. here. I just sobered up and now I can't sleep. What's good? Hey, man, life's good. Welcome to the stream. The green boy is in the battlefield here. The Green Knight. It's going to be good. Showtime. Gilles Le Breton, yeah. I mean, you never see the Green Knight. And that's what's cool when you make people play these factions, right? Like, you see, like, in a competitive tournament, like, most people probably wouldn't pick, you know, like these factions into each other, or like, you know, it's definitely fun because you guys get to see what you want. So Rame is carrying on the mantle of Professor Pone as the meme lord. You know, give Sotek lizards. It's up to you guys. Up to you guys. Yeah, everyone's pretty bad in 40k. Yes, the Ultramarines are probably like good guys, right? For sure. I mean, for the most part. Anyways, so the Trebuchets are going to be unloading in the Dawi line, probably going after the Thunders and the Longbeards, and they're actually doing some damage. The cannon is going to return fire. Now, cannons will be able to outtrade the Trebuchets. They'll kill the models, they'll do good damage, but there are 3 Trebuchets. So the Peasant Bowmen are going to shoot into the Miners. Miners, of course, don't have shields, but all Dwarves, even the most low tier of Dwarf infantry, do have pretty good armor, so they'll be resilient against that. The Peasant Bowmen 100% need to focus Slayers. That's going to be their bread and butter here. For Sotek, he's going to need to use these Thunders to pound down the Foot Squires. If he can really put a dent in the Foot Squires, I think he'll be in pretty good shape. The Green Knight coming in the back. Now, is he going to attack the cannon? Probably not. Dragonback Slayers are back there. Oh, but I don't think he sees them. So Sotek doing a very good job hiding the Slayer. So this is occupying the attention of the Green Knight, who's just going to be forced back by the Dragonback Slayers. Now, the frontline fight's underway. The Rune Lord using the Rune of Wrath and Ruin here on the Foot Squires. And where's the other Rune Lord? Yeah, so they're charging in the Paladins. Look at all these Foot Lords, and the Fey Enchantress just straight up floating in here. Trebuchet fire coming in, pounding these Longbeards as they charge in. But now the fighting is underway. So the Men-at-Arms are obviously going to lose most of their fights. They might be able to beat the Miners, but oh, look at that. Trebuchet in the back being taken out by the Dawi Cannon. And you can see here that the Green Knight did go in there and he saw the Dragonback Slayers. He's like, nope, I don't want any of that. And the Thunders are going to be turning about face to actually shoot the Green Knight. Now, I don't think that's worth it per se. God, he's just so tanky. I mean, just let the Slayers chase him. I would probably continue shooting against like the Foot Squires and things like that. But the Bounce Fire is pretty even. Fighting in the front lines going well for both sides. The Longbeard's obviously a little bit better quality than the Foot Squires, so they're doing pretty well here. Thunder is shooting in, but there's a lot of Men-at-Arms and chaff, so the Thunders don't have as many good targets. Gilles Le Breton, he's doing a great job just riding around the back line, causing problems, and really forcing the Slayers to just kind of scurry around and chase him. Now in the center, it's a bit of a mass rout for the Dwarves. The Grail keeping these Men-at-Arms fighting. They're rallying around the remnants of the Knights of old. The Rune Lord, of course, is in okay shape because there's not a ton of heavy armor piercing here, but the center pocket has collapsed. Now, this is not a big deal for the Dwarves if they react correctly. The Thunderers should be falling back and getting crossfire on these guys, but yeah, look at this. Just swarms of Bretonian infantry just swamping these guys. And yeah, the Bounce Fire is slightly in favor of Bretonnia. The Green Knight has taken a bit of damage. Rune of Wrath and Ruin being used on him, which probably isn't worth it because Rune of Wrath and Ruin does damage per model. You know, honestly, for Sotek, it might not be a bad idea to get some Slayers and go Secret Agent back here, but the Cannon's doing a good job. I mean, 2 of the Trebuchets have been effectively shut down, or 1.5. But battle's still pretty even. Maybe a slight advantage for the Bretonians here, but the Longbeards are doing a very good job just grinding out the Foot Squires. But this horde going back here is a little bit scary. Thunderers are being forced back by Foot Squires and Men-at-Arms. A little bit of a rallying pocket here for the Dwarves as the Thunderers do reposition. But yeah, I mean, look at this. The Dwarves are getting into the back line, so both players are, kind of, back and forth here. But really good Peasant Bowman play here from ODM Rain. He's focus firing Slayers. That's one of the reasons why Peasant Bowmen are really good in this matchup. You wouldn't think so, since Dwarves are armored for the most part, right? But you really should bring them to deal with Slayers, which I think is a great choice. So the Green Knight's fighting in the pit. He does cause terror, so a lot of these Thunders and units like that are not immune to psychology. But the Rune Lord and the Rune Smith are fighting against these guys and should be able to hold them back. But the Green Knight, a perpetual menace in the side of the Dawi here. Thunders in the back are being caught, and the cannon is still online, but it's completely unprotected. But, one mounted yeoman probably would have been a good choice here just to kind of leave in reserve. But how would he know that he was going to bring a cannon? But the cannon doing good. So this field trebuchet is offline. The second one is offline as well. It looks like the crew, the third field trebuchet is still shooting online, so the cannon's probably going to be switching over. Sotek doing a very good job switching his cannon onto the Bretonnian field trebuchet. But the Bretonnians are creeping ahead in the balance of power here. The Green Knight is not to be taken lightly, and the problem with the Green Knight is even if you do a ton of damage to him, the Enchantress can cast like one regrowth and he's going to be like full health again. So that's why I personally think you have to save the Green Knight for last unless you have magic damage. So Miners here throwing some blasting charges into the blob. Some of these Longbeards and Dwarf Warriors are going to be rallying into these guys, but Foot Squires are very, very good at killing Dwarf Warriors. That's like one of their fortes for sure. We have some Longbeards with Grey Opens fighting in there. Thunders are going to be kind of rallying on the flanks here, shooting into these Foot Squires. So that's a good engagement here for the Dwarves. Longbeards are just running about in the back line, just causing problems, just killing all of the archers. So there's some things that are going quite well for Sotek, but I don't know how he's going to kill a Paladin, the Fey Enchantress, plus the Green Knight with healing. That is just a lot of stopping power. I mean, the Dragonback Slayers are fighting to the bitter end here. And maybe, ooh, the Cannonball's coming in and tagging that Paladin in the face. But the Grail, the Grail's coming in there. I don't know if the Giant Slayers are still alive. So in the back we have Longbeards with great weapons. Those Foot Squires obviously being taken apart by that Thunder Fire. The Cannon is going to be switching downtown, probably going after the Grail Relique here. And we do have some Warriors of Dragontar Pass, some Longbeards. So there's still quite a bit of stuff left for the Dwarves. But look at this, the crews are actually coming back. So the Trebuchet crews can come and man this one Trebuchet. It looks like there's one online. Ooh, but that Withering Fire from the Peasant Bowman I think has really been the deciding factor. And you can see that Raim obviously is able to kite because Longbeards are very slow. They have 26 speed compared to the 33 of the Peasants, so those Peasants can outrun them. Now, yeah, it's basically just an elite fight here. We do have the Rune Smith and the Rune Lord fighting up against the Grail, the Paladin. I think this is going to favor here. The Cannonball is shooting in and doing some pretty good damage here, but the Rune Lord, the Rune Smith is getting very beaten up. But the Fey Enchantress took some blows. Like she took some heavy beatings here, but yeah, the Green Knight, look at him, just terrorizing in the back line. I mean, who would have thought the Green Knight would be like a good pick here, right? Like it's pretty wild. Yeah, Green Knight doing his thing. So if you look at the main part of the battlefield, the Bretonnians look like they have a pretty dominant numbers game. But remember, guys, the Bretonnians, a lot of the power of their army was in their 3 archers, and now they're starting to run out. Thunder Fire from Sotek is coming downtown and wasting the Fey Enchantress, who is on foot. She's still very fast because she uses magic to float, but Cannonballs are going in, Thunder Fire's going in, the Peasants are being sent into melee. This is just a pitched fight. I mean, things are getting messy here for sure. And there's still a healthy group of Longbeards just kind of reaving in the back line, just cleaning up shop. These guys have just been chasing down Trebuchet crews, so hopefully Sotek is able to re-rally these guys and shut down that other Trebuchet. If not, he might be in a little bit of trouble. But the Paladin does break the Runesmith, but Thunder Fire is coming in, and this Rune Lord is very tanky. Even Dwarf, quote-unquote, casters have 120 armor, so they are burly. But the Thunder Fire doing a very good job. The Bretonnian King of Old, holding it down to the back, hasn't shut down the cannon. Sotek obviously doing his thing, but wow, Gilles has cut down 2 of these cannons, so there's only 1 Dwarf cannon left here? No, there's actually 2. Okay, but still, he's causing a lot of disruption back there. The Rune Lord's getting a little bit surrounded. He's still steady. Longbeard's coming back in, but the Fey Enchantress getting popped, actually. She's getting really low. It looks like the cannon is focusing her, and she might be out of Winds of Magic for healing, or maybe she wants to save the healing for the Green Knight, which I think would probably be the prudent decision because he's already so damn tough to kill. So here we go. Foot Squires coming back in. I think those are actually Men-at-Arms with shields. We have some Longbeards with Grey Opens fighting Peasant Bowmen. But the Rune Lord needs support, but at least he has Thunder Fire coming in. I mean, if he can get that Paladin down, maybe. Ooh, but the Rune Lord breaks with 521 HP. That is not good, but the Thunders are still doing their thing. But yeah, with Gilles on the battlefield, the Green Knight still alive, I don't think there's anything Sotek can really do. It's too bad the Longbeards were off chasing. I mean, it was good and bad. He was able to shut down a lot, but he needed those guys in the middle. I mean, if those Longbeards were here, he probably would have won that engagement in the middle for sure. Anyways, Thunder is shooting in. A beautiful heal coming in from ODM Raim there. He's able to get a nice heal, top these guys off, and that's probably going to trigger army losses for the Dwarfs. So Sotek obviously stated he doesn't play Dwarves often. It's not one of his strong picks, but he still put up a really good fight. And I loved Raim's build, though. The Trebuchets, the Peasant Archers, the Green Knight. The Green Knight. That was amazing. So there we go, guys. That's going to be game 2. So it is best of 5. So there's more games coming in here. And let's go ahead and do it to it. That's going to be game 2. Let's go ahead and update the scoreboard. And prepare yourselves for the polls. Sotek's down 2-0. Now, if Sotek does lose this, the series is over. So let's go ahead and get the polls going here. And we are going to grab this. And here we go. Polls coming up for Sotek's army here in just a moment. That was a great game. That was very, very good. So well played to both players. And we voted, and the poll is up. Unleash the votes. Release the river. We're gonna be doing this, and make sure to like the stream if you guys haven't already, please. It's means a lot for the channel from a business perspective. And vote away, my friends. It's up to you guys. However you want this game to pan out, it's on you. And let's go ahead and get a vote for myself. I'm gonna vote for. Might vote for Vampire Coast. I don't know if he likes Coast though. I don't know. Yeah, I know he likes Lizards, but Lizards aren't the strongest of factions. But we're gonna see. Going to the results. Yeah, Rame is a very good player. Absolutely. So I mean, these are great games. Okay, wow. You guys give Sotek Lizardmen with 98 votes. Goodness gracious. Or 98, yeah, 73%. So we're just gonna all right, so Sotek gets Lizards. Let me go ahead and let him know. Sotek gets his Lizards, and we're going to be fighting on River Amexon. And that's that for that pick. Now let's go ahead. And here we go. So now you guys pick the army for his opponent. Oh, shit. That was the wrong one to link 3 times. Remove a couple of those. Hopefully it doesn't screw up the poll. Just use the first link. If it makes 3, hopefully it doesn't. Here you go, guys. Vote away. Straw poll is up. And it's up to you guys, whatever you want to vote for. Everyone's like Skaven. Oh, man. Let's see, guys. What are we going to get? Man, this creates so much like anticipation. Gojira, this stream's been going on for about 3 hours. It's a stream in which the folks watching get to pick the armies of the people playing. It's very fun. I'm loving this format. I don't know. I like the vanilla game. I've never felt it. So Skaven and Beastmen are the factions we're giving. So currently Skaven have 42 votes, 31 for the Beastmen. It's still going. We'll give it another minute here. Yeah. I prefer the vanilla experience of the game. Just my 2 cents. Because that's what's going to be getting supported. So from my perspective, I my channel is centered around custom multiplayer. Like it's the game as CA sees it is going to be supported by their implementation. So I want to learn their system rather than that of modders. Not to say Steel Faith is a cool mod. It's just I prefer the vanilla experience. Yeah. So Skaven with a pretty dominant presence here, guys. Yeah, I'm growing the beard out. It's growing, yeah. I'm letting it go. So Skaven with 64 votes. Beastmen with 48. So it looks like it's going to be Skaven. And let's go ahead and let the boy know. And Rame gets Skaven. That's so funny. Oh my god, the Skaven. Yes, yes. There was a Skaven versus Lizardmen, but it's a fun matchup. It's super thematic. And they're both 2 of the weaker factions, so it's actually pretty even. So we'll see if Sotek, if the Great Plan can pull him back from the pits. There will be a mullet at some point. Disciple says, Turin, thanks for streaming today. My graphics card broke and I won't get one until at least Monday. Hey, you're welcome, man. Hopefully it's entertaining for you. Turin Toddbringer? I don't know. No. The mullet is growing. Well, it's just growing long right now, but eventually I will style it into a mullet for you guys. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. That's good, Dakota Mike. I wonder if Rame is a good Skaven player. All right, guys. Oh yeah, we gotta get the blocker, huh? Sorry about that. Got the blocker up. Don't worry. These guys are gentlemen. But yeah. I'm eager to see what Sotek brings. I mean, he's probably... I don't know if Rain was watching him earlier, but Sotek's probably going to switch up the build, I would imagine. It's going to be fun. Wookiee's back. And he's back from outer space. You know what units I think are really good here are Ancient Stegodons with the Ballistas. Those things are nasty. They can kill Skaven artillery so efficiently. It's been a long journey, my friends. I'm gonna do some stretches back here if you guys don't mind. Yeah. Probably won't touch the computer today after this. I'll just get the stream published for you guys. Wookiee's here. All hail the Wookiee, he arises from the deep. I saw a Skaven in my backyard, or like in the street outside my house. It was a massive rat. I was like, Skaven! Valnir19 says, this is truly the year of the rat. Thank you, Valnir. You and your Vermin Lord icon right there. Appreciate it, man. Thanks for the donation. Hopefully you're enjoying the format. The other series begin up again. So the Eternal Challenger League finals are going to be announced this week, the date. It's going to be in basically the first or second week of February, so it's pretty soon. Oh. Players are picking their armies. Sotek, Lizardmen versus Skaven. I think it's a slight advantage for the Dinos. I think Lizardmen have some pretty good tools against Skaven, but it's something Skaven can win. Warp Lightning Cannons, Globadiers, Skroak, Assassins, they're all pretty good choices here. Helpet Abominations can even be used. You can go with like a wall of infantry and use Helpets and Rat Ogres and really just go like fisticuffs with them. There's a bunch of options for sure. So, I'd say it's a slight advantage for the Dinos, but really it's not that big of an advantage. I'd say it's a close one. Oh, man. I'll probably play some music to play the stream out too. So people, I know a lot of people requested that because they were able to watch back and see who won the finals based on the time length. So I'll end the stream with some Beethoven or something today. Skaven are a myth. Yes. I swear to God, this rat had like Skaven eyes. It like looked at me and it just was so mad looking. I was like, that thing gonna like burrow under my house and cause some drama? Hope not. We're gonna find out right now. All hail the Wookiee, he's arising from the deep. Sails an incredible tale. Take me home, country rats, to the sewers where I belong. All right, so for the armies of Sotek, screen blocker should be gone now. I think I just removed it. And it looks like we're going to have the Blueberry Salon. So I haven't seen this guy in quite some time, but he's, his eyes are glowing. He looks pissed off. His eyes yellow. You guys see that? He has like yellow eyes. I don't know, crazy stuff. Anyways, Wind Blast, really good against Stormvermin in their tightly packed formations. And he has Curse of the Midnight Wind, which makes Saurus into just murder machines. So going to be a good pick. He does also have a Saurus Scar Veteran on a Velociraptor. And yeah, this guy's going to be pretty good. Anti-large, armor piercing, very good against furnaces, doom wheels, a lot of the typical tools that Skaven bring, Helpet Abominations, you name it. And for the rest of the force, he's got Skin Cohorts with Javelins in the front line. He does also have a Bastillodon with the Rev Crystal, and Stegodon with the Ballista. So a very good choice. Number one, it's powerful in melee against Skaven. Number two, the Ballista can snipe Skaven artillery if they do go with Warp Lightning Cannons and whatnot. So I'm really liking Sotek's army. Clearly he's very proficient here with the Dinos. Temple Guard in the back. A couple groups of Cold Wind Riders, or just one group actually, with Spears on the flanks for Rat Ogres. Just a solid, well-rounded army. It looks like there's going to be a vanguard as well of Chameleon Skinks to fight the Skaven Skirmishers. And for the Vermintide and the forces of Odium Rame, here comes the Storm Vermin in the front line. So the high magic is really going to be helpful here. Those Storm Vermin are going to bulk up pretty quick to that potentially, but there's also going to be Overwatch fire coming in from the Poison Wind Globadiers to really melt the big dinosaurs. So man, scary tools for both players. Globadiers very good at killing Bastiladons, Stegodons, all that kind of stuff. On top of that, Skaven Slave Slingers, probably keeping those to deal with Pterodon Riders or other flying threats. And on ground, we got Skrulk with the Rat Summons and the Blades of Putrefaction, or Blessed with Filth, and the Hellpit Abomination with 2 groups of Storm Vermin with Halberd. So pretty elite Storm Vermin Skaven army with Globadiers. So this is a cool army. I'm excited to see how this functions against Sotek's list. It's time. Yes, let the rat emojis flow. Yes. It's time. Wind Blast is going to be really good against the Skaven Storm Vermin. It's going to come down to, can Sotek break through that front line and get onto the Globadiers? The only high mass unit to protect them against dinosaurs is the Hellpit Abomination. Everything else he can just ramshackle through. So, I mean, if Sotek can get through there with a couple of his dinos, like just blitz in with the Stegodon and the Bastiladon, I think he'll be able to grind that front line out pretty quick. So, but those Globadiers could just wreck them on the way in, so it's going to be pretty micro-intensive for both players. Yeah. We'll see. Just rats. I gotta get, yeah, I keep forgetting to do the normal emojis to make you, I'll probably put an emoji in for every single faction so that, yeah, you guys will see it. Hopefully in the next stream. Yes. And I think there's actually 2 groups of Chameleon Skinks. Skinks, what Sotek should do is he should just fall back with the Skinks and use them to snipe out the Hellpit Abomination. If he does that, he'll be in a very dominant position. Hellpit Abomination is very lightly armored and Skinks can really pop those guys in the face, so that's going to be pretty cool. So. It's just snakes and rats being linked. Oh my god. Hey, Romulan Dog, what's up, man? Welcome. Oh my god, the Vermintide. It's so funny. There's like haggard-ass Google ones. Those are even better than the other ones. So the Ballista is going to be shooting downtown. Makes a little bit of contact with some Storm Vermin there. It doesn't do much damage, really. But the Skinks are going to do some skirmishing in the front. Just going after the Skaven Slaves. Skaven Slaves, you know, naked targets. But really, I would just pull the Chameleon Skinks back and really focus on sniping out the Hellpit Abominations. But Sotek could also use them as a flanking force in melee and maybe push them into melee later on. Skaven Slave Slingers going to be throwing some pebbles here at the Chameleon, so they're going to have to fall back in a moment. But might be able to break some of those rats in the front. I mean, Skaven Slaves are not hard to break. Their leadership is pretty damn pitiful. The Blueberry Slime just kind of hanging back and enjoying his life, just waiting for the initial Skaven onslaught. The Skink cohorts with Javelins definitely going to be pretty good at melting down the Skaven Slaves. And yeah, Hellpit Abomination is going to be a really strong pick here. That's going to be one of the few answers. But I'm telling you, if those Skinks focus down the Hellpit Abomination in a defensive manner, he'll be in very, very good shape. So the Skinks just being annoying on the flanks, they're probably going to start poking the Clan Rats a little bit. But Clan Rats do have shields, so it's not going to be super cost efficient. But if you shoot them in the back, the shields obviously won't help them. So here we go. Javelins coming in to the Skaven Slaves in the front line. Here comes the other group of Skink cohorts, probably going to see how to just get their initial Javelins off and poison. And hey, at the very least, it's killing the chaff, which is always helpful. So Clan Rats out with their shields are going to be surprisingly resilient against this. The Saurus Warriors and Temple Guard are going to be piling in here pretty quickly. But Globadiers, you can see those guys are just beelining for that Stegodon. So Sotek, if I were him, I would just bull rush the Poison Wind Globadiers with your dinosaurs and just focus down the big boy with the Skink cohorts, or the Skinks, wherever they are, the Chameleons. There's also some Cold One Spear Riders hiding in the forest. The first Globadier fire shots are going to be going into the Stegodon. So at this point, you're going to want to pull back. Yeah, so he saw where the Hellpit Abomination is going, because, you know, the dinos will do good in a grindy fight here in some respects, especially with the Wind Blast coming down. Ooh, big juicy Wind Blast, but unfortunately he used it on the chaff, but he might be trying to collapse the flanks, which will allow him to kind of envelop. Temple Guard beating the shit out of these Storm Vermin right here. The Blood Statue of Spike going down as well. Yeah, so it's like falling back here, being very patient, which is good. Kind of actually pulling the Globadiers into a bit of an awkward position. And the Saurus Warriors are now engaging Storm Vermin with halberds, so they were able to kind of break through that position. And where are his Skinks? So one group of Skinks is being chased by Storm Vermin, which is good. That's actually good for the Skinks. Like, that's not an effective use of that situation. And it looks like there's going to be a Vermintide summon in the back, so he's summoning some Clan Rats to fend off these Chameleons who were coming into melee to try and shut down the Globadiers. Now in the front, the Summon, Plague Monks, and the Storm Vermin are able to win that engagement. The Bastiladon looks like he might be ramrodding in here, just going hard in the paint. Curse of the Midnight Wind going down, and those Temple Guard able to beat the hell out of those Storm Vermin. Saurus Scarvet's also coming into melee. He's going to be doing some pit fighting here with the Hellpit Abomination, but that's probably not going to be good for him. Libra Bubonicus going down as well. And yeah, Sotek needs to get in here and shut these guys down. The Globadiers are doing way too much damage. The Blueberry Slime just kind of floating around in the back, looking for his place in the world. The Skaven seem to be in a pretty powerful position, though. That Libra Bubonicus did huge damage. But the Cold One Spear Rider is now engaging, but he needs to shut down those Globadiers. Honestly, just grab that Stegodon and just shove it over there right on top of those guys. You'll instantly like rout those guys and do a bunch of damage. But the Cold One Spear Riders do get onto their ideal target, but I really don't think Yeah, it's going to be tough, but a nice Wind Blast coming in. So he gets a Wind Blast, and he also charges in with the Dinosaur. So finally he's able to shut down those Globadiers. Now, this is kind of very similar to what happened earlier with Sotek, but remember, there's a lot of summons here for the Skaven. So there is a chance that those summons could just, obviously they're going to start disappearing and, changing things. And it looks like there's going to be a Banishment going down, a beautiful Banishment coming down from Sotek, able to tear apart those Clan Rats and some of those other units. Saurus Spear is still fighting against Storm Vermin. Should be able to win that engagement. So the Skinks in the back still pressuring. It looks like the Globadiers, for the most part, have been temporarily shut down, but the Helped Abomination has been summoned from the back to come and clean up the Stegodon, and he's doing a pretty good job of doing that. But yeah, there's still Skink cohorts and a bunch of other troops pressuring them. Stegodon could fall back. The Blueberry Slan is kind of back in the forest, rallying some of his troops. There obviously is a Rev Crystal, and the battle is still very close. Slight advantage for the Skaven, but certainly not something they can't come back from. There's still 60 Temple Guard here. Skinks in the back are going to be shutting down Poison Wind Globadiers, which are one of the big lifelines here. Yeah, Sotek needs to get that Stegodon away somehow and get it to a bit of a salvageable situation. Skinks collapsing in, able to get on the Poison Wind Globadiers. Cohorts coming back in. The Slan is healthy. The Bastiladon's actually back. And yeah, these Saurus Warriors are in a bit of a pickle here. But the Saurus Scarvet did come back, so he might be able to kind of salvage that situation. But losing this Stegodon is going to be pretty catastrophic for sure. Now, there are some Storm Vermin returning from the distance. ODM Rain Storm Vermin did chase those Skinks into the forest, but now they're going to be coming back. But yeah, this is really unfortunate. Rev Crystal going down on the Stegodon. Helped Abomination, I mean, they're having a bit of a monster kaiju fight, but look at this. Lord Skrulk is actually going down here. He's fully surrounded by a Scarvet and, Saurus and Skinks and all kinds of stuff. Temple Guard with the Aura of Pretzel. And Skrulk might actually go down here. The Blueberry Slan's getting his hands dirty. He's going to be moving into melee. The Rev Crystal's coming in. And yeah, this guy's going to be taking Globadier fire. But if he can stabilize and maybe chase off these Skinks, or not Skinks, these Skaven here. Ooh, he's getting in there. The charge is coming. But yeah, you can see the Helped Abomination charges in, trying to salvage the situation. But in the back line, you can see that some of the Globadiers are actually terrified. So they actually got terrified off the battlefield. Temple Guard actually broke Skrulk. So the Skrulk is now broken. If Sotek can stay focused and really chase down Skrulk and make sure he doesn't come back using some sort of a mobile element, I think he could probably get this game back with terror and just kind of the the pressure of the big dino monsters. Helped Abomination is going to be really tough to kill. There are some Spear Riders left. And it looks like the Stegodon is back online as well. So he's able to fully shadow those guys. So Sotek needs to get the Stegodon back in here and have it start cycle charging. The Blueberry Slan, ooh man, Lord Skrulk is actually dead. So Skrulk did die to the Bastiladon. Gary coming in and just being a hero in all of these games today. And the Slan Mage Priest is moving in his chair. He's getting in there. He's his motor scooter doing his thing. And both players are committing all of their forces. And this rear charge from the Stegodon could actually just fully break this Skaven formation. Shield to the old ones going down. If Gary can stabilize too and come back and get some heals later on, but look at that. The rear charge just terrifies those Storm Vermin and just breaks those guys. Just straight up Batman Bane knee break over the back. Just beautiful stuff. Sotek has some guys coming back here. I believe he has some Skinks in the forest that are coming back from a crusade. He needs to get those Chameleons back. They're actually quite good in melee, especially against Skaven with their poison. And the Blueberry Slan's going to be running a little bit. The Temple Guard are fighting. They're actually getting some really good damage on the Helped Abomination. Golden Spear Riders are chasing off a lot of these troops. And it looks like Sotek might be able to get his way back into this game. I mean, these Skaven versus Lizardmen games today have just been so good. But you can see this is mostly Temple Guard here. Temple Guard are one of the toughest units in the game to break. Those guys just do not go quietly into the good night. So the Stegodon here needs to become stable. These Globadiers in the back need to be finished off. So Sotek should probably grab these Skink cohorts because that's one of the few things that can kill the big dinos aside from the Helped Abomination. But it looks like Big Daddy's going to be moving in there, stabilizing with his leadership. This might break him. 800 leadership, 23. He's going to be going in. Here comes a massive charge into these Skaven right here, but the Globadier is just getting punished by the big Papa Dinosaur. And remember, the Stegodon does have a Ballista on its back, so it could start shooting at the Helped Abomination. Cold Spear Riders coming in for a bit of a surround. Temple Guard moving in as well, and it looks like the Blueberry Slan might actually go in there and get his hands dirty as well. And Gary in the distance has done his job. He killed Skrulk, but Gary, if he comes back and gets some heals, that could be very powerful. Ooh, the Blueberry Slan in a little bit of danger, so he needs to move around. He does pop the Aura of Pretzel to give him some really good defensive stats. Maybe he stays in fights here and lets the Temple Guard do their thing. But it looks like the Helped Abomination is going to be trying to run here. So very, very close fight. Saurus piling in as well. Skinks were able to finish off those Globadiers. And, oh, that's not good. So the Stegodon actually broke. But if he comes back and gets his downtown Ballista fire on this Helped Abomination, I think he could win the game. Temple Guard moving in as well. The Blueberry Slan doing his thing. The Skaven Slave Slingers are engaging in melee. Both players throwing everything they have at one another. It's a very, very close fight. But remember, the Helped Abomination does have regeneration. So the longer he's online, things are going to get nasty. But hopefully Sotek remembers. I think he forgot about these those Chameleon Skinks over there. That would... If he got those guys into the main fight and had their poison helping out, that would just be a huge, huge boon for him. So the Blueberry Slan popping his buffs, a massive Skink cohort coming in. And in the late game, like a full health group of Skinks, like that's good. Shield the old ones is going to keep them fighting. He really just needs bodies against the Skaven right now. In the back, he's going to... Oh, these are Gutter Runners. He's going to be dropping a Banishment, and the Banishment goes, and it tears those guys up a little bit. Does some okay damage. Might be enough to break their leadership, hard to say. Skinks are actually just going to be prison shanking this Helped Abomination and doing a good job in that respect. But it looks like all of the dinosaurs have rallied to their Slan Overlord. The Slan Overlord is maneuvering. Oh, and a beautiful wind blast from Sotek. Massive stuff, shrekking those storm vermin, putting them in the danger zone. And from there, they're only going to last a couple of seconds. So what a play. That was a beautiful wind blast. And you can see the balance of power is actually coming back into his favor with that wind blast. And let's see if he noticed his chameleons yet. Nope, they're still hidden. He might be able to win without them. In the forest, the skink cohorts with javelins are coming in. They're still Temple Guard. It's so cool to see the Temple Guard just being super thematic and like holding with their slaw until the bitter end. I mean, that's how they should be, right? Old One Spear Riders, it looks like Gary did run off the battlefield. He's a little bit tired from all the work he's had to put in today. We do have skink cohorts with javelins in the forest, about 46 of them. But I think the Temple Guard plus the Slan should be able to win this fight, especially if Sotek notices and brings back these guys over here. But such a shame that he hasn't seen those guys. But he's pretty far ahead in the balance of power now. The Skinks are going to be chasing off Storm Vermin, the Blueberry Slan and company. Oh, man, they're getting so incredibly low, guys. He's getting so low. They're shaking, but they're braced. They're standing still, which means their charge defense is going to help them. So they charge in. The Slan is going to be assisting, and they should be able to do some damage here. The Slan, of course, pops the Aura Pretzel. Ooh, that's not good. I mean, if he gets left alone against his Hellpit Abomination, that can be pretty disastrous. But here come the Saurus. They, of course, have the Aura as well. His Hellpit Abomination needs to be broken. None of the spells, I mean, Curse of the Midnight Wind might help shield the old ones, but yeah, here comes a massive horde of skink cohorts. Oh, look at that! Look at that! The Slan straight up doing a 360 spin and slamming that Hellpit Abomination with a custom lock. They actually have a unique fighting animation, which is really cool. So that actually helped him. It, like, suspended him in air and allowed reinforcements to come in. Temple Guard coming back in. Shield of the Old Ones is going to be providing really good leadership. And Sotek finally realized he had those skinks. He's going to bring them back, and I think that's going to seal doom. Hellpit Abomination breaking, and as soon as that thing breaks, I think he's going to get slapped with army losses. ODM trying to run with it. It's shaken. He might get some regeneration, but that means these Gutter Runners are probably going to be next. The skinks are just ferocious, hunting these guys down. But when those chameleons get back in, they're going to be able to finish off that Hellpit Abomination pretty easily. But here comes the Hellpit, getting in there, and we're going to see if the Blueberry Slan is going to be able to do it. Oh man, look at him just dropping some hot fire here. And that's it. Oh my god, Sotek's Lizardmen games have just been off the chain. God damn. I can't believe that. So Sotek came back. The Skaven were like ahead there. That was so cool. Damn, what a game. The Virgin Hellpit versus the Chad Slan. Oh my god, what a game. Sotek is like, you guys haven't, go subscribe to his YouTube channel, please. What a beast. That's 2-1. Sotek getting his way back in here. Fishing, yeah, Rain was trying to get too horrible to die. Fighting from the toilet seat. Oh my god. What a game. GG. For the great plan. Sotek clearly, when he gets his Lizardmen, right? He's pretty comfy. But Rain, I mean, both players played really well. All right, guys, here you go. Sotek's army, voted up. Those wind blasts were a thing of beauty. Here you go, guys. It's your time. You guys get to vote what Sotek gets next. He's down 2-1 currently. And it is a best of 5, so if Rain wins the next game, it's over. And it's generating the poll right now, so stay tuned for that. The Old One's plan was fulfilled. Come on, where's the poll? It'll be appearing here in a second. Turn starting a new poll. Okay, there we go. Well, the blocker's up. Yeah. All right, guys, go vote. This is for Sotek's army in the game 4 here, and you can't vote for the same faction. So you guys. Got to pick a map here. All right, so we're going to be on Mushroom Cave, which is a subterranean battle. Wow, okay. All hail the mighty, it's arising from the deep. The blocker's there, isn't it? Yeah, the blocker's there. Mushroom Cave is like one of my favorite maps. It's so good. All right, so we're going to see what they get here. And I'm going to close the polls here in just a moment. Chat's going wild. Chat's going wild. And Sotek is going to get Vampire Coast. So Vampire Coast wins with 54 votes. And Dark Elves almost won with 31, but I don't know if Sotek. Sotek is Vampire Coast. And let's see if Rame can... Coast is a top tier faction. They have some good counters though, for sure. So it's up to you guys. See if you guys have been watching the videos. So you know... Here we go. Polls up. Glad to hear it, Jared. All right, voting is up for Odium Rame's army. He's up 2-1. Is he going to be able to clinch this one? There we go. Vote away. Wookiee's actually in the living room right now. He's hanging out with Gooby, our other dog. So, Wood Elves actually Wood Elves are actually really good against Vampire Coast. Give him Lizardmen if you want. Beastmen. I mean, there's whatever you guys choose. You guys gotta. I'm not saying anything. You guys gotta decide. Beastmen, Dark Elf, and Wood Elves are competing. It looks like Beastmen are ahead. Beastmen would be really fun, actually. Beastmen versus Coast is a fun matchup. Beastmen do really well there, in my opinion. Well, I don't know. It depends. Depends. Bretonia for the lady. Bretonia is nowhere near the top. I'm doing really great, first ever chosen. Thanks for asking. I'm going to let this one go. It's really close, so I'm going to let this one go for a little bit longer. Beastmen are ahead. Not by much. Dark Elves are creeping in. Dropping the votes. And again, guys, if you're enjoying the stream, please make sure to drop a like. Helps a lot. Yeah, Undead are really strong factions because they, to Mr. ACAP, to answer your question, because they don't retreat. But it can bite you in the butt sometimes. But make them fight the hippie elves. And we are going to end it right now. Last vote's coming in. We're going to let it resolve for a second. And let's see what we get. Oh my god, the cow emojis. Hey, what's going on, Dan Shanks? Well, welcome. Come out of the shadows and join us. Beastmen are going to win. 47. 42 for the Dark Elves and 36 for the Wood Elves. The Moo train is here, boys. And the Beastmen for Rame on the Mushroom Cave. It's a small map. It's going to get going quick. It's going to get going real quick and good like. Yeah, dwarves are really solid against Vampire Coast, I think. Their infantry are like thunders, just pound those like Colossus, and cannons are good. Like dwarves have a good matchup there. So that was a close one. Beastmen won that. OGM Rame says, ouch. I actually like the Beastmen matchup. You bring Harpies to kill the deck droppers. You bring Raiders to kill the guns. You just bring Gore Herds with shields to win the infantry fight, and then you can use a couple anti-large tools to take out the big boys. It's still hard, but it's a good fight. It's a good fight. Let the Moo train flow through you. Hey, you guys wanted game 5. So far, I'm liking Sotek's army quite a bit. It looks pretty good and tasty. We're gonna see. The mortuary. That map. Passages of the Azrai. Oh, there's so many cool underway maps that people just don't really like ever acknowledge. Ugh. Philip, let me see if your donation went through. My apologies if I missed it. Sometimes when chat's moving so fast, it's Yeah, and I think you donated earlier, Philip. It did go through. Don't worry. Yeah, you don't. You're all good, man. Thank you. And Marty L, thank you for the donation of the 5 Canadian dollars. He says hoodcast. I think he meant goodcast, but take it. We're in the hood, yes. So tech with an interesting list. Okay, he's getting a little wild. Getting a little bit hog wild here. David, I would play in more tournaments, but I have a horrible wrist problem. So I can only play like 3 games a day. If I play more than like 2 or 3 hours in one day, it's like I just suffer a ton of pain. So the rest of the day, so it kind of sucks. I play occasionally in casual tournaments that are like best of ones and stuff like that. But I'll play against tournament players, and do okay. But yeah, unfortunately, I can't. Oh, hey, Hot Cross Bun, welcome, dude. Remember, you can't give them the same race twice. So Sotex had his Lizardmen, so he can't play them again in the specified. I will be the mullet king. You just wait. Only a matter of time before the glorious mullet takes over. God damn, it's 5:15. This has been a long old stream. Can't wait to go feast on some Chinese food. Corey Bose with the 20. Thank you, man. And he says Sotek fuel money. Well, we'll let him know. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for the donation, man. He who sits on this. I feel like I should replace my terrible desk chair I have here with a steel chair and just sit in it just so I suffer even more. Yeah, Corey, thank you, man. I'm liking Sotek's army. It's good. There's one choice I disagree with, but other than that, I think it's a pretty good list. There's a couple of things I think he could add in that would make this really hard for the Beastmen, but we're gonna see. We're gonna see. It's good. It's good. Stephen J says, I went to go eat, but damn, this is such a fun stream. It is fun. It is a lot of fun. For you guys in Europe, it's like, what time is it right now? Poland is 9 hours, so 7. It's like 2, 3 in the morning, depending on where you are. We don't have the equipment to stream 40K yet. I have a camera. I don't have a mobile microphone yet, aside from this one. So I need to get a lapel mic and then also a couple other things before we stream 40K. I have really bad tendonitis. It's not carpal tunnel. I don't get any numbness or tingling in my hands. I just get severe tendon pain. It just gets inflamed, and then this whole area gets super tight, and then I get really bad sharp pains and shaking in here mainly. Corey, man, thank you. Goddamn, coming in hard. Thank you, Corey. Well, I'd like to poll during the week to let you guys know what we're going to be doing on the weekend, but 2:15 in Germany, 2:16 a.m. and Poland and Germany are relatively similar, yeah. 1:15 GMT squad rollout. Representing the UK. I actually go to Germany and Poland quite a bit. Whenever I go to Poland with my wife to see her family or just to see her if she's out there at the time, we always land in Germany, and then from there we go over to Poland. I don't know if it'll ever heal, to be honest. It's kind of tricky because in many respects I should take a break for a while, but there's a couple of treatments that are pretty advanced and on the cutting edge that might be really helpful, but who the hell knows, man. I'm going to keep going until my arms fall off, so how I roll. Yeah. 3 a.m. in Russia. Yeah, that's late, man. Well, at least it's Saturday night, right? So you guys can just hang out. I was actually, and for anyone who doesn't know, The Punisher is out on Netflix now. The new Punisher TV show is out. I didn't know that. It wasn't advertised or anything. Yeah, I don't know, Dan. Maybe I need to do that. I've gone to physical therapy, and usually it's just the problem is when I do the exercises, it just it gets inflamed really bad. They have me do strengthening exercises, but I'll do them and then I'm just inflamed and it hurts really bad for a couple days. So it's kind of a vicious cycle. It's I don't know, man. And we got a donation coming in, so thank you so much, Shetland Apache Jerb, with the $10 donation saying go Sotek. Well, Coast certainly has a great matchup here, so let's go ahead and take a look at the builds. So the build is just as I expected from the Beastmen. Let's go ahead and take a look at them since they're a little bit more organized already. So for ODM Ram in the front line, he has Gore Herds with shields, a great choice. They will pound the hell out of the Zombie Pirate Deckhand mobs. But again, Depth Guard counter them. So Depth Guard will give it right back to them pretty efficiently. And Sotek does have a couple. So some give and take there, yeah. And a bunch of Raiders. Raiders are a very good choice against guns and any of the missile troops. And also really not bad against Noctilus. Noctilus only has 70 armor, so he's not like a super heavy, 75. So they're able to poke there. They're good against zombies. They're good against Morngulls. A very, very good choice here from Rame. I like that quite a bit. And on top of that, he's got 2 Harpies up in the sky, which you have to bring. If you don't bring Harpies and you don't respect the deck gunners, or the deck choppers, then you're just going to lose and just get picked apart. So I like that he brought those. And number 2, they're good at dealing with chaff. Like, they have 44 weapon strength, and their low melee attack isn't going to matter against deckhand mobs. In the back, he's got Koroks Man-Rippers, a Gorbel to deal with the large targets and the crabs and things like that, because there is some Prometheans over there. A Brace Shaman with the Lore of Wild, with Traderkin, which actually does some okay damage. And Morker the Shadowgate with the Chaos Spawn summons, of course. And let's look at the armies for Sotek. So I really like this Beastman army. I think it's incredibly solid. He does also have the Sons of Goros on the far side. And if you're going with so many heroes and lords and things like this, like, 3 heroes or a hero and 2 lord, or a lord and 2 heroes, the Guardian ability from the Sons of Goros is going to be very good. For Sotek, he's got Zombie Pirate Deckhand mobs in the front line, 1 group of angry, rotting Promethean crabs, 2 Depth Guard. So the Depth Guard are going to do a ton of work in the front line. They're going to melt down those Gore Herds, just straight up butter their bread. Zombie Pirate Gunnery mobs here, and Black Spot on the far side, which is an incredible pick against Beastmen, bonus versus large. Very durable in melee, charge defense, I like them quite a bit. In the back, Zotek does have some Morngulls, so the Morngulls are good, but they get killed really quick by Raiders, like really, really quick. Gorbel will kill them. So if he's a little bit more conservative with them and uses them to kind of clean up instead of as a frontal force, I think that could be strong. Noctilus, of course, is insane with his summon, so I like that quite a bit. And in the back, we got the Zombie Pirate Deckhand mobs, and Sotek originally actually did have the Bloody Reavers, and that was the one pick I told you guys I didn't agree with, so he did change that. On top of that, he does have the Carronade, and he does have Scurvy Dogs here, and Scurvy Dogs on the other side to hunt Raiders, so great army from both players. It's going to be nice. I like that he's actually defending the cannon with the Morngulls, because it makes it look undefended, right? So Harpies might come in, and then it'll just get, like, slapped by the wavy arm guys, which is going to be interesting. So, yeah, I don't know, guys. It is shallow water, so this is aquatic, so the pirates actually have an advantage fighting in this. I didn't think about that. I don't remember it being this watery. Huh. Where was the horse and the rider? Man. This is something. Looks like there's some chat. He's ready. Raim just says, ouch. Just the very calm ouch. So Sotek needs to respond very quick with these hounds. If he lets his hounds get caught by the Sons of Goros, that's going to be a pretty substantial loss. It kind of opens up his back line. I think the hounds need to really be efficient and get on these Raiders, because the Raiders are going to be a nightmare. I mean, Focus Fire from 5 Raiders can even kill, Depth Guard really quickly. But remember, Depth Guard, I'm pretty sure have Aquatics also. Yeah, there's Aquatics, so none of these guys suffer penalties from fighting in the water, which actually is a really nasty, unforeseen circumstance. But such is the fate of Warhammer, right? You never know where you're going to be fighting. So, yeah. So the Gore Herds are going to be advancing here. Raiders easily going to Focus Fire down these guns. If I were Sotek, I'd probably pull back my guns. It looks like the hounds do get caught on the far side. They're trying to run, but the Sons of Goros just coming in pretty hard. But there's going to be Overwatch fire coming in. These gunnery mobs are going to get some really good shots in, and yeah, you can see they're going to lay into the Sons of Goros. Do some, yeah, I mean, nothing to write home about, but it's definitely not bad. He does kind of sacrifice these Scurvy Dogs, but I mean, it looks like the Sons of Goros got the jump on them, and they're 95 speed. Those dudes are super quick. Frontline fighting's underway. The Focus Fire is coming in on the Depth Guard of Sotek. Sotek needs to get those guys engaged right now. The crabs are pushing in. Everyone's pushing in. If the Depth Guard are in melee, they're going to be healing with the hunger, and they'll be in much better shape. So in the meantime, Sons of Goros here are pulling back and up and around. They're probably going to be joining the Gorbel in the center. Depth Guard are fighting, and yeah, they're going to get a ton of kills probably. They're already at 23 kills, even with Focus Fire being put on them. Crabs in the center are going to be holding things up against the Blackhorns Ravagers. But now the Harpies are coming in. The Harpies are going to cause some substantial disruption. It looks like the cannon, or the Carronade, is going to be switched onto the Big Daddy Gorbel, and Noctilus dropping the Wraithstorm here on top of these Koroks Man-Rippers. That's going to be quite solid as well. But the Focus Fire from the Raiders actually paying great dues against these Depth Guard. They've only lost a couple models. And remember, Sotek does have the Invocation of Nehek. He drops it over here, which is probably going to salvage the situation. And he does get the Scurvy Dogs up and through the center of the pocket and is able to start chewing on these Raiders, which is going to be great. If he can disrupt these archers in the back and just kind of bounce around, you can see the entire Beastmen line buckling to those Depth Guard there. So that's going pretty well for the Vampire Coast in the front line. But this is not good for Sotek. Big Daddy Gorbel getting in there with the horns. It looks like Noctilus is going to be summoning some zombies, but anytime you can force out zombies on defensive terms, it's not a bad situation, right? Because the Gorbel can now disengage, and that zombie summon is essentially, somewhat wasted, right? In the back, though, look at Sotek with a beautiful trap. The Harpies came in. They did not see the Morgulls because they obviously have the stock ability, and the Morgulls just beat the hell out of those Harpies, just annihilate them. Because remember, Harpies are actually infantry-sized guys, so that's, yeah, they're going to be taking that bonus versus infantry pretty damn hard there from those Morgulls. Now, Noctilus is pretty safe. Chaos Spawn summons have come down. Noctilus also did summon some gunnery mobs who are unleashing massive torrents of fire here into these Chaos Spawn. And it looks like the balance of power is pretty even. I would say a slight advantage for the Lore Master of Sotek, as a lot of the Beastmen forces are being kind of pushed back. But again, he's also kiting out these Depth Guard. Depth Guard are being focused down by the Raiders here, as they did get hit with a Trader Cannon. I think they lost their orders for some reason. They were actually chasing something, but the other Depth Guard are still fighting, killing these Gore Herds pretty efficiently. Sotek, of course, using the Invocations and the Heck to top those guys off. These Depth Guard are going to be going down here. But for the most part, I would say it's a pretty good situation for the coast. But the Sons of Goros come in, and actually the Morgulls were pushed away, but the Sons of Goros were waiting in ambush. But they're getting gunned down by the crossfire, so the Vampire Coast so good at protecting its other assets. Oh my goodness. Is this Carronade actually going to stabilize? Negative 20 leadership, it's crumbling. He might be able to get that back online. If Sotek gets that Carronade back online, that's going to be very powerful. Raidstorm going down right here. It's going to be going after the Koroks Man-Rippers, which is good. The Depth Guard are just on the hunt, though. These guys must have a lot of kills. 94 kills just chasing forward. The Halberds and Halberds, everyone's piling in. But what's a little bit tough for the Beastmen is that a lot of their power of their army is invested into the Chaos Spawn summon, so these Chaos Spawns, well, not invested, but it comes from that. So that's why you see the balance of power starting to normalize as they do dissipate here. There's still some very healthy guns in the back line. The Black Spot and these other guns are going to be able to melt these Gorbals pretty easily. Shooting downtown, actually, going after the Harpies, and the Carronade is still shooting somehow. And another summon coming in from Noctilus, so Noctilus is going to be summoning some Zombie Pirate Gunnery mobs, probably to shoot at the Gorbal and some of these spawns in here. And now you can see the Morgulls are going to be attacking the Gorbal. Not the best situation, but, I mean, maybe if they have the Gunnery mob supporting and shooting, but the Gorbal looks like he's going after the cannon in the back, maybe? No, he's going after Noctilus. He's going to be charging Big Daddy Nock. Bounce of power coming into Sotek's favor pretty handily here. Oh, and Gorbal gets just ping-ponged. Oh my goodness, he just straight up gets knocked. Noctilus just like kicked him with his peg leg. He got pegged, bro. And then from here, the Morgulls are going to be piling in. Gorbal actually taking quite a bit of damage from the Morgulls. And the Gunnery mob shooting in. Chaos Spawn are summoning. And the Beastmen are starting to run out of steam pretty hard, guys. The Carronade is, I think, still going. Nope, no. Harpies went in there. Carronade's pretty much done now. It's going to crumble in a matter of seconds. Or is it? Oh my god, how are those Carronade? No, but the Harpies actually destroyed the last of the guns there, so. But the Gorbals a little bit surrounded. Like I said, Morgulls have high mass. The cannon's still shooting in, and oh, the Gorbals just getting ping-ponged. And the Black Spot and other guns are moving forward. Morgur's going to be tough to kill for sure, and there are some Raiders coming back. But look at this. Sotek actually has some Scurvy Dogs in the back. And these Scurvy Dog boys. I mean, the Aquatics thing, really something I didn't think about on this map. That was, like, pretty strong. Oh, man. No, this game isn't close anymore. I mean, this one's pretty much over at this point. I think that Vampire Coast is going to take this one. I mean, maybe there are a lot of summons for the Vampire Coast. So there's a chance that them dissipating could give a chance, but Morkur is really tough to kill, especially for someone like Count Noctilus, who's pretty inefficient at killing ground troops. And the Gorbal is going to be going down to the Morgulls, but he did put it down. He actually took out 3 of those guys. So, I mean, the Beastmen could have circumvented the river, but not really. I mean, because the Vampire Coast had so many guns, they were able to kind of pull them into the river. Wraithstorm going down on the far side from Count Noctilus, going to be dropping some Hot Thunder here on top of the Koroks Man-Rippers and some of these other troops. The Titus Skjold is actually pretty strong. I mean, as far as deckhand mobs go, that's going to be it. Oh man, that Gorbal got just karate chopped. Warhammer's most engaging game, the Gorbal. Hey, it's on to you guys to give the matchup to Rain now. If you want, if you guys felt bad about him getting Beastmen into Coast, now's your time to give him back. Remember, it's on you guys. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. All right, guys. Well played to Sotek, though. He did a great job. That was a good Beastmen army, for sure. I might just cut the Koroks Man-Rippers. Well, I didn't know what army he was playing when I gave the map. So, you guys voted that. All right. Whole new army, and here we go. So the new army's coming in, and this is for Sotek. This is for Sotek here. Here we go. Oh, damn it. Wrong link. Okay, sorry, that shouldn't happen. Okay, just go with the one I link here. Pulls up. Pull is up. No. Use the first one. Ignore that one that just went. God damn it. I accidentally pasted it multiple times. Okay. So this is for Sotek here. And the other Gorbal's still a golf ball. These Gorbals are so terrible. Oh my god. And the last one, we're going to be fighting on the... We're fighting on the Central Chaos Wastes. It's up to you guys. This is Sotek straw poll. We're still voting for Sotek here. It's a very close race between Chaos and the Dark Elves. Hypnotize. Thank you for the $20 donation. He says, go Sotek. All right. We'll see. We will see. Oh, this is close. Hypnotize. Thank you so much, man. Really appreciate it. Makes me feel a little bit better about my hands falling off tonight. All right, here we go. Closing now. Oh, it's so close. Chaos has a good matchup versus Empire, in my opinion, I think, to answer your question. Okay, guys, that's it. Sotek is going to be playing Chaos with 53 votes, I think. There's a couple more trickling in, so let me just give it a minute. It's 2-2, guys. Let me update the scoreboard. Chaos. Chaos it is. Sotek's like, please no Skaven, please. And how fitting to have Chaos fighting on the Chaos Wastes. Glorious stuff, glorious. And now we're going to be doing Raim's army. Here we go. So you got choices. It's up to you guys. It's up to you guys. Anything. You could give him Vampire Coast if you want. That's, I mean, whatever. You know? Meme tank? No. God. I don't think he's going to go meme tank. All right, I better go vote myself. Well, guys. Does the nation call? Don't give him Skaven. No, don't do that against Chaos. That would be cruel. So it's Dark Elves and Empire, actually. But it looks like Dark Elves are creeping back in. There's still a lot of you guys who haven't voted, so... There you go. You guys don't mind, go there and drop some hot thunder on those. We're gonna see, guys. I don't know who we're gonna get. The Chaos Crusade up into the All right. It's Empire. And ODM Raim is going to get the Empire, his favorite faction. I think he's... I don't know if it's his favorite or if he, just what he wanted earlier, but... Here we go. Oh, man. Heretics. Even more... Look at what Raim says. He's like, even more darkness to purge? Yes. Oh, this is going to be good. Come on, Empire is way more fun to watch than Dark Elves. Let's be real. Dark Elves have a good, okay matchup versus Chaos, so I think. Probably easier than Empire. Empire's hard. So it says, my. Awesome way to end the 5th game, I know. I kind of like the fact that, like, if someone is behind, it forces, like, you guys force them into a hard matchup, like Beastmen versus Coast. Now, Beastmen can be Vampire Coast. I've seen it happen many times. But it's still hard. Coast has a huge advantage, right? But it still can be done. So I think it's, like, Makes for a pretty interesting series for sure. I would play the Dowie if I was here. So here comes the Warriors of Chaos and the Empire. It's the grand finale. The final countdown. All we need is like Professor Pone in here, like singing the final countdown for us. All right, I'm gonna go get some more water and like my stomach's growling. I'm gonna get some chips and that should get me through this last game here, guys. Oh, the Witch Hunter. Raim needs to use the Witch Hunter so that his blessed body can be ravaged. This is like the end times battle, yeah. Normally with Chaos, I think you just go very wide with like Marauders and Chaos Warriors, and then you can use like Summoners of Rage and Poison Hounds. You really need to pressure the back line though, because Empire Guns will tear you apart. Marauders are a good choice though, like just cheap Marauders. Steadfast soldiers of Sigma. For the Reichland? You don't say. Wookiee the Nurgle Lord leads us to slaughter. Eating some pathetic, like, stale chips right now. Just feel like a Skaven. 40 bows. Any more head-to-head streams? Yeah. We're gonna... Italian and I are gonna start a new head-to-head in the next couple weeks. We're not sure what. We want to do one with, like, Vampire Coast versus Elves, I think, or maybe I'll play Beastmen and he plays Bretonnia. We're looking at a couple. They're just like bland, like flavorless chips. I had some guacamole dip, but I ate it all last night, so get on. The stream's like 4 hours, guys. I'm not gonna be able to work at all tomorrow. I'm gonna have to take all day off tomorrow. I'm not even gonna touch the computer. There's some chips. Yeah. Some stretches. Yeah, it's going to be really fun. I love that we're fighting on the Chaos Waste too. It's very like perfect for this final showdown. I feel like Raim, I wonder if he's going to go with like a heavy cap build. Just try and dominate with like with Demogryph Knights and you know, the mobility of Carl and, you know, Galmaraz, or if he's going to go with Toddy. I think Carl's a good choice, but it does pigeonhole you into Lore of Life. With Toddy, you can go other lores. You can get like Heavens and well, not Heavens, but you guys get it. You get like Shadow Magic. Pendulum's really good against Chaos. It destroys Chosen and Elite Infantry pretty well. Who do you favor in this matchup? I think Chaos has a slight advantage in general because Empire is harder to play. My opinion. It's hard to protect all your assets and micro so many different elements at once. However, in the hands of a good player like ODM Raim, I think that it'll be a pretty even matchup because Empire in the hands of good players can like hang with anyone. So I don't know. I'd say it's pretty even right now, guys. Sigmar does will it. This is what you guys voted for. The grand battle. Raid my turf, are ya? Raim with very careful picks here. Maybe he's like trying to decide if he wants to meme or not. Like meme, but also balance it so he can still win. I don't think a Steam Tank would be very good against Chaos. Well, it could be okay, I guess. Yeah. You could use it as like a frontline blocker, just like tarp it then. Could be interesting. Oh, yes. The pike and shot. Yeah, you could use like frontline, probably like frontline of spearmen with shields and a couple greatswords and halberds, and then from there guns and Demogryph Knights. Like I think that's really solid. Like Karl Franz is since he can fly, he can outmaneuver a lot of the Chaos Lords on the ground, right? So he can like juke them out, and when they get tar pitted, he can go kill something else like a caster. That's like most really high level Empire players like feign attacks and then pull back and go attack something else. The finale to an epic tournament indeed. Yeah, Empire's a hard faction to play, but in the hands of an expert, like someone who plays them regularly and like knows all their matchups, they can be terrifying. For sure. Yeah, Chaos are scary. Because even like cheap Marauders can like trade, that costs 375, can trade well with Spearmen and like Swordsmen and stuff. That costs more. So. Guys, I'm so hungry. I'm too weak. I need Chinese food, Anakin. Oh. Goodness. Rain coming in with some army picks here. He's got some hard choices. The mind games are real. There's some crazy stuff you can do. I mean, witch hunters are pretty good in the chaos matchup. Actually, I like them quite a bit. Really good armor piercing pistols plus accusation is really good. I mean, and for once you're actually accusing chaos of heresy. And here we go, the grand finals. Well, Cetra served earlier today, unfortunately. It was rough. Cetra had a rough run. You think it'll be Toddy versus Warp Chicken? So guys, this is it. This is the grand finals. Loremaster of Sotek facing off against Odium Raim, champions of the day. And it's game 5. Let's get hyped. All right, let's get rid of the screen blocker too. What if I just cast the whole last game with that? We're going on the 4-hour mark here. And screen blocker. And here we go. So for the forces of Odium Raim and the Empire, we have Karl Franz up in the skies, ready to party. This bad boy's got well, he has Golem but he's not going to be activating its powers. So he has the Raikon Runefang, which is going to be giving stats to nearby units. And he also has Davy Crockett. So he has an Amber Wizard. Now, with no spells. So the Amber Wizard is simply a mana battery plus a beat stick. Because he's on the Imperial Griffin, I think that's what it's called. Thing's a monster, has heavy armor piercing, a good charge bonus. So that's pretty interesting. Getting to see the Amber Wizard used as kind of a beat stick, and of course a Jade Wizard. I was going to say, seeing Karl Franz without a healer in the Chaos matchup is very risky, so I think having the Jade Wizard's really good. For the front line, he's definitely got some Sigmar power. He's got Sigmar Sun, Swordsman, and Great Swords mixed in, so pretty heavy metal. On top of that, he does have these Silver Bullets in the center of his formation, and a couple of groups of Spearmen on the flanks. So that's actually a pretty strong infantry corps. It's going to be able to beat those Marauders pretty badly, so I don't know. This actually looks like a pretty badass Empire build. He's got Karl, he's got the Imperial Griffin, and, oh, come on. We got to end the day with the Emperor. Nothing's better than that. Royal Outdoor Fights on one flank. The only cav unit, so pretty damn similar. No, not the only one. He does have some Empire Knights in the front. So Empire Knights are really good against Marauders, and Marauders are a pretty common pick here in this matchup, so I really like the Empire Knight pick here from Rain. And yeah, I mean, these two Griffins are going to be able to maneuver pretty well, but there are some huge threats on the Chaos roster. We have Marauders on the front line, Chaos Warriors with great weapons as well to counteract the great weapons of the Empire. So Sotek bringing a pretty well-rounded force. Now, this is a pick that's pretty interesting. He has two groups of Chosen with halberds. Personally, it's a little bit tough for these guys to be effective, especially against guns with the halberds, but I'm interested to see how this goes. It's not something I would normally do, but we'll find out. He's got Kolek as well. Kolek is a huge target for the guns, but on top of that, Kolek is also a world beater, so he can fight against Karl and these other targets. We got Summoners of Rage in the back, a Deathcaster with Spirit Leech and Buna, and two groups of Hounds. So he's got plenty of pressure with the Hounds to get into the back line. It's going to be a pretty micro-intensive fight for sure. So yeah, I'm really excited for this one. I'm really excited. That Empire build is really cool, though. I'm digging it for sure. Kolek will stomp. Yeah, Kolek will beat Karl one-on-one, but Karl, you know, you bring him to his men. He doesn't fight alone. Karl is like, has the mobility advantage of flight, and of course he's, you know, can pick his targets a little bit easier than Kolek can. Granted, Kolek has really good mass, but if Kolek's fighting him, he's also going to be getting shot by the handgunners. And there's two groups of handgunners in total. I think one standard one. Yeah, and then the Free Company, not Free Company, but the Silver Bullets as well. So the battle's underway. The Forces of Chaos, of course, in their homeland. You can see these lovely Chaos Wastes. Definitely looks like a really fun place to hang out with these massive rocks shaped like skulls. And we're going to see if Karl can do it. But Karl, you can't do that. Yeah, the Empire's going to be advancing. Great swords, guns getting in position. And yeah, the Onslaught of Chaos is here. Some Marauders on the flanks. Chaos Warriors with great weapons definitely need to fight the Great Swords. But Lord of the Storm's going to be good from Kolek, and he does have his Summoners of Rage. I think a big part of this battle is going to come down to the gunplay. Can these Silver Bullets and those other troops be efficient with their gunpowder? Now, beautiful shot right down the pipe, hitting the flank of those Chaos Warriors. Kolek definitely not happy about that. He's snarling, he's pissed off. Kolek in lore is like insanely powerful from what Sotek was actually telling me. He like topples walls all by himself and stuff. But Chaos Warriors with Great Weapons are going to be taking the initial focus fire from the handgunners, which is a really good choice. Those are one of the few units in the infantry corps of Chaos that can do very well against the Great Swords of the Empire. And the Hound's pushing in to force back the Silver Bullets, but very good play from Rain, though. He's like baiting them in, and he countercharges with the Empire Knights, but Sotek pulls back at the last second. Both players know that everything's on the line. Very high insight micro from both. But the Chaos Warriors taking a pounding. Fate of Buna probably going to go down on either the Empire Knights or maybe Spirit Leashes on the Demogryph Knights. I think that would be the more optimal way to play. Hounds for Chaos are going to be wrapping around the back, and Big Daddy Kolek's coming in. Now, the Gunfire is going to need to switch to Kolek because he's going to annihilate the Great Swords. Like, Kolek's a world beater. Summoners of Rage taking a full volley to the face. He's kind of keeping those guys back. The Great Swords will easily beat down these Chaos Warriors, and yeah, he needs to force his way back here. So it looks like there's going to be Fate of Buna going in, but Carl and the Wizard going in and punishing Kolek. So Kolek coming in, but Kolek should be able to run back. He took a little damage. He gets a nice little Fate of Buna on the Royal Altar of Griffites, I think. Maybe he used it on that. Couldn't really tell there. But anyways, these Summoners of Rage, where did they go? Looks like they piled in as well. So, ooh, the Summoners of Rage actually got in here. They got a good little surround here on Carl. And, oh no, the Amber Wizard is going to start getting beaten on by Kolek. The Chosen with Halberds have piled in as well. Now, massive gunfire coming in from the Empire, punishing the Summoners of Rage. But Davy Crockett getting put in a trash can. The Amber Wizard, oh my god, those Dragon Ogres beat the hell out of that guy. Damn, he just got trash can, just straight up destroyed. So, Summoners of Rage got destroyed, but the Amber Wizard also got pretty much one-shotted. So both players kind of going back and forth here. Now, the frontline fight is heavily favoring the Empire. You can see the Marauders are starting to run. Empire Knights on the flanks are doing a pretty good job. But they're still Chosen with Halberds. Karl Franz coming in, he's pissed off, and it looks like he popped the Reikland Runefang to buff all of these troops. Summoners of Rage are still fighting, and it looks like there are some Chaos troops in the back line. The Chosen with Halberds are obviously going to be able to beat Great Swords. But man, what a pitch fight. Lord of the Storm going down from Kolek, able to drop some fire on them. Oh, and Sotek has some Chaos Warhounds in the back. It looks like he may have forgotten about them, so hopefully he pulls those guys in. But Kolek's coming in to finish off the Jade Wizard, and this is tough. The Empire's defenses are kind of falling apart. The Royal Altar of Griffites need to get back here and save the Jade Wizard. Karl Franz needs to come in here as well. So the Jade Wizard getting caught with the Spirit Leech, and he gets chased off here. And Big Daddy Kolek coming in and smashing these Royal Altar of Griffites, but there's still a ton of guns, and Karl's healthy, but the Poison Hounds are coming back. And it might actually be better to get the Hounds and chase off that Jade Wizard. Without healing, it's going to be tough for the Empire. But Kolek's taking a lot of damage, guys. He's getting gunned down. The Chosen with Halberds are fighting pretty hard in the pocket. And it looks like there's going to be a Lord of the Storm going down. What is this? Yeah, oh no, Chain Lightning from Summoners of Rage. Wow, that did a ton of damage. Beautiful stuff. It actually might break these guys. No, they're at 2 leadership. They might be able to stabilize. But Kolek's taking a bit of a whooping from Karl, so he's going to have to pull back. Or he's actually broken even. Wow, so there's some Hounds in the back line. It looks like they're trying to force path onto the guns, but there are some Swordsmen of Sigmar there who are going to be defending them. Summoners of Rage piling in. Incredibly close game. This is just very, very close. The Royal Altar of Griffites are offline. Karl Franz is still here and fighting. He might be able to kill the Sorcerer, but the Summoners of Rage should be able to clean them up. Now remember, there's also 2 groups of Chosen with great weapons, and Kolek's probably going to come back. These guns are running the wrong direction, but if Sotek's able to grab these Chaos Marauders, look at that very quick reaction from ODM Raim to start shooting those guys in the back before they rally. If Sotek can grab those Hounds and get them, a little bit more busy, he should be in okay shape. So the Royal Altar of Griffites are able to re-engage here against some of these Chaos Warriors, just standard Chaos Warriors. And the Deathcaster looks like he's going to be going after the Jade Wizard, which I would definitely say is a good choice. Kolek's back, still has about 1,000 HP, about 1,200 give or take. And he should be able to tear out some of these Spearmen and free up some of the Chaos Forces. And yeah, here come the Hounds. So it looks like Sotek is able to get his Hounds back, and they're going to go feasting on these handgunners here in the corner. Summoners of Rage are offline. Lord of the Storm's going to be getting dropped on top of these Great Swords, and the bounce of power is a little bit in favor of the Empire, but it's a very, very close fight. And Karl Franz is probably just going to come in and kill Sotek. Not Sotek, well, maybe metaphorically, but kill Kolek here. But Kolek's doing a good job. He took a lot of damage from those handgunners. But the Hounds are able to get back in on these guys, and some of the Empire Knights are going to fight them, but the Summoners of Rage are coming back in. There's still 4 of them. That's enough to finish off these Empire Knights, and here they come. Summoners of Rage should be able to finish these guys off and free up these Poison Hounds. Summoners of Rage, such a good anti-large unit. But the bounce power is pretty heavily in the favor of the Empire. The Chosen with Halberds and these Chaos Warriors and these other troops fighting pretty hard, but the Chosen with Halberds felt like the odd pick to me. I think without those, I mean, they did help kill the Davy Crockett in the beginning, but I just feel like they haven't done a whole lot. Some Hounds from Sotek here in the back are going to be getting onto the Silver Bullets again. A very, very nice pick, just methodically working his way through the back line. But the Sons of Sigmar are holding firm. The Deathcaster is probably able to chase off the Lifecaster in the distance, so he's coming back now. But the Empire has so much stuff, and Karl Franz with the Reikland Runefang is going to be able to buff them pretty efficiently. And yeah, I think the Empire is going to take this one. And that will be it for ODM Raim. I think he's going to win the series now. What a great game by both players. I mean, it was a really back-and-forth game with the initial beatdown of the Amber Wizard, and then from there, the Life Wizard got killed, but the Empire endured and stayed calm and was able to come back and really focus on Kolek with that handgun fight. So, yeah, Karl Franz, the Emperor is going to be coming in. The Spirit Leech is going to be tagging him here, but It looks like he might be coming in. He's going to fly overhead. Maybe he's going to wait for his men here and maybe get a rear charge or something. Oh, look at that. Look at the halberds forming up here. Isn't that cool? Just like, form up, man. And then Karl Franz comes in with the rear charge. And Star Crusher's being popped as well. A couple of these Brave Sons of Sigmar are going to go down. But the Ancient Dragon Ogre Shaggoth is going to be defeated by the Emperor. Deathclaw doing some very good work. And he's going to be taking bullets in the back as he tries to run. Like I said, the Empire does not fight alone. You know, it's like that scene when Gandalf's like, remember that in the Two Towers when he's like, King Theoden stands alone. It's like, in. Oh, so epic. That's going to be it. The Foul Warriors of Chaos are going to be smote upon the Chaos Wastes by Karl Franz, leading his own crusade up to the Northlands, and he swears this as his Emperor, yes. As the Emperor, for sure. Both players played really well. That was a great series of games. Really fun stuff. I'm glad we got to end on a very fun matchup like Chaos vs. Empire. This game has my consent. Very well played to the Lore Master of Sotek, as well as ODM Rame, Iron Giant, and 1 second here, let me... Oh, for a second I thought like the stream crashed. So that's going to be it. ODM Rame is going to be our winner. Sotek, of course, with a 3-2 series. He played super well, so give it up for everyone. Iron Giant, Professor Pone, with close games, 2-1, 2-1. Like, every series went to a very, very, like, tough rubber match, which I thought was incredibly fun. So, GG. Well played. So that's it, guys. Let's hear it up for the champion. ODM Rame today is going to be our glorious victor. We can just make his name super big and angry. Yes, big on the screen there. All right, guys. Oh, man. GG. Yeah, I know. That was pretty Sigmar for sure. Well played to everyone. Let's hear it up for Professor Pone, Rame, Iron Giant, Sotek, all those guys. Well played. Those games were amazing. That format's really fun, too. In voting on the games and everything. It does take quite a bit longer, but that's because every series goes to like game 3 in this, or it did today. It was great, man. All right, guys. So again, I want to thank you guys so much for joining today. Hopefully you guys enjoyed. Again, special thanks to all of you folks who donated, as well as Misha for your help moderating and all the other mods. Thank you guys so much. It means quite a bit. So Corey, thank you for multiple donations. Hypnotize, Shetland, Marty, Valnir, Mr. Bo, Philip with the PLN, the Polish money, Garland Green, Richard Wirtz with the Fat 50, James, Colin G, Crazy Cake, Jason Denny, Matthew, Nermy the Nerm, Sheepman Miley, Nikolai, hopefully I didn't mangle that, my friend, and James. And then I know on PayPal we had a donation as well. I just want to get this before we close things out. From Nathan Stone. So, thank you guys so much for joining. Hopefully you enjoyed the format. Let's update the scoreboard for posterity. And we're going to be closing it out today, guys. Yeah, I'm going to go eat. There will be more streams coming on. And it's going to be wild. Yeah, we're going to have some midweek streams. Probably some head-to-heads with Spartacus going on. Damn, that was 4 hours. Crazy stuff. All right, guys. Thanks again so much for watching. You guys rock. And yeah. That's it for now. I do some tutorials in the games. I mean, the way I explain things. But anyways, yeah, I'll answer those questions later. All right, guys. Thanks again for watching. Very well played to our champion, ODM Rame, and the semifinal of Sotek. That was a great-ass games. And we will see you guys on the flip side. Take care.